Day one in Sweden was quite the spectacle. We had close finishes. We had big hits. Maximum rate through the roof. We didn't have a golden ball. Who knows, though? It might be ahead. And the defending champions, Albi's Army, are first up this morning against the undefeated Ginna. Should be a cracker. 5 games on the way. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECS Sweden, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you, good morning, and welcome back to Sweden. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for EC. And as we roll into day 2 of this FanCode European Cricket Series, it's been great to be back in Stockholm. Different venue than we've seen the last couple of years. We're back at the Mashta Cricket Club, and we've got 5 T10 games ahead. And with the defending champions appearing for the first time, you know that's going to turn a few heads. So we are going to head into match 6. First up this morning, Ginna CC Stockholm, undefeated in their 3 matches yesterday, although they did have a tight one yesterday evening. They are taking on Albi's Army. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains.
Albi's Army to call. Heads. Heads is the call. It's the tail.
You bat first.
Well, Farhan Chowdhury, he is the designated coin tosser for Ginna CC, and he's won the toss. That's 4 in a row for him, and so Ginna are going to bat first. No surprises there. That's been their plan of attack, to put some big runs on the board, big scoreboard pressure. And yesterday we saw them score some big scores, 175. We saw plenty of their top 6 getting amongst the runs, and they do have that depth in the order, don't they? But we even saw that when they didn't quite crack 100 against Sikif in match 5, they were able to hold on. They're just a team that know how to win. Now, this is quite an interesting one because these 2 teams met in the quarterfinals 2 years ago, and Albi's Army were able to come from a 4th position to beat Ginna, who finished top of their group and essentially knocked Ginna out of the running. Albi's Army then went on a run that took them all the way to the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket, and ultimately to the top 5 teams in Europe. So I'm sure there's some unfinished business here. Let's talk about the Ginna CC Stockholm lineup. Well, Farhan Chowdhury out there, he's such an important player as well. You expect to see him at the top of the order, but like I said, they've got a lot of depth in their batting, and we even saw their bowling holding up under pressure last night. Albi's Army, though, they're led by Azam Khalil, who's a very experienced campaigner. He's probably going to bat in the number 3 position also. He's a bit of a mystery spinner as well, so watch out for him. He's a very clever bowler indeed. Watch out also for Ismail Zia, one of my favourite players. He's going to have the gloves, and he'll be at the top of the order. We know he's been in some good form for Albi's Army as well. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, you won't have a vitamin D deficiency if you're spending time here in Stockholm at the moment, because there's a lot of blue sky and a lot of sunshine, about 18 hours plus of sunshine a day. We're expecting a maximum temperature of about 23 degrees, currently about 15 to get us started. And here's a man, I enjoyed being next to him yesterday for the first time in a while. It's my treat to spend the day in the box with Andrew Ryan. Rhino, let's get ready for a big clash. We have the champs versus the challengers here, and it's the Ginna CC Stockholm guys. They've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of day 2.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. Mr. Maximo with the preview for day 2 of the European Cricket Series here in Sweden. We are in the Swedish capital, Stockholm. It's another glorious day and ready for the contest between Ginna CC Stockholm and Albi's Army. So this should actually be a great preview as to what may happen in the later stages of the tournament. Certainly 2 of the stronger teams in this part of the world. Quick look at what happened yesterday. Kista Cricket Club, they were a bit unlucky in the first couple of games throughout the day. Stockholm Tigers reeled in what was a pretty substantial target of theirs in game 1. Excellent innings from Rizvi Hock, and Kaiser Azad gave them a great boost towards the end. Managed to chase down a hefty target, still a few balls remaining, and the runs kept on flowing in game 2. That was the first time we got to see Ginna CC in action, and Samir Khan and Shajil Sadakat, who was probably one of the best players on the field yesterday, really helped them get up to a solid total. Jamal Nazir, 3 sixes from him in succession, and they were able to successfully defend that target. On to match 3, and this was where the fireworks started. A huge partnership from Farhan Chaudhry and Shajil Sadakat took them up to 175, and despite a brave chase from the Stockholm Tigers, they ended up the day 1-1 as they could only reach 127. Azad in the runs again. Went on to match 4, second last of the day, and suddenly things took a turn to the low scoring end. Hammarby just scratched their way to 80 for 8. They'll certainly be better for that run. But Schiester, they clocked up their first win of the tournament. They reached 81 for 3 with still 3 overs remaining, but it was a much harder chase than it looked on the surface. 3 early wickets put them in a dicey position. And then to finish things off, one of the closest games of the day, as Sikif could only just reach 94 in pursuit of the target of 98 runs. And GC Stockholm ended up with yet another win. And speaking of GC, they're batting first in this contest here against a group who will no doubt be one of the absolute favourites for this tournament, Albi Zalmi from Stockholm area. Very impressive team. It's nicely played throughout the offside. Great timing. And that's going to race away for 4. As Maximo mentioned, no shortage of sunlight around these parts. It's Azim who's just played that through the offside, just in front of point. Not a huge amount of pace coming over the ball with Mir Afzal, who's got the new ball for this first over. Chaudhry at the non-striker's end. He was very good yesterday. Nice conditions here. A little bit of a light breeze. A bit cooler than it was yesterday. I'm sure that'll heat up. That's slogged across the line, and actually despite the best efforts of Azam Khalil out there at long on, it's gone for 4 pair of boundaries to start things off, and clearly Azim has gone out there with a mission of to take the attack up to bowlers from LB Zelmi. Amir Afzal under a little bit of pressure. Certainly excellent batting conditions this morning. It's very fresh air. Wind not as blustery as it was yesterday by any stretch. Oh, slogged down the ground. He's almost taken Mir Afzal's head off in the process. That's well timed. Probably the shot of the morning so far. Afzal just dropping it on. Wouldn't even say a length. It's too full, too straight, and just slapped down the ground. 3 consecutive boundaries for a min. He's feeling it early. Seeing this, as you do in most European Cricket Series tournaments, teams coming in for the first game. Just take a little bit of time to get settled. And that is coming straight to us. Well, it could have been straight to us. I was expecting Maximo to come around the back of the cube and take a catch. It was truly with the microphone attached. Didn't really have the capacity to take 2 steps to the side, but lovely strike. And that is 4-4-4 Maximo. All of a sudden, Jinnah Cricket Club up to 18 off 5 balls. Chaudhry can't even get near the strike at the moment. Oh, that one's on a length again, and it's cracked. It's cracked past extra cover. That's another 4, and that's a devastating start for Jinnah Cricket Club. Azim clubs it through the offside, and that is a fantastic start for them. That's the end of the first over. 26 on the board, I think, as we just welcome Mr. Maximo into the cricket commentary area. Wow. And have a look at that expected score, Maximo. We're almost there after 1 over.
Someone's poured the Kool-Aid in the supercomputer, because that 74-70 is a ridiculous expected score. Maybe in the power play. So I love the supercomputer. But anyway, it's fine.
Is that
They're averaging 132. But anyway, maybe, look, here's the thing about some supercomputer. When you see stuff that's surprising, it's amazing how often they kind of get it right. So, yeah, fair enough. But I think it's going to be a really exciting game. You can see that already. That's that Kudratul. That didn't go to plan for him. Magical first over, 22 without loss after 1.
Yeah, certainly was. He was pitching the ball up, which is not a bad tactic with the new ball, but almost no sideways movement whatsoever. And Looks like Jabbar's coming on for the second over. Some decisions to be made here for Azam Khalil. They're a team that, when they have played their best in the European Cricket League, when we saw them a couple of years ago, and they've been successful here in these ECS Stockholm events, they've built a lot of it off the back of really strong opening bowling sets and then just defending targets from there. But as it is, Cricket Club on top.
So, start of the second over. Oh, he's misjudged this, and it's going to cost him. Oh, can you believe what you're seeing here? I'm not sure if that's 4 or 6. We'll have a look at it here on the replay. It's so bright here, it's actually hard to see, which is quite unusual. But you see, just a little tap by Chowdhury, and then, yeah, I think it's gone for 6. Yeah, just 6. But you can see that if the field is where he should be, it should have been a chance. And Sami Khalil, the man, had just misjudged that. This is Usman Jabbar, bowling over 2. Punches the gap, and that's 4 as well. Very good start for Gino. Hit the ground running here on day 2.
Yeah, certainly have. Outfielders, for him, Chaudhry is going to get into the same, Farhan Chaudhry is going to get in the same mood that he was yesterday. I wouldn't be charging off that boundary whatsoever. He is a solid striker of a cricket ball. Nonchalantly standing there at the striker's end with his bucket hat on. Not a care in the world. Lovely ball striker.
Yeah, Jabbar. He's famous for many reasons. I'll give you one in a sec, though. Oh, in the air. Draws a false shot. And this is probably going to run away for 4 as well. So nothing going right at the moment for Albi Zalmi. As this power play spiraled out of control. It's 36. We're only halfway through it.
It's interesting field placing at the moment, Vinny. 2 observations. Yesterday we saw a lot of balls that went through that area at backward point from false shots that ended up flying to the boundary. It's a really, really quick part of the field down there, a little bit downhill. Secondly, there hasn't been a single ball on leg stump, and both of these opening bowlers pretty capable. I'm not sure why they're wasting someone at fine leg.
Yeah, good point. It's Jabbar. Keeper up to the stump, Ismail Zia. Attacking move. Again, I like these guys, the way they're willing to kind of hit the V. I think it's one thing that set them apart from some of the other batters we saw yesterday. Slightly different wins so far. If anything, it's coming right to left, which is the opposite of what we had yesterday, where it very heavily favoured the leg side of right-handers.
Interesting, but I don't think it's a bad thing for Chaudhry. He loves going hard on the offside.
Right on cue, hacks across one, but he finds Sami Khalil. Fields that one without incident. Just want to say good morning to everyone in the YouTube chat as well. I'm just about to log in there, but yeah, hopefully you're having a really nice morning. I tell you what, long days, something like 18 and a half hours of sunlight a day at the moment. And then, I know I went out for dinner last night, came back about 11:30. Still plenty of glow in the sky. Throws the hands at this. It's partially knocked down. That's going to be 4 as well. This is frustrating for Albi Zalmi. Getting close to fielding some of these balls, but not fielding too many. And that takes the score past 40. And that's also the end of the over. 41 without loss. What a crazy start to the day it is.
Crazy indeed, Mr. Maximo. One of the highlights of this field, though, and same thing when we've been down at Lance Corona the last couple of years, we take that up just after we have a quick look at the standings. And the boys from Jinnah CC, they ended up the first day in a great position. You certainly wouldn't say they were dominant in all of those contests, aside from the one where they managed to reach the upper levels of 176, I think it was.
Yeah, 175, yeah.
75.
But Sikif had a chance to knock them off their perch, though, in match 5, didn't they, last night? In the end, it was just 3 runs between the teams. So yeah, a bit of a frustrating one for the newcomers. But Jinnah just seemed a slightly more experienced side. Ended up being 97-94. Okay, time for over number 3. Don't judge a game too quickly, though. We know that things can change and turn around pretty quick. Yeah, Usman Jabbar, I was going to say, he was the man that hit the winning run when Albi Zalmi won that Group D final. And he was tackled by about 20 of his teammates. And there were only 13 on the team. Anyways, chopped on here. A wicket first ball. And Kamran Rashid comes on, and he's the man that gets the breakthrough. Chaudhry just kind of didn't quite judge the bounce of that one, didn't move the feet. There's a polite inquiry from the bowler, Rashid, but it was all academic because it crashed into the bottom edge of the stumps and just dislodged the bail. Chaudhry, the first wicket of the day.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling from Rashid. Just a little bit more short of a length compared to what the 2 openers have been. He's been fed too many into his hitting arc. through the covers, but that's actually nice bit of length bowling. No idea what Rashid was asking from the umpire. Maybe just acknowledgement of an excellent start and a good seed to send Chaudhry back to the pavilion, but that is a much-needed wicket for Albi Zalmi, and you can see a little bit of relief on their faces.
One thing we do say is don't judge a game too early, because things can turn around pretty quick. You know that when these two teams met back in, I think it was the 2021 series, Magasanska Frenning, as they were known then, now known as Jinnah. They were 7-1 through the group stage, topping Group A. Albi Zalmi had a pretty horrendous group stage. They snuck into 4th place and almost weren't even going to make the top 4. And so essentially they were ranked 8th in the tournament, but then they knocked off Jinnah in the quarterfinals. So that set off a chain of events that would dramatically catapult Albi Zalmi ultimately into the ECL, and they won their Group D.
Altering the landscape of Swedish cricket.
Forever.
It's like a sliding doors moment.
It really is. And a new batter coming out is Imam Din, so didn't see him yesterday, but again, a pretty powerful striker of the ball. I think the fact the wind isn't so strong left to right at the moment, it might change. It's a little bit of a game changer. Changes the dynamics. I think already it's slightly risky to go across the line on this pitch because we saw it's a little bit more up and down yesterday than you might expect. Goes after this and gets it wrong. Fielder comes back and takes the catch. Brilliant effort that. That's Mashal Khan who came back, and Albi Zalmi, their fielding has been close but not really close enough so far, but they've turned the game on its head in this 3rd over. Cameron Rashid gets another one. It's 42 for 2.
Yeah, go back to length, Vinny. It is all about length, 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 and Rashid has once again hit that spot just short of a length. Batter trying to almost in between, push it straight and hard, but ends up getting a bit big on him and popped up for what was a relatively comfortable catch by Khan out there at mid-off position. Well taken in the end, though. And this has been an excellent over from Rashid. I think his teammates should take note of his location.
Yeah, I suppose he's got a little pace to do it as well, you know. But still, I mean, the openers kind of done their job. They've got them off to a flyer as Azim Amin departs for 26 off just 8 balls. So, yeah, very, very good strike rate for him. But Cameron Rashid, 2 for 1. This is what you got to hope, that you can just keep this momentum going for Albi Zalmi. You know, if you can take 2 more wickets now, you've completely changed the landscape of this game. Get them 4 or 5 down for about 50. It's such a fast-paced format.
Particularly 2 new batters at the crease too, Vinny. They've got 3 balls left in the power play, but fresh batters.
This next one pass actually bowls off the wrong foot, Rashid, which means that he actually skips on his right foot and then lands on the right foot again before entering his delivery stride. But this guy, Samir Khan, he showed he's a very good batter as well. Just looking at their lineup, and they bat all the way down. And Mohamed Bilal leading Jinnah CC Stockholm. Captain Wakar sitting out today. Of course, the players do have to juggle other commitments and sometimes miss games for personal reasons. That's completely understandable in the European Cricket Series, where we're at with cricket at the moment, but still, edge of your seat stuff. Oh, well bowled. Whistles past the outside edge. And, yeah, credit to Rashid. He's turned this around.
Yeah, a little bit zippier, that ball too, Vinny. He went for a slightly fuller length, particularly probing the new batter. It's good bowling. He's hit some good location, just on or about outside off stump. A little bit of movement away.
Quick good morning to Rob Thompson, watching from New Zealand in the chat. Hello to Dave B, as well, watching from France. And to Kroom, nice to have you with us. And to everyone else, why don't you drop us a message in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Goes short again. He rushes him. It's off the gloves. And it's going to be a single. Ballooned, but didn't balloon quick enough to get to, or far enough to get to the field. At end of a brilliant over. Pair of deuces for Rashid, 2 for 2, end of the power play, and suddenly things looking a lot more reasonable. It's 43 for 2.
A lot more reasonable, a lot more even too. And isn't that quite a statement from Rashid after his opening bowling partners went for 22 and 19 respectively, and he's come in, not only taken 2 wickets, but only gone for 2 runs in the meantime. So as it is, probably honours even after this power play. Jinnah, 2 new batters at the crease into the middle order somewhat, and certainly the strength sits at that top. Chaudhry, he stayed around a long time, but On saying that, Vinny, one of the stars of yesterday, Shardil Sadakat, looking forward to seeing him come into the middle overs.
Yeah, for sure. I still got to say, we got to take the supercomputer in for a tune-up. I think might even be missing a digit. 70? What?
The supercomputer had a heavy night at karaoke last night.
I think that the supercomputer might have just watched that Group D final where Albi Zalmi won it like 67, 66, and I reckon the supercomputer was up late last night watching that a few times.
Fixated on a small sample size.
Silly numbers. Anyway, I actually like this. The supercomputer spits out some stuff sometimes that you don't really think makes sense. Because, you know, what happens now, we'll probably see them collapse and be all out for 70 or something, and the supercomputer will be laughing.
I'd suggest with the supercomputer, same thing as when I make a proposal at work, and we'll just see this first ball from the Woodseye. Decent length, just gets him on the back foot. So essentially, whenever you make a financial proposal within the world of business, particularly sports business, I like to at least start the conversation with, about the only thing I can guarantee is that this forecast will be wrong, because it has a 1 in a million chance of being correct. And then you're setting the environment for low expectations.
Yeah, well, low expectations. It got me where I am today. Dawodzai gets crunched and straight through the hands of Kudratullah Mirafzal. It was a spicy one. I think it was a bit of an end of the finger job as well. So just brute power winning out 4 runs.
Yeah, not a great desire to put his chest behind the ball on that occasion. Mirafzal, if I was the bowler, I'd be giving him a slight death stare. Just tried to pirouette and take the pace off the ball. Really, at the speed that was hit, needed to get his body right behind it, and he could have been in position to affect the dismissal.
Well, it is also hard to chase the score down with 3 broken ribs, so maybe it was the right choice. Goes back and one hand, one bounce job. That's his Malzia behind the stumps. And he was really critical in the ECL campaign for Albi Zalmi as well. Hit the winning runs in, I think it was qualifier 2. They had a pretty tough group, actually. They had a group with the Belgian club, Austrian Exiles, and they had a group with a German club, MSC Frankfurt. Rated to the top 5 in Europe in 2022. Well, this is launched. That's out of here. Forget it. Maximo just picks it up. There's a good bit of timing from Samir Khan, and that brings up the 50 for Jinnah. They've had the wobbles, but they're trying to get the ship back on track, and that'll help.
Nice shot. A little bit across the line, as we've spoken about earlier today, but got a good piece of it, and despite the wind blowing back in from that side today, no issues in covering the boundary.
To give you an idea of the start, I'll tell you in a second, but it was a crazy start to the day. Goes back at angles. This, Fiona should cut this off. Does. Just get the one. Good bit of work in the end. That's Shahid Ali down there. So there was a dot first ball of the day, and then the next 8 balls were boundaries. So that's the kind of start we had. It's been a little bit more normal, I suppose, in the 3rd and 4th over. Yeah, but the first 2 overs went for 41, and the next 2 overs, still a ball to come, only 13. Make that 19, because that's gone miles. Oh, adios pelota. Maximo Imam Din comes to the party, second ball. Again, Dawodzai, that pickup length doesn't work, and at the end of 4, it's 60 for 2.
Oh, if you're a player of that type, then that is the ball you are sweating on. Full in the slot, able to be slogged over long on, and he's taken full toll. Can't bowl that length in T10 cricket when it's dead straight. Have a quick look at the run rate. Hasn't this been all over the shop? No wonder the supercomputer's struggling to keep up.
It looks like it's moderate there, but that's because the first over has pulled the scale of the graph up to 30. But 15 and over, 150 pace, yep, sure. I think Albi Zalmi would have liked to have batted first as well. But they've been, for the most part, batting well in domestic cricket here. Just to remind everyone, okay, we have 11 teams in this competition. There are 2 spots in the, I suppose, what you'd call it, like the Fantastic Four, that will have a chance to play ECL cricket. So the top 2 teams from this competition, as well as the top 2 teams in the Swedish Cup T10, will basically play a straight 2 semi-finals and a final day of cricket. Probably, in a couple of months' time, I'd imagine, to decide who goes to the ECL Champions League in 2024. Rashid's back. They need him. He goes short again, but this time Samir's waiting for it. He just helps it around the corner for a boundary.
Small conversation between bowler and batter after that pull shot, suggesting maybe wouldn't mind dishing out a few more short of a length ones for him to pull to the leg side. But in defence of Albizomi, and we saw this yesterday, Vinny, of teams coming in fresh for their first game. They're starting their tournament today. They're up against Jinnah, who's already had 3 games to get accustomed to the ground and to the format yesterday. Yeah. So expect that Albizomi will be a much better proposition later in the tournament than they are today. But I guess the task for them here is to see if they can recover from what was a fairly disastrous start with the ball.
In 2021, they were really slow starters as well. That's not a habit you want to get into. That's well bowled. I was wondering whether he'd go full or not. Well, they're going to have a pop at him. This would have been gone, you know. Oh, wow. Slightly lazy non-striking from Den. He just crept a little bit too far away from home base. There's a half chance, but a chance nonetheless.
Half chance. One other aspect of it that was good was seeing the fielder come in from long on and back up to ensure that there wasn't a single given away with the shot at the stumps. Good play.
Because always reading the plate. This time, tempted Yorker again turns into a full toss, but it's just a single.
Almost a little scoop shot around the quarter. It wasn't a full-blooded swing.
He was actually hoping to get a little bit later and get it behind square, in which case you're using the pace a bit more. It probably runs away for 4, but I'm really loving this contest. I mean, I flagged this one yesterday when we were looking at the fixtures for today on day 2, that this first game is an absolute certified card-carrying humdinger. Den gets another pseudo Yorker. Just gets the bottom of the bat on it. That's out to Dawadzai.
What goes into the vernacular as a pseudo Yorker? Is it Yorker impersonating?
Yeah, it wasn't a real Yorker, but it kind of did the job. It was like a Wish.com version of a Yorker there. You could only get the... If you put it away, that's actually a half volley. But, you know, it's still...
The outcome determining the quality of ball.
Exactly. Takes this one off the stumps, whips it away. Should just be 1. It is. Sami Khalil had that slight volley early where he misjudged one that went for 6, but I suppose... In the end, the opener's an ancient history at this stage, so it hasn't cost them too much. Still from here, okay, you're going to go for, let's say, high 60s here. Albizomi, you can keep it 10s from here. You got 120, a fairly average score to chase. In the air, and I think this one is travelling out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Din's shown that he's strong. Straight down the ground, another sight screen buster, and the first half of this innings finishes with a bang. 5 overs down. It's 73 for 2.
Yeah, it's set up pretty nicely for Jinnah. They've recovered from the loss of the 2 wickets in Rashid's first overs. We have a quick look at what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. We're here for 2 weeks in Sweden. Combination of both this ECS tournament and the internationals next weekend.
Yeah, super exciting with the internationals here in Sweden. We'll have Sweden as well as Germany and Estonia. Estonia making their T10 international debut. In day 13 and 14 of our adventure. But we've got plenty more locations, Romania, Hungary and Czech Republic, and then Switzerland next after that, and Germany after that on the ECS tour. But also, we've got some bonus content for you with the Bulgaria T20 International Series, which is actually only a couple of weeks away, 2.5 weeks away. Also some women's cricket with the Netherlands playing, and also the Valletta Cup in Malta. Let's get back to the action. And Azam Khalil's come in, so I'm a little bit surprised, but we haven't seen him until now. Because Azam, he's a bit of a mystery spinner, to be honest. He's got this carom ball that he bowls, which is an alternative to a regular off spinner. This one is worked away, but the fielder should cover this. Albizomi have worked really hard in their fielding. They've actually got the youngest team in the league now. So with players like, for example, Rahul Khan, now seeing out maybe this season at least at Hammarby. So, you've got a lot of youngsters. There's a big focus on youngsters in the organisation. They've also got a women's team, I know. And, yeah, women's cricket here in... Oh, no, they've given away an overthrow here, and I have no idea how.
If you were just going to segue into the fact that their fielding is elite now, that they've got such a young group, that wasn't the timing to do it. That was a poor bit of teamwork. No backing up, and the keeper just distracted.
Yeah, I mean, that's one they shouldn't have given away. But, I mean, sometimes these can work out for you because you've got a different batter on strike. Again, the outcome will determine whether that was okay or not. I mean, it was such a slow throw that certainly shouldn't have given away an overthrow. But no real damage. Next ball only goes for 1. Yeah, so women's cricket is certainly coming along in Sweden as well. I know that I was covering our first ever ECIW series that Sweden took part in, did very well. some good young players in there like Insigne Lundell and Gudrun Schukler. And I know, yeah, the Elby's Army, the women's team, compete in the local competition as well. But anyway, right now, Azam is the T10 captain. Let's pull his over. And goes for it, and this one will be out of the ground. Maximo! Azam had avoided punishment. This one probably, by his own admission, would be a little bit too straight, a bit angled in towards leg stump and allowed that shot. Not an easy one. In the end, it was a bit of a draw. 10 come off it, and the score at the end of 6 is 83 for 2.
I was about to mention that it was actually a pretty accurate over from Zinkplil up until that point, gave it a little bit more air, but as we see on the batting scorecard, Din and Khan have really settled in pretty well. Actually, Din's going at a rapid strike rate, 17 off 6 so far. He sort of just snuck up.
Well, the thing is, he hasn't faced too much. So, I mean, both these two came in around about the same time, just 2 balls apart. The openers went in quick succession to Rashid. So, hello to Nick. Hopefully you're well. And, yeah, nice chance to join us for a chat in the live chat. It's one of the unique and special aspects of cricket on ECN is that you can hop into the chat. And it's National Day here in Sweden as well, so it's a big day in Sweden. More about that in a second. Right now, it's like slower ball from Javid Dawidzai. So I know there's a lot of celebrations going around Stockholm today, and yeah, very happy Swedish National Day to all of our viewers out there that are watching from Sweden. We know there are plenty of them.
It's a public holiday.
It is, yeah.
In Stockholm. Wow, I mean, it sort of explains why we've got quite a reasonable crowd down here already at the Master Cricket Ground.
Oh, again, this one keeps down a little bit. Although I do think Imam wasn't really balanced. Certainly has looked a bit more comfortable on the front foot, bang him down the ground. Yeah, and as you'd know, Rhino, that June 6 is considered the National Day of Sweden, or the birth of modern, quote-unquote, Sweden, because in 1523, Gustav Eriksson Vasa was elected King of Sweden after he led an uprising to break the union between Sweden, Denmark and Norway. And, yeah, it was on June 6.
Yeah.
This one jumps a bit. So.
Certainly does, but good top order batsman back in the day, Gustav, I gather. Know how to wield a weapon in his hand.
I'll have to ask our regular tournament referee, Rob Kemming, if he
may have actually supervised him back in the day.
Presented the crowd, I think, on that occasion. And before 1983, the day was celebrated as Swedish Flag Day. And this one is going to knock him over. It's a little bit of the variable bouncing. They found the length to Din. They didn't let him get on the front stool. And he was just kind of swatting flies, horizontal bat style, last 3 balls. But it's 3 strikes, you're out. And it's 83 for 3.
Dawidzai, what a way to celebrate National Day here in Sweden. Short of a length ball, cannons in to the top of the stumps. That was actually a pretty ordinary shot from Din, who'd batted well up until that point. But they needed that wicket. The boys from Albi Zalmi, that pair was starting to get very comfortable. And Jinnah Cricket Club have given themselves a platform. They've still got Nazir and Sadakat in the hatch ready to come out. And they have enough balls to do some damage. So they are still in an excellent position to probably put on a target of 130, 135 if they can get motoring in these later stages.
Yeah, I mean, still a lot can happen. We saw last night, Jinnah CC Stockholm kind of be in a really strong position after 8 overs and then just kind of fall back in the 9th and 10th overs, only getting four off each of those, and didn't quite crack the 100. As it was enough to hold on against Sikif in their first ever ECN match. But this is a player, Sadakat, that can really get things moving coming to the crease now.
If I was the skipper, Azim Khalil, I'd probably be inclined to bowl myself again for the next over. Bring his spinners, particularly given he moves the ball both ways against the new batter. Don't want Sadakat to get relaxed and comfortable and then tee off in the last few.
I think we will see Azam next. Anyway, this is up in the air, slight false shot. Fielder's camped under it, and he takes the catch. Really well judged out there, so Sadakat goes for a golden duck. Dawidzai 2 in 2, and that could be very, very important in the context of this game. It's 83 for 4.
Indeed, Vinny Sandhu. Sadakat was in such good form yesterday. We just mentioned that they wanted a specific plan to get him early. That's a really good catch, and the ball just slightly holding up in the breeze. They would have gone for 6 yesterday, undoubtedly.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's not what Sharjeel wanted following off the field. The golden Derek. And what about Dawodzai? 2 wickets in quick succession. It's been that kind of an innings where there's been double blows, hasn't there? Cameron Rashid took 2 and 3 in the 3rd over. And Javid Dawodzai takes 2 in 2 here. Usman Jabbar, the man that judges that, going to his left. And so Javid Dawodzai get the chance to go for his hat-trick. Haven't seen one in the competition so far. Here we go. Oh, this one keeps down. Ismail Zia does really well to knock that down on the second bounce. Brilliant over. In fact, that's a double wicket maiden for Javid Dawodzai. And this game has turned on its head. He kind of felt like it had a few twists and turns into 7 overs. It's 83 for 4. Well, Dawodzai went for 17 in his first, but he finishes with just 17 after 2 against his name, and those 2 big wickets. Particularly, I think, Shajil Sadakat going first ball. He's batting in the 5 position, and he made some big runs there yesterday. Tazanuk Hussain is the new batter. Negotiates the first ball. And I'm going to go back to the catch-up, Usman Jabbar, to bowl over number 8 rather than going straight back to Azam Khalil. So, yeah, Khalil's not afraid to bowl himself at the end. I just think it's a huge wicket. Having said that, Samir Khan is still there on 25. Time for the 8th over. Great keeping. Ismail Zia bowled as well from Jabbar. But yeah, Ismail Zia, wait, he's a tall guy, but he's kind of, what's the word? He's lanky. So he's got long arms, and so he's still able to keep those hands pretty low even as he's getting up. Really sharp bit of work up to the stumps. As far as a bowler-keeper, lanky combination, you'd be hard-pressed to find one that's lankier in world cricket than Ismail Zia behind the stumps and Usman Jabbar. They've also got Zabula Niazi, who can also do a bit of keeping if necessary during the series. Ismail's also a pretty decent fielder if he's out running around. Jabbar gets the batter to push and run. So Tazanuk Hussain's off the mark. So can Albi Zawi continue this good run they're on at the moment? Up in the air, hanging. It's a chance, and it's taken. Yeah, for the most part, I think the fielding's been good. That looks like Shahid Ali that runs around from the short third man region and takes it down to his right. And another wicket falls. Jinnah CC hit the skids here. It's 85 for 5. It's a ball. I'm not sure if it would have been a wide, but almost. Judges it very well. Had the sun to contend with a little bit there as well. And so that's the set batter as well. No one had faced more balls in this innings than Samir Khan, but he has to go for 26. And it's 85 for 5. Well, maybe the supercomputer was onto something, although we did pass the 70 some time ago, but it was looking like it was going to be way more than that. At the moment, it'll just be probably a fair few more than that. But, you know, they bat deep. Usman. Oh, great keeping again. I think it's probably wide. Doesn't take the pad on the way through, but Zia does really well to cover this angle and at least block it. I know it doesn't take it cleanly, but that's one of the drawbacks of keeping up to the stumps is those balls that go behind the batter can be really difficult to prevent for going for extras. Again, he's kept well so far. This year, the new batter, well, he's a pretty good number 7. And case in point here, although it's a chance, and it's gone. Well, there you go. Nasir's going to go now for a duck. And he just faces the wide, and then he doesn't quite get this out in the middle. It's Zabiul Niazi, who we were just talking about a moment ago. He knew he had room to move. He stood his ground. He took it without a metre to spare. And so Almi Zalmi, their fielding has turned this around, holding on to their chances. And, well, not the first time we've seen the Golden Derrick in this innings. As Jamal Nasir, very powerful striker, goes without scoring. That's 85 for 6. This is what I love about this format. I love it so much that it seems to be heading one way, but then you get surprised And you'd say now Albies Army are on top in this game. And just after 2 overs, don't forget they were 41 without loss. So it essentially, they scored 41 off the first 2 overs. They scored about the same amount off the next 5. Or since. That's another way I could put that. This is it out, but there's a sweeper at deep point. And despite the slight fumble from Darwin Zai, it'll just be 1. And so brilliant over from Jabbar. And it's the end of 8. It's 87 for 6. So yeah, just 4 runs off that over. That's coming after the maiden as well. And, you know, everyone was thinking, myself included, that it probably Azam Khalil that was going to come back. But he just spotted an opportunity to get Jabbar back. And remember, Jabbar got taken to the cleaners a bit in the second over, went for 19. But he's come back well. It's a really good sign, I think. We've had a couple of occasions. Darwin Zaya's won. He went for 17 in his first, then came up with a maiden in his second and a couple of wickets. And then also Jabbar, 19 in his first and just those 4 in his second. As Khalil does come back in the ninth. So the fact that they've trusted bowlers to come back after they've had expensive overs and that they've delivered. Albies Army, for such a young side, they are actually pretty experienced, particularly in T10 and particularly T10 at a high level. Plenty of players here did go to Khartoum for the ECL in 2022. That carrom ball's hit pretty hard. Jamal's got a bit of a task. He's not going to get there. 4 runs. Good shot. That's certainly well struck. Got the 2 Hussains together. That's Tasaduk Hussain. That is able to slam that one just wide of Usman Jawar at long on. You've also got Taj Hussain there. Has previously played some cricket for Albies Army as well. So yeah, 110 pace at the moment. Let's see who wins the last 2 overs, I think, is who's ahead in the game. Or last 10 balls even, which is what we're down to. A little bit quicker from Khalil. Does mix up his pace a bit. Just the 1. I think Albies Army know as well, you're going to get smashed sometimes. It's going to happen. They haven't really dropped their heads despite that horrendous first 2 overs. This one's ill-directed from Khalil, and it's going to disappear. It's going to be 4 runs. He just, a couple of times he's tried to bowl that ball, and I think it's that little one that slides on, but he's just got a little bit too close to the pads of the batter. That's a fairly easy put away for Taj Hussain this time. He moves to 6. Azam needs to turn it around. He won't, because this is out of here. And it's a pick-up length, and it disappears. Maximo brings up the 100 for GC Stockholm. Well, this innings is a proper roller coaster, isn't it? You're up, you're down, you're spinning around. And for everything, I think they're on about an average run rate. It's been feast or famine, basically, in this first innings of the day. Slower this time. Again, it's the line. It's not particularly good, but great bit of fielding out there from Mashal Khan. Covers it. And that's the end of the over. So it's 104 for 6 after 9. Khalil, probably not his best performance with the ball. He'll finish with none for 27. He'll head into the 10th over. Yeah, going back to that ECL in 2022. I'll never forget on that Group D finals day, watching the footage of the Albies Army youngsters. They were all watching the game in a room, and those 2 really close games that saw Albies Army through to the championship week. They were jumping on tables, and yeah, they were just super excited. Also, we've seen them celebrating their 2 ECS trophies over the last couple of years. But I mean, I think, yeah, they'd be up there, Albies Army, but I don't think there's any clear favourite for this series this year. Last overtime, it's going to be Kudratullah to come back. Remember, he copped a bit of a pasting in the first over, but it's a different feel now. Yeah, I think the new ball disappeared. Yeah, partly that shiny ball, I think, just flying off the bat a bit harder. Kudratullah, he'll often bowl the first and the last. Oh, this one's going to disappear. Abracadabra. Maximo! Decent shot that. Tasaduk Hussain this time. Just a little bit of length from Kudratullah Mirafsal. I think he probably should have stuck with the Yorker, worked the first ball. This one, by plan or or otherwise. Just ended up in a comfortable hitting zone for the right-hander. Does try to go back to the Yorker, and he might get a wicket here. He hasn't found it. I think this is just okay. It's an attempted Yorker gone wrong. I have this around knee high. Yeah, spot on, about knee high. False shot, just cost 1 in the end. 3 to come. Oh, once again, offers a bit of length. It's cashed in, and I think that's gone for 6. Yeah, it has. Maximo. Yeah, Kudrat hasn't had a good time when he's banged it in a bit shorter. You can see there. It's good effort out there. Tries to pull it back, but yeah, I think it just bounces outside the line. So it is 6. The officials have a good view of that one as well. So 118, couple to come. This is a good little partnership between the T10s. Loads this up. They won't get one, I suppose, with them both hitting the ball reasonably well. Doesn't really matter who's on strike for the last ball. So 120. I think everything's set up for a cracking chase. Jabbar just runs all the way from backward square leg to have a word with Kudrat. Maybe saying, don't bang it in. All right, last ball. Hit back, and they'll try for 2 here. They shouldn't get it. Sabi will probably go to the keeper. He does. Nice fielding. Really well executed. Professional work from the outside. Make sure it's only 1 because there's only really 1.5 in it. So it's going to be 120 on the nose. Genesee Stockholm setting 121 for Albi Zalmi. And, oh, it's an innings that had a few twists and turns, that's for sure. And ultimately, we've got a game on our hands. And pretty even contest, I think, between 2 high-quality T10 units. As we roll into the highlights, first innings of the day. Day 2 underway. Albi Zalmi, 2-time champions of the ECS and former top 5 club in Europe. But it was Genesee Stockholm that came out swinging for the fences, didn't they, after the 3 wins yesterday? That was a slight misjudgment from Sami Khalil. Farhan Chowdhury, though, he went, and this is after an opening partnership of 41 in just 12 balls. So, and he needed to turn things around, didn't they, Albi Zalmi? And it was Cameron Rashid that did. He came in on the 3rd over, not just once, but twice, and it was nice at this stage. It's a good catch by Mashal Khan that was able to get Azim Amin for 26 off just 8. So, yeah, the first 41 runs came in 12 balls, and it basically took them another 5 overs or so to get that many again. Imam Din, he looked good down the ground, but then had a few more troubles when he was trying to hit across the line. And it just shows you how quick things can change. So once again, we saw Jabbar coming back with 2 wickets. We saw Dawood with double wicket made it in the 7th. So there was this kind of this stage where it looked like they may only get to, say, 105, 110. But then, to be fair to Genesee, they turned things around the last couple of overs. Khalil went for 17 in the 9th, and then Kudrat 16 in the 10th. And so, like a little bit of the byplay as well. These guys know each other so well. They love their cricket. They love to entertain, and I think win for even more entertainment because this is, I feel, a pass score. I said 115 to 120 yesterday. 120 is what Genesee end up with. I think after the first 2 overs, Albi Zalmi, if you'd offered them 120 to chase, they would have taken it gleefully. Bit of a team effort again from Genesee Stockholm with 3 players reaching 20. I loved Azima mid early, 26 off 8 in the power play. 15 for Chowdhury was pretty quick as well. Samir Khan, 26 off 19. Didn't hit it as well as some of his teammates. We did stick around for a while. Imam Din, 17, including a couple of big Maximos down the ground. And that Hussain partnership late on the piece got them to 120. Twofers for Usman Jabbar as well as Rashid and Dawood Zai. Yeah, of the 6 wickets that went in the meat of the innings, they all fell in pairs, didn't they? And then there was a wicket off the last ball, trying an impossible second run. But I think, yeah, credit to Rashid. For me, he's the one that turned it around at the beginning. 2 for 15 he took. Dawood Zai as well. I mean, anytime you take a double wicket made, it's going to be a pretty good result. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. And Albi Zalmi, the defending champions, will be chasing 121 for victory at Jinnah. Well, they'll need to defend this score to keep their undefeated ECS alive. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Andrew Ryan will be back with us shortly as well. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello ECN fans, welcome back to Stockholm as we're ready for the chase in match 6, first of 5 games today. And it's going to be Tassaduk Hussain to get us underway. The score required is 121 for Albies Army. Shake, rattle, and let's roll. Second innings. And it's a dot ball to get us started. So, pretty much I think a pass score being chased, but easy. It's good pace from Tassaduk Hussain, but he is called wide. And so, I want to welcome back everyone to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or maybe on FanCode in India. Hopefully you've got great bunch of time on your hands to enjoy. Albies Army kind of blown away in the first 2 overs, weren't they? Conceded 41. Say hello to Dave in the chat. Hello to Nick as well. So yeah, starts are important. This is just going to be a single, so just 3 off this over so far. Chalk and cheese, these 2 starts between the 2 teams. Openers out there. Shane Ali and Ismail Zia. Heavy ball again from Tassaduk Hussain. In the CC Stockholm, like I said, there's a bit of history with Albies Army, and these guys know each other pretty well. There's a couple of players that have played for both clubs. In ECS history, at least. It was Albies Army that knocked out Gina CC Stockholm. We last saw Gina in the competition. Tipped Yorker goes slightly wrong, turns into a full toss. And so, I think, yes, the start's important, but also having your key players available to do some damage. I think that's also important. Don't want to throw your wicket away. This one really jumps on Shahid Ali. And able to deal with it. End of it. Pretty impressive first over from Hussain. It's 5 without loss. 51 matches since the Golden Ball. I thought we might have got one last night. It was super close, wasn't it? Just 3 runs separating Gina CC and a new team, Sikif. Stockholm's International Kultur och Idrottsförening. That was from memory, by the way. It's up, it's in the air, and it's been taken. Wow, it's a very interesting effort. I think that's actually the two Husseins. They formed a partnership at the end of the first innings, but that time they formed an unlikely catching partnership, if you want to call one. Yeah, just tried to go leg side. And in the end, it was Tasnik Hussein that took the catch. It was Taj Hussein that tried to get out the way. So it will be the first wicket. It's 5 for 1. Azam Khalil, though, the new batter. And he's coming out in the number 3 position. That's where he normally bats. New bowler, Mohamed Bilal, who's got the captaincy duties today. Wow, Azam Khalil comes down, absolutely smashes that one over long on. Maximo! That was large. He does like to kind of shimmy down the wicket. There it is. And he picks that up and gets it absolutely right. This one keeps down a bit. It's good adjustment from Khalil. Come back from Bilal as well. He doesn't throw, which is probably smart. I say 12 and over required. You want to be around that rate. Shahid Ali hasn't really got going yet. He's a prodigious talent. Oh, well, he's knocked over this time. He goes on the long march to nowhere. Keeps a little bit low from Bilal, and over goes the timber. So both openers in the shed. And Albies Almi have lost a second wicket. It's 13 for 2. So, disappointment for Shahid Ali. It just never really happened for him in that innings. Yeah, it's a bit of a nothing shot in the end, wasn't it? And Niazi, the new batter, Zabul Niazi. Well, Niazi has a close call first up to Bilal. And things that's kind of happening in twos in this game, aren't they? 2 wickets in this over. Still a ball to go. Azam Khalil, the only real shot in anger so far. This one's pulled reasonably wide. Gets away from the keeper. In fact, this is going to go all the way. So it's going to be 5 wides and really just what the doctor ordered. I think this is maybe, I thought it was a slightly slower ball attempt. Maybe it's just dragged down on reflection from Bilal. And so, add 5 to the total. I won't go to the graphics just yet because there's still a ball to go. Still think this game could go either way. This goes, oh, he overcommits. Oh, I reckon that was half a chance to get him. Azam Khalil's pretty keyed in here. And he's going to take a run in the end anyway. Let's have a look at this. I have a feeling with a good throw that Niazi was in trouble. He just goes on the hit. Khalil wasn't interested at all because it was pretty much straight to the fielder. In the end, he probably did scramble home. But then look at Azam Khalil, the way that he picks up the situation, and he says, "Look, if you can get up, then we can run here." And so they do get one in the end. So Albies Army, their first match of the tournament, CC Stockholm already up the top of the table with 3 wins out of 3 yesterday. Get to see Stockholm CC in the next match as well. We'll see Mashta today. We'll get to see Hudinga today as well. So 11 sides in this competition. Only 4 make it through to the semi-finals. Jamal Nasir comes on. Now this should be gone, and it is gone eventually. So Niasi goes, and although good deed goes unpunished, remember, they ended up taking that single off the last ball, which we thought was good play. But what it has done, it's taken Khalil to the non-strikers again, and again where he's stuck in this power play. Just didn't time up that pull shot. A little fumble, but taken on the second attempt. It's Shajil Sanakat, I think, that takes the catch. So, Albies Army, as we know they can do sometimes, they can lose wickets in clumps. And the score's 19 for 3. This will unite the Khalils. Sami Khalil comes to the crease at number 5. So, yeah, 3 wickets a concern. I think the lack of runs may be a little bit of a concern as well, but with players like this there, they can probably handle that. It's around 13 and over required at the moment, so it's got up about a point so far. Whipped away to the leg side. This will just be a single. So Sami Khalil's off the mark. Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint this innings so far where it's gone wrong for Albies Army. There's been some good bowling in there, you've got to say that. I think maybe just looking for the wrong shot on occasion. When they have tried the right shot, it hasn't been well executed anyway, but I mean, Khalil's looked very, very good there. He's coming off a century on the weekend in the domestic competition as well. Nazam. Oh, this is hit really hard. And, well, there's some communication issues between the two Khalils in the end. Nazam decides there's not a run there. That was hit so hard, but we know that Farhan Chowdhury's a very good fielder. He didn't take it cleanly, but he did stop it and kept the ball in front of him. So Nazam will retain the strike. I think he's probably going to wander down the pitch at this one, if I know him. There he does. And this next one is well knocked down in the outfield. That's Azim Amin out there. Does well to keep it to 1. It's a frustrating time for Azam Khalil at the moment, who hasn't really been able to impose himself on the innings because he spent a lot of time at the non-strikers end in the last 5 minutes. Sami grabs the strike. This is pulled away. It's a really nice shot off the hip. That's going to be 4. And Nasir just gets a little bit too close to the body of Sami Khalil, just angling in towards him. Beautifully swatted away, square of the wicket. So Albies Army trying to get things back on track. They are slightly behind, but only slightly. Now, wild swing, wasn't in control of this shot. Let's enter the power play. And the score is 25 for 3. Just a reminder to everyone that you can follow us on social media at European Cricket. Already a few highlights going on from yesterday. Have a look at the first innings. Like I said, it was a feast or a famine, wasn't it? You got 3 overs. Yeah, the bottom 3 overs went for 6 if you combine them. And then you got the top 3 overs went for 58. So it's a little bit of everything. They did pretty well to rebound to 120. In the end, they took 33 off the last 2 overs after the very lean 7th and 8th overs. But that's the beauty of the format. Change of bowling now. Shajil Sanakat, who just took the catch to remove Niazi. He's gonna bowl over number 4. into the power play. So 5 outfielders allowed from this point in time. So it makes it a little bit tougher. Just a little bit though. And Khalil is faced with a bit of an umbrella field. He's got a sweeper on the offside. Got long off, long on back, deep mid wicket. Still a few gaps in that outfield because it's fairly well spread. Not concentrating on protecting one particular area. And he's knocked over, and it's a ball that keeps low on Khalil, and he tries to swing across the line, and that's a crippling blow to this chase. Sadakat, well, he copped a first ball up. Now first ball he bowls, he breaks through with the key wicket of the skipper, Azam Khalil, who has to go for just 8, and it's 25 for 4. Have a look at the lack of bounce here. Definitely doesn't bounce as much as Khalil thought, but he'll look at that and say it was the wrong shot as well, because we've already seen that he's probably better off playing that with a straighter bat. But credit to the bowler, he puts in a spot where he asked for some assistance from the pitch and he gets some. Albie's Army now 25 for 4. This is such an interesting pitch. It's got a bit of up and down in it, probably more down than up. But those cross-bat shots from balls on the stumps, they are risky. And, yeah, I think some dismissals are avoidable, even with that slight bit of variable bounce. I think that's probably one of them. If Azam looks back at that dismissal, he'll just see it wasn't the right shot. He was probably better off punching it down the ground, maybe even trying to punch it inside out through cover where there was a bit of a gap. Left-hander comes in now, Nissan Nawaz at number 6. I know that a lot of people following this tournament all around the world, not just in Sweden or Europe, but a lot of people watching globally. This is the most frenetic form in the game that you will find. Sadakat with his tail up. Pretty good ball, but also brilliant shot from Nawaz. He'll only get 1 for it. In fact, now he's going to get 2. He's going to get 4. Wow, hold on a second. Azim Amin, who's one of the better fielders in this Jinnah lineup, just let it get away. I mean, I saw the view that you saw, which was it looked like he had it covered, but I suppose it was a shot that deserved a boundary. I mean, it was very beautiful. It's a leaky one. Can Albie get back on track in this chase? Still plenty of time. Nawaz, he's looked compact so far, hasn't he? This time he gets 1 out to the deep point. Yeah, I think you need kind of 2 boundaries and over to stay at the pace here. Don't think 1 boundary keeps you at the pace. It's just about 14 and over required. The fact that they've lost the 4 wickets doesn't help either. Slow ball, and it's absolutely moosed out of the ground. Maximo! Well, there still is a Khalil there, and Sammy, he picks his slower ball before it's even bowled. And he just timed that shot perfectly. Again, a bit risky, it was on the stumps, but he got that absolutely right. Like I said, they're a young team, but they are a fairly experienced team, and they're used to the pressure. Albie Zalmi. This time it's pace on, it's going even further. Well, that one is huge. And Shub, he puts it down. Wow, he ran a long way, about 25 metres. And he's lost the walkie-talkie, he's lost the ball. Let's see if we get this on the camera. Look at him, he's running from behind the tent and bang. Well, as catches come, they really should be taken, whether you're an official or whether you are on the field. But Khalil's enjoyed it. Back-to-back Maximos, he seemed ready for that pace on delivery as well. Sadakat started with a wicket, but now he's gone for 17. And this is hit so hard, it's going to blast through the fielder. And this game has turned again. It goes magical in the 4th. Khalil with 21, and they all came in that over after he lost. Azam Khalil is captain. That's the end of 4 overs. It's 46 for 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And joining me at a very ripe stage of the game is the Rhino, Andrew Ryan. And, well, just when you thought Albie Zalmi was slipping away, we've got a game in our hands here.
Certainly do, Vinny Sandu. Great to be back in the commentary box with you. And what an exhibition from Sammy Khalil in that last over. Have a look at where the Worm sits. Certainly not helped by the loss of those early wickets and this chase Elby, some of their prime movers back in the hatch. But that last flurry of boundaries has certainly brought them back into the place where that equation's not looking too difficult. It is all about keeping some wickets in hand and having this middle order work their way through the next 2 overs.
Yeah.
And if they can get themselves to the point where we only need 45 off the last 3, they're still in the position to win this game.
Yeah, for sure. You got 2 guys looking pretty accomplished at the crease at the moment. Now we've got a change of bowling and a change of pace here with Samir Khan coming on. The first ball is a seat past the outside edge. So I often say, either batter's in charge or the bowler's in charge. And that was a very interesting over because you could see the batter basically, reading the tea leaves. Oh, it's a really good shot from Nawaz, and that's an inside-out overcomer. Maximo! How he's helped me to do this, they'll lose wickets, but then try not to burn too many balls. They haven't really in this innings, and it leaves time for someone to click. And at the moment, these 2 are liking it, and the young supporters, they're liking it too.
Yeah, I don't blame them at all. Isn't that a gorgeous cricket shot, by the way? It may have been elevated, but such good technique.
I guess the slower ball, clever from Samir Khan. Yeah, you thought that things were just running away from Albi's Army. Azam Khalil, he played one beautiful looking shot over long on, moosed it for 6, and then just played a bit of a wrong shot, I suppose, to a ball that kept a bit low and it knocked him over. And you thought at that stage, with the 4 wickets down, they were going to struggle, but these 2 have had a really good start. And it's going to continue here because Sami Khalil's on a real heater. He's hit 27 of the last 6 balls that he's faced. Maximo picking up the length and murdering that ball over the leg side.
Tell you what, Vinny, he is one of the hardest hitters I've come across on the European circuit. I was actually standing over near where one of those pull shots went in the last over, and it was like a rocket. And the sound of his bat, it's almost like a supersonic jets flying over here in Stockholm.
It's the bat speed. He's got really fast hands. Now he gets a full toss. He's a little bit late on this. Probably surprised him. But that's fine. Just takes the 1. And now they're actually ahead of the red line. And they were just struggling, like I said, when Azam Khalil got out. But, showing a lot of grit and determination to get back in this contest. The left hand, right hand, I think is a bit of an advantage at the moment as well for Albi's Army. Oh, this is the shooter. They're going to get a bye because it goes under the keeper. But yeah, this is one I think that Nawaz is lucky it's not straighter because I don't see how he's going to hit it. And isn't it weird? This pitch, it does have a kind of a bit of a double life as we get to the end of the 5th over. It's 61 for 4. Have a look at the ECS groups. These came out a few weeks ago. I'll tell you a group that I'm super interested about. We haven't talked about yet. Jersey and Guernsey being in the same group in Group B. And you've also got Belgium there. We've got Croatia and Bulgaria. We were just in Bulgaria last week. Bulgaria, they were a bit disappointing, I think, in their ECI series. But yeah, isn't it great? We've expanded from 15 countries in 2021 to 21 last year to 31 this year, Rhino. It's going to be huge. Euros of cricket.
Yeah, good cricketing heritage in both of those. Almost like the battle of the bailiwicks of Jersey and Guernsey, traditional rivals.
They'll have their supporters out as well. Bilal comes back in. Nawaz just kind of lost his composure a couple of times. Another ball that's a bit slower and lower than he thinks. It's
almost feels like actually when they're taking the pace off the ball, that's the best plan of attack against these 2. They're just hitting it so hard and so cleanly.
This is full up. Nawaz jams it to the leg side. Let's have a look at who they've still got to come as well. Yeah, Kudratullah Afzal, he can hold it. He's coming in next. So they do bat reasonably deep, but more often than not. Then you probably see the run stand up here. It's my instinct. Oh, and this is one that he's super lucky to survive. It's lower than he thinks, and it goes so close to knocking him over.
I know Sammy's trying to change up his length here, but he's such a good hitter when he just keeps his shape, when he stays in solid, stable position. I think he's just got to trust his ability to hit through the line and wait for Bilal to make an error.
Yeah. You're right. This time he does stand still, but it jumps a bit. And it surprises the keeper, Cameron Zia. You might be saying, how's the keeper missing that? But I think because of the variable bounce, he's standing probably a metre or 2 closer than he would want to. So the occasional one like that one takes off. It just kind of bursts through his hands. And yeah, it does cost him a bite. But I suppose you want to be in a position where if there is an edge that is carrying to you, that you're not having to deal with it on the bounce.
Well, as you were saying yesterday, Vinny, as a wicketkeeper and obviously an incredibly proficient man with the gloves yourself, you're probably banking on this pitch that you're going to get more that shoot through rather than popping, and you'll accept the fact that the occasional one will really jump off the surface.
And also bowlers bowl at slower balls in this form of the game. And you have to come forward for those anyway. Nawaz has just kind of lost his mojo here. I think he's fine. I think he gets his bat back, but we'll have a quick look at this. I'm going to call it pretty early, though. That's the end of the over. And it'll be 63 for 4. So a pretty good over there from Mohammed Bilal. It's so interesting in this game how some bowlers have had a horrible first over and bowled a good second over. So Bilal only concedes 1 and a bite off that over. And
an experienced campaigner, isn't he, Bilal? We saw this a little bit yesterday with just being able to fly in the block hole when he needs to. And as much as those strike rates are still pretty good, they've managed to create some dot balls in that last over that have just taken the momentum away from these Zolmi batters. Still 4 overs to go. Still a very gettable target, but Jinnah will just feel like things have been solidified a touch.
Yeah, they were hot. Now they're more not than hot. Anyway, this is going to be 4. Wow, rugby league style step over job, and that's not what you want in a kind of 50-50 contest. Foot went up, the ball went down, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, almost like watching Kalen Ponga pursue something around the boundary. Nifty footwork, utterly useless when it comes to stopping a rolling white ball. And that was just maybe the opening that the boys from Albi Zolmi needed. Hadn't been a boundary for a little while. That was an unnecessary one to give away.
Oh, lucky one. This will be 4. Yeah, it was well bowled from Nasir. Luck's the fortune for Sami Khalil, who's had a couple of close calls. He's the ultimate Jekyll and Hyde, and there's 4 runs to the total.
And how often does that happen, Vinny? An ordinary effort in the field. The bowler's actually done his job on the first 2 balls of this over, but has ended up going for 8, and now the frustration sets in because Albi Zolmi, who could have very well needed another 56, 57 runs off the 22 balls, and now they're down to 50 off 22. 13 runs and over needed. This is a much more gettable task.
Yeah, this is pace on now. Yeah, well, we've been here before. It got up to about 14 over required. Then there was that kind of frenetic run of boundaries that saw it drop to about 11.5 required. But yet, when you need this 14 and over, it's very hard to get it without a 2 boundaries and an over. You know, so yeah, I think that's the key here. Find another one if you can. Wow, that's also gone to the boundary. That's going to be 5 wides. Well, we had the 2 boundaries in the over already. This is just a genuine bonus, isn't it? Again, it kind of yorks the keeper. But yeah, there's a guy that's meant to be there for exactly this. And then it goes to Kung Fu style. And it wasn't effective. And wow, you could feel the frustration from Jinnah CC Stockholm there. And the thing is, if you're going to replace someone there, where are you going to put him? He's already ranked 11th in where they want to put him.
Well, he's moved to backstop, but that's been swung across the line. Delicious shot from Sami Khalil. Finally gets one into his hitting zone, and he takes full toll. Well struck.
Yeah, well, this is the over they wanted, and Nasir, he won't be understanding how this happened, to be honest. It's gone 4 French cut, dot 5 wides, and then that one's 6. Maximo time. Khalil to 42 or 14.
It's actually been one of the better overs that's gone so expensively that I've seen in the last couple of years. He's largely done his job, Nasir, but unfortunately it won't show up on his bowling analysis.
Well, that's going to go as well. Adios, pelota, Maximo. Nasir maybe shoulders some of the blame here, but it's not the worst ball. Just angles in slightly, and Khalil, when he's been good, he's been really good.
Yeah, stunning shot from Khalil. As we said, he's such a clean striker of a cricket ball. Even with those few dot balls from the over from Bilal, he's now up to 48 off 15. Suspect he'll be looking to bring up the half-ton with a maximum.
Oh, well, Nasir's gone the other way. He had a first over that only went for 6. He took a wicket first ball. But then this one's gone for 25, and it ain't finished yet.
Such a cruel game, T10, when you're a bowler.
Honestly, this makes T20 seem like watching paint dry. The next ball is Going to be 4. Well, it goes all the way. It just never slowed down. I thought Azim had that covered, but he didn't. So 29 come off the 7th over. And Albi Zalmi have to be in the lead now. But there's plenty more cricket to play. 7 overs down. It's 92 for 4. What a game.
Yeah, great ball striking in the half-ton up for Khalil. And there are plenty of happy Albi Zalmi fans in the crowd today. Great support for him, but poor Nasir, that's one of the better 29 run overs I've seen in my time.
52 off 16 for Sami Khalil, though. 5 Maximos, 5 4s in there. And he has been quite incredible. Late change was no Zabula Niazi in the side in match 7. Late change, I believe he's having some difficulty. So Sard Nawaz comes into the lineup. He's playing in this game, of course, right now. Stockholm CC, though, we could see them. They were 4-4, and they were knocked out in the quarterfinals last time we saw them in the ECL. Watch out for their captain, Santosh Yadlapalli. But, yeah, Abhishek Mathur, he's a pretty good striker with the ball. Also have the gloves at the top of the order for Stockholm CC. But they won't be batting first because Albi Zalmi have won the toss, and they are batting first in match number 2, just around the corner. See, I'd be tempted to just open with Sami Khalil in that game. They are batting first, you know.
Yeah, he's on a roll, isn't he?
Be
He's
flexible.
seemed
Go
like
with
a
who's
beach ball.
hot, regardless of what happens here, because he just seems like he's on today. But right now, it's Sad Nawaz over number 8. And he cracks this through the point region. That'll probably run away for 4 as well, and it does. So the left-hand, right-hand combination working a treat. There's Tassaduk Hussain who's come back into the lineup here in over number 8. And Albi Zalmi, this is quite a significant rearguard action by these two.
Yeah, certainly is. Gee, that's good batsmanship too from Nawaz. See in the chat that he's been in and around the Swedish national side in recent times.
Yeah.
You could see why. That's a lovely flash of the bat.
Partnership 71 off 25. And now he intelligently just, he's going to get it around the fielder. Oh, Musab Zia. He needed to field it, didn't he? He just wasn't able to. And clever batting in the first place. But Genesee Stockholm, some of their fielding has cost them at least a dozen runs, I think.
Yeah, certainly has, particularly the guys who are behind the wicket. It's not the easiest place to field in T10 game, but nonetheless, that's probably 3 or 4 boundaries which you would clock down to inadequate fielding over the last few overs.
100's up now for Albi Zalmi as well. Surely it's theirs to lose. I didn't pick this. I've got to say, when Azam Khalil got out, they were down. Thought they were out. Now, Sad Nawaz goes up and over point, and once again, there's no outfielder there. Another boundary. And you can see they're just swept up in the momentum, aren't they?
That's not bad bowling from Hussain, to be fair. He's hit that nice area just short of a length, but for the second time in 2 balls, Nawaz pushed his body slightly leg side, opened the face of the bat, and he's found that vacant area behind point. Exquisite batting from the young man.
I'm not going to say this partnership's lucky, but they have had luck at times. They've both had stages, both these batters, where they've looked a little bit out of it. They've had some close calls. But like I say, when they've been good, they've been really good. 17 off 15 required now. This is one that bounces a bit more. It probably wasn't the best shot from Nawaz. But, yeah, Genesee Stockholm, they found a way to get out of jail last night against Sikif, didn't they? But it's seeming a little bit tough this time. They can't even get the ball back to the bowler without it going wrong at the moment.
Quick ball from Hussain on that occasion.
Yeah.
He does have the ability to elevate his pace.
He's got this wrist snap that when he really snaps the wrist, is a bit extra on it. But yeah, they need to break this partnership, and who knows, still make this close. Slow ball, clever ball, also well picked. That shows me Nawaz's thinking, because he doesn't try and smash that. That was one to respect, and just get one. Partnership up to 80. Quite incredible stuff if you saw how this game started. And we talked about 41 off the first 2 overs in the first innings. There's only 5 on the first over in this game, 14 off second, power play of 25. But they've scored 80 runs since in tick under 5 overs.
Who needs to worry about the power play when you're launching Maximo after Maximo? It's been stunning stuff from these two.
Okay. Takes this off the stumps as well, and he'll get 1. So not the worst spell from Tassaduk Hussain, but he does concede 19, and with 2 overs remaining, Albi Zalmi, they're 106 for 4.
Yeah, ultimately, Vinny, if these two stay in, then Albi Zalmi will probably cruise to a victory here. Have a quick look at the worm comparison.
Look at the takeoff.
All of a sudden, Albie Zelmi taking off like a plane from Stockholm Arlanda Airport, which is a mere 10 minutes away from here. They have elevated in the last few overs. And it's been contributions from both of them too. Sami Khalil sort of really started things, and Nawaz took a little bit of time to get into his groove, but he's played some excellent shots, particularly through the offside.
Yeah, for sure. But again, break the partnership. You know, things can change. It's also a dot normally if it's a wicket. I mean, there are no's in front. It's probably a Bill Lawry nose. But still some work to do. That'll be Zalmi 15 off 12. Sadakat to try and save the day. He gets cracked down the ground. Should just be a single. Yeah, you go back, and I don't want to highlight anyone, but Azim, you know, that ball that bounced away from him went for 4. A couple of the balls that kind of stepped over and got around fielders. Probably think there's 4 of them. And so giving away an extra 3 runs times 4, that's 12 runs. I mean, if it was 26 off 11, it's a lot different to 14 off 11.
Very different story. This man with the ball too, he was such a barometer for them yesterday. Sadakat, great with the ball and scored plenty of runs. Hasn't been his game today.
Oh, again, don't know how this misses. So Sadakat had such an interesting battle with Sami Khalil in the first over because we saw, oh boy, we saw.
You'd be gutted getting cleaned up by that ball.
Yeah, well, we saw Azam Khalil removed on one that kept a bit low. This is a wide, I think. Yeah, he does kind of walk at it, but it was pretty wide. And the bowler's saying, why is that a wide? But if he looks back, he'll see that he missed by a fair bit. Yeah, so he got Azam Khalil first ball, but then Sami Khalil got on strike for the last half of the over, went 6-6-4, and that over went for 21 in the end. Nawaz is occasionally losing his shape here, but he gets away with it, just a single.
Yeah, I think the tactic's right from Sadakat. I mean, as mentioned last over, Nawaz is really pushing his body weight wide of leg stump so he can open up that area between point and cover. They've got the third man in position there for the uncontrolled shot off the top edge, just haven't been able to induce it yet.
Oh, another ball that doesn't bounce. How are these missing? Sami Khalil, like I said, he's batted so well, but if there was a 4th stump, I reckon he would have been castled about 3 or 4 times.
It's almost like the pitch has gone to sleep overnight. It's just lost its zest. It's lost its bounce.
All right, 12 off 8. Oh, this is a good over. Probably now he's just premeditating a bit too much. He said earlier, you know, he's better when he just stood and played what came to him. He's getting a bit too leg side conscious. So 12 off 7, and this is, I wouldn't say it's quite a coin toss, but I think it's certainly a realm of possibility that Jenner could pull this off again. Another strike. And they think about a run, but it's not worth breaking the partnership over that. And a brilliant over from Shajil Sadakat as he ends up only conceding 3 off it. And with an over remaining, it's 109 for 4.
Yeah, it's, said if these two were there at the end, they would cruise to a win, but that over from Sadakat only going for 3. Extraordinary stuff in the 9th over against 2 charging batters.
1 dot wide, 1 dot dot dot. Well, have to say it. I mean, we're in the golden ball zone again, aren't we? GC Stockholm almost took us to a golden ball last night. They held on by 3 runs. They have more to play with this time. I guess they are playing against a team that are a bit more experienced in a partnership that's set. But, yeah, they've gotten this far. 12 off 6. The way things are going, it probably is a toss-up. You've got Samir Khan, who's going to bowl the last over. When he bowled earlier, he went for 15, which included a bye off the last ball. So 14 plus a bye.
I don't think he's a bad choice at this stage, though. It saw him actually do really well bowling the last over in the final game last night. He's got the ability to change pace. He's not going to give them the pace on that they've come to expect. Big first 2 balls here, because this will dictate whether or not they've got to really launch the boundaries, or they can work a single or 2 in and amongst the boundaries and get to this total with relative ease.
Nice looking shot, but he picks out the fielder, bounces off his knee. They'll probably try for 2 here. Slight hesitation, but they'll get there. And now a bit of a job for the backup fielder. They're going to take it on. He's going to be run out. So they make the early decision just to go on the overthrow, but a clean pickup from the backup fielder and throw was going to see a run out, and it's going to be Sami Khalil that goes. Again, you know, that's a bit of a tactic, I think, that they're going to take on the overthrow, because if there's any fumble from that backup fielder, they'll get away with it. But in the end, they run themselves into an out. And it's 2 and a wicket to start the 10th. What a match. This game has not let us down. It's 111 for 5.
Oh, Vinny, it's easy to be the expert after the event, but I'm not sure that was necessary going for that third run. It was such a low percentage play. It was very, very open to take on the second. It would have probably taken a direct hit to have them out on that particular run, but you only need to have one of these guys hit a Maximo, and you're essentially in control of the over.
So
as it is, they've brought a new batsman to the crease. He takes one or two to get off the mark, and it becomes very difficult.
What I will say there, I like the idea of that, but I think the smarter play would have been to back up for the overthrow. If there's a fumble, then you know you're going. I think that on a clean pickup, you can still pull out of it, because once he picked it up clean, any sort of half-decent throw was going to be a run-out. Anyway, Kudratula Mirafsal comes out, and they're going to run. Oh, and I think that it's the set batter that's out. We need to freeze this. And so, Kudratula, to be honest, I think that he should have run here and run himself out, because obviously you got Sadnawaz trying to get on strike. And they're just checking to see who's out, but to me, I don't think Kudratula ever really leaves his crease. Let's have a look. Oh. Yeah, you can see that it is Sadnawaz that's out. So you see Kudratula, again, he didn't really read the room. I know it's annoying, but this is going to leave us with two batters yet to score. Nawaz is going to get the news that he's the one that's out. Again, we'll show you one more time. But yeah, he's got the memo. The Kudratula just needed to follow through with the shot rather than kind of having a live, I suppose, difference of opinion with Sadnawaz.
We talked about this last night, Vinny, of how experience can sometimes take these 50-50 games and give you a win. Albie Zelmi's played plenty of T10 cricket. They've come up with a couple of fundamental mental errors on these two balls. Running between the wickets, they have come up with a pair of poor decisions, clearly not communicated between those two batters, that ultimately Nawaz needed to get on strike no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. So, pair of run-outs that were unnecessary, and that's put him behind in this cricket match now. 10 off 4 required. You need your new batters to click straight away. And Kudrat, well, in a sense, he's created the pressure on himself by refusing to budge. And so, 10 off 4 required. He cracks this pretty well. Oh, and it gets away from the fielder. That's 4. And now they can win the game with one swing of the bat. And the old ghosts coming out again at a bad time for Genesee. What a thriller.
God, they've been dreadful on the boundary in this game, Vinny. And if they go on to lose this contest, they have no one to blame but themselves. That was hit hard, but straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket.
All right, 6 wins it now. He won't get 6, but he'll get 1. And I assume that's all. Chowdhury's not going to let him down. Hello to Martin Hurst as well. Nice to have you. Robot saying we were entering the GBZ, the golden ball zone. Don't know. Maybe. I would say, though, it's such a tough situation. You come out, you haven't faced a ball yet. You got all the pressure in the world. Just doesn't really want to dot here. I think you've also got to try for a 2, even if it's even half on. Well, he gets it. Where does he go? Oh, now any fumble. Again, they're looking for it. Good throw, and he'll be gone. He will be gone. Again, I think there was some slight hesitation from the batters.
Tell you what, Hussain, hasn't he had some drama in this over? The second ball that's been slapped to him at deep mid-wicket. So far, he fumbled the last one over the boundary. Had a bit of a fumble on that one as well, but comes up with a rocket throw to the keeper's end. Picked the right end too. The batter who was on strike coming back for the second. Much harder job from him.
Quick throw, low throw, bounce it to the keeper, make it easy for him. Yeah, I think they were. Look at how slow he was, Dawood first up, and then realised, I don't know whether he would have made it or not, but would have had more of a chance. So we've got the exact same situation we had last night with Genesee Stockholm, because their opposition need 4 off the last ball to win. Now, 3's tough to get. There are ways you could do it, but you've got Mashal Khan coming out at number 9, and he is on strike. So a boundary wins the game. This will be a famous victory for Albie Zalmi if Mashal can do it. It's a big moment in his career.
Question for Khan coming out here. I mean, he's bowled almost every ball in the block out just outside off stump. Is he better off actually opening the face and going to that backward point area?
All right, boundary to win, and I think he's done it. He's done it. Can you believe it? Mashal Khan has gone Maximo. And Albie Zalmi win it in a thriller. Well, come the moment, come the man. Mashal Khan got something in this slot, and he hit it right out of the middle. The final score in a last ball game for the ages. It's Albies Army 123, Genesee Stockholm 120.
Oh, the European Cricket Series creating local heroes every day. What a strike. Khan went for that line just outside off stump, probably dropped it a little bit short, allowed the batter to get under it, and he has taken full toll. Gorgeous strike across the line, and he has won this game, which Albi Zalmi looked in complete control of 2 overs ago. Almost conspired to choke, but have come through with the goods in the end. Vinny, what a start to their campaign.
I can guarantee you'll see that last over on social media with 3 run-outs there, and really, none of them were necessary or desirable for Albies Army. Genesee Stockholm, once bitten, twice shy for them. They don't hold on this time. Credit to the batter, though. Marshall, we'll see that in a minute. But early on, they just struggled to get going. It was the Hussein acrobatic troop that resulted in the first wicket. Azam Khalil, he absolutely smokehoused that one out of the ground. But then at the other end, they struggled to get going. Shahid Ali never clicked. Went on the long march to nowhere. And I suppose, you look at this game, and Genesee Stockholm, they cost themselves as well with a couple of these 5 wides. Some of the fumbled balls that went to the boundary. This fumble was caught ultimately. They just seem to be on. Azam Khalil, this is a big moment in the game as he kind of swung across the ball that crashed into the off stump, didn't bounce as much as he wanted. But have a look at this from experienced fielders as well. Azim Amin fumbles one over the line. And then Sami Khalil just turned the game on its head with this over that started with the wicket of Azam Khalil but ended up going for 21.
Yeah, there's some brutal hitting in those middle overs, and as you say, Vinny, there were opportunities for Jinnah, but they'll look back at this game and just think the amount of times, and we've just seen 2 examples of it there, that just lazy fielding have allowed boundaries when they had the opportunity to put some pressure on. This was an unnecessary run out. Sami Khalil coming back for a third, almost sacrificing himself, and it really put the pressure on the lower order.
Well, you talk about pressure, I think there were about 6.7 Gs of pressure by the end. This is one that probably wasn't according to plan. Kudratullah pulls rank despite only facing the 1 ball. And then this one bounced away from the fielder, and yet another one. Then this one, he does about a 720, finds the ball eventually. Tazza Hussain forces the run out, and you felt Mashal Khan, all the weight of the world on his shoulders, needing a boundary. He says no problem. It wasn't a bad ball, really. I mean, it's middle stump. I suppose you'd say it's in the slot, but he comes out at number 9 and his only ball disappears. Jinnah in shock, really. Albies Army steal it at the end. What a game to start the day. There's plenty more to come as well. 123 to 120.
Oh, as a young boy growing up, isn't that your absolute dream, to come out and smoke a 6 on the final ball to win a game? Incredible stuff.
Especially when it's your first ball that you face in the game. It's crazy stuff. Albies Army, they'll be back on the rack as well in match number 7. It's 20 minutes away. Albies Army winning the toss and batting. So join us for that. And yeah, I've got to say, I would open with Saad Nawaz and Sami Khalil. I would. Why not? Anyway, we'll see what happens shortly, but you can see the top 4 combined for only 13 runs, with that key partnership between Sami Khalil and Saad Nawaz got them on track before they both ran themselves into trouble. But that was the key partnership, wasn't it? And Mashal Khan, the hero, at the end, 6 off the only ball he faces when they needed 4 to win. He put it over the ropes for good measure. Some good performances early. Tazza Hussain and Bilal keeping things quiet early. 2 for 15. Mohammed Bilal, I think, bowled well, got the figures. Wickets for Nasir and Sadakat, but kind of nothing going right. A mixture of those minimos, a couple of 5 wides in there. I think 5 balls kicked or has helped over the boundary. Didn't help Genesee at all, but yeah, brilliant game. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Stockholm CC, first time we'll see them in this European Cricket Series. Now Albies Army, they've stolen that. Can they double down with 2 out of 2? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with the Rhino. Andrew Ryan, we'll see you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. Great first game of the day, and there's still plenty more action to come with 4 more matches before we round out day 2 in Albies Army. They'll continue, and we'll get to see Stockholm CC for the first time in this competition, though we have seen them before. So it's Stockholm CC, Albies Army. Tyrone Peters, he's got the coin and he's got the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss here in match 7.
Azam to call. Yeah. And we will go for heads. Heads is the call. And it is a head. And then we will continue from where we are starting now.
So the news from the toss is that Azam Khalil has won the toss and Albies Army will bat first. So we'll get to see them setting a score rather than trying to chase a score like we saw last game. And Albies Army, you know, they're quite an experienced side considering they are so young. In fact, they've pretty much got the youngest squad in the competition. But I really love the way they go about their cricket. And we'll see if they can get this start the way that they want it, I suppose. And they want to go hard in their power play. I mean, it's pretty clear that that's the way you've got to do it. You've got to attack from ball 1. Stockholm CC, though, last time we saw them, they were 4-4 and they bowed out at the quarterfinals stage. So they do have ECN experience, and I do think they'll really relish the opportunity to get out there. Maybe a bit of a disadvantage playing a team that's already played this morning that maybe have hit their straps, but still, I think they've shown they can beat at this level. So let's get ready for the first ball of match 7. Andrew Ryan will take you to the first ball. News from the toss, Albies Army winning the toss and batting. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the second match of the day.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with the preview for Game 2 here. We're in the lovely surrounds of Marsh in Stockholm and already seen some cracking cricket today, and I suspect we'll see more in this game coming up. Elmi Zolmi, they managed to scrape through with the last ball victory in Game 1 thanks to the heroics of Mashal Khan and ably supported by some extraordinarily powerful hitting from Sami Khalil in particular. But the first time that we get to see Stockholm Cricket Club, and as Vinny's mentioned, they've got some experience in their lineup. Archon Vadia, he'll probably come in the early middle order and be a very important man for them with the bat. But they've got a fair bit of depth in their team, and based on previous performances in this part of the world, they will certainly give this tournament a shake in terms of getting into the latter stages. Should be a good test for the boys from Albi Zalmi today. They will be helped by the fact that they've already had that one game today. Certainly looks scratchy in the early stages of that. Their opening bowlers got pumped for some runs in the early parts of that, but fortunately they came back, kept things a little bit tighter in the third over of the power play, and then got themselves back on track and ended up with what was a reasonably easy or simple chase, or should have been for a batting lineup of their quality, but some early wickets in the top order failing miserably. Put them in a much more difficult position than would otherwise be the case, but they get the chance to take the bat out again and see if they can put an excellent total on the board. Looks like Lagan Sandhu is going to take the new pill. Just waiting for the go-ahead from the umpire. Tough gig for the Stockholm boys coming into the tournament fresh. Still plenty of teams that we've got the chance to see throughout the coming days. But slowly getting to know each of the lineups here in Stockholm ECS. Really good conditions for cricket at the moment. Very, very light breeze. Clear skies, nice temperature, very, very comfortable. Sardhu getting plenty of time to ponder his first ball, and we're ready for go. Nice ball, late bit of in-swing. Not particularly rapid pace, but played straight down the ground by Ismail Zia. Interesting with Zia. It's one of the shortest surnames in the competition, but he's compensated it with one of the largest numbers. Going 313 on the back. Might be an interesting story behind that one. Send Diana Oris to do a interview in between games. Sandhu, good in swinging Yorker. He's going to try to engineer an early dismissal here with the ball new and fresh. He's got some defensive pressure out there. It's probably, given what he's bowling, sensible move from the skipper. Deep backward square on the boundary. One's a little bit shorter. Well taken by the keeper, who's standing not quite up to the stumps, but close enough to it. It's a good start. Using the facilities well, Sandhu. Once again, floated up. The block hole. Yeah, Sahabi, the man who's faced those last couple of balls. So a few changes around in terms of the Elby-Zelmi squad, or certainly the structure of their batting lineup I expect in this game. That one's driven nicely down the ground. It might actually roll for 4. Great shot, straight as an arrow down the ground from the Basir. Showing the speed of this outfield. It's nicely done. Just took a step or two out of his crease. Changed up the length that Sandhu had locked into for the majority of this over, and immediate field change placing. Feels a little bit reactionary from the captain, Yad Lapali. One's short, wide, it evades the keeper. He's managed to swing it both ways, but unfortunately that one started wide outside of the off stump and got even wider. Keeper probably not putting in as aggressive dive as he may have in the circumstances, but that one's rolled straight down the hill, and despite a despairing lunge from the fielder, can't stop it from going for 4. So all of a sudden Sandhu had bowled a pretty good over up until the later stages. 10 runs on the board now. Oh, that swung wide down the leg side. Some commentary on the pitch itself, doing Vinny Sandhu and I out of a job. That is, well, best you can say is that has swung a long way. It started outside leg stump and has gone a very, very far direction. We almost need an air stewardess there to just point down the direction of the aisles so that he can get his location back on track. Well, finally does. Driven down. It actually neatly picked up on the long off boundary. That's an excellent bit of fielding from Manoj Tamar. Manages to stop the boundary. After an eventful first over, that is the end of the first. Almost even a run-out opportunity here from Basir Sebi. Was a little bit lackadaisical in getting through, and looks like they're actually collaborating with the off-field officials. There may still be 1 ball to go in this over, which is great because it's been fantastic entertainment so far. Had the offside wide, the leg side wide, we've had the boundary, we've had a great bit of fielding. It's almost like a game of bingo that someone's going to shout out soon. And we've got the full house now. That's been smashed straight over the long on boundary. What a way to finish. Zia launches a long bomb, and that's a super finish to the first over from Zelmi. Poor old Sandhu came up with a good opening start, but he's ended up with none for 22 off his first over. And boy, oh boy, what an opportunity to welcome back to the commentary box, Mr. Maximo.
Wow, what a start. I mean, not often you need the bleep machine in the first over. You're right about the live commentary. You can understand Stockholm CC, they're coming in, they haven't played a game in this series yet. We did see them a couple of years ago. They were 4-4, got knocked out by the eventual champions. No, it wasn't actually the eventual champions, eventual. They were the top team during the group stage, just to say, you're Gordon. But, yeah, still, we've got Avinash Ubajaya ready to bowl over number 2. And speaking of big numbers, he's got the 800 on the bat. It's not to Murali, who took 800 test wickets.
Let's hope for him it's not his bowling average. That one's short down the leg side, called wide.
So, Zia, 313. All I've got on that is, I think from memory, I recognise him wearing 13 quite a lot in the past, but there is already a 13 with Cameron Rashid. So maybe the fact he's chosen to add a 3 to it, I find a bit curious. But anyway, he's a fun player to watch. So he becomes into the lineup. He was 12th man in the first game.
Nice ball. Well, he's found his location on that second delivery. Nicely. But we actually went through the number selection process at Cosnay for the first time this year, as we've caught up to 30 years of history and finally adapted coloured outfits. But as the boys were choosing their numbers, obviously there was a lot of discussion as to the theory behind selection, as we'll just see Obadiah come through with one that's going to be called.
As a bit of a maths nerd, then I'm totally understand. So my birthday's 23. I got told that was my lucky number when I was young. 23 is one of those ones that people can fight over. So I totwas hear it.
Did you get a lot of Michael Jordan-esque references?
All the time.
Yeah.
Who do you think you are, Michael Jordan? All of high school. I was playing hockey at that stage. That was in the generations before cricket shirts had numbers.
Well, that one's been swung, or attempted to swing over the leg side. It's gotten very high off the bat. Juggled once, twice, 3 times the lady. That's an outstanding catch in the end, and the first wicket down. 24 on the board. Tell you what, Vinny, that did not look like the most secure bit of fielding, but the right result in the end.
That was miles in the air. I actually gave him next to no chance. And look, I want a real-time replay. Elvira, can we give us a real-time? I want to get the hang time on this because, yeah, I reckon that could be a 6-second job there. But maybe we'll get that to you in a minute. But
looked like he was juggling a hot piece of food.
Yeah, okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's definitely about a 5 to 6 second hang time. It was absolutely miles in the air, but great catch. And so it'll bring Azam Khalil to the crease. Makan Sandhu certainly been in the action early. Went magical for the wrong reason, but that was a magical bit of cricket to create the first wicket.
Certainly was.
Anyway, let's get going with Khalil facing up.
Nice shot out to the leg side, drifts onto the pads. Azim Khalil, too good a cricketer to be giving that sort of easy strike. In fact, I might adopt Azim as my favourite player from this LB's Elmi side because he's taken my number. Number 3.
I want to press you on this. So what were the discussions like? And when people fought over the same number or they wanted the same number, what was the process and outcome of those discussions?
Look, one would have said it probably should have been a matter of seniority. I think in the end it was whoever put their number into the spreadsheet first that got priority.
Best dressed.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
but can't you just delete someone else's selection and put yours over the top?
Fortunately, in the matters of team spirit, as that one's swung away to the leg side, it's unfortunate despite the best efforts of the outfielder coming around from deep mid-wicket. It's run for a boundary, but a pretty fair effort, particularly compared to some of the fielding we saw from Jinnah earlier in this game. So no, I don't think anyone in the interest of team spirit was going to take the feisty approach of a bit of deletion. One of the more interesting ones, I think it was number 42, taken by one of our young starlets, Ruin J. Cody. Asked him about that, and he started quoting things from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which was
meaning of life.
Far too much into the fiction realm for my liking, but he was very pleased with his selection. A few allegations that my selection of 3 was to reflect my batting average from last season, but can't confirm or deny that is the case. One of our new players actually went full alpha and chose number 1, despite being at the side in the side for a matter of a couple of months. So good on Anmol Prabhu.
So why do you choose number 3? I'm always curious about why people choose numbers. Some people don't care, you know, but some people do. I care a reasonable amount. Just waiting for a slight technical issue here.
Yeah. Well, I'll answer that question. So the first time I got to select a number was when I played for the Australian Lawyers team and went for number 3 because I was batting number 3.
Sounds like a fun dressing room, by the way. Anyway, super giant.
Banter central. There's a big appeal there. I suspect that's pitched outside the leg stump. No, you know, actually, you would be surprised. It is one of the most banter-heavy cricket tours that I've been involved in, and some excellent folks.
Everyone would be pretty handy at talking it up. Yeah. And probably a bit of stuff dished out.
Contextualising their performances in an incredibly positive way. And there are plenty of stories that have come from those tours over the years. That one's drilled straight back. Missed catch, but he's almost deflected it onto the stumps. And then the throws come in from the man coming from mid-off. And he's hit the batsman. It's almost flown away for a 4.
I remember Khalil getting out this way once as well. He would have been a dead duck there. Zia just belted into the left hand of Upajaya and almost deflected onto the stumps. And then The hunter became the hunted. It's the end of 2 overs. It's 33 for 1.
Well, he's got no wicket out of that ball, and now it looks like he's having to go off for some treatment for who knows what reason. He's got his trousers sitting around his knees, even though it's the finger that's been decimated. Anyway, quick look at the standings here after action-packed first couple of overs. Zelmi after their win this morning have managed to put themselves into the top 3. Still plenty of teams who are yet to show their face here at the Manchester Cricket Ground, Stockholm Cricket Club, providing us plenty of entertainment early on.
10 matches per team in this round robin stage. Top 4 to the semis. Now, the semi-final winners, you could argue in a way, the semi-finals are the most important games of this tournament. Obviously, everyone wants to win the trophy. But if you win your semi-final, then you are through to basically the magical 4, if you like, for Sweden. That will be one of 4 teams that potentially can make the ECL. So 2 of them will be determined in this tournament. Lagan comes back, and somehow this gets through the fielder, Shiva Arsi, and that was the direction it went. As Khalil will just get a single here.
Fairly sedate ball in the end, considering what happened at the end of his first over.
Yeah, it's not a great bit of fielding, but it does get Khalil out the way for now. Here's Malzia. You've already seen what he can do. Launched a long 6 earlier.
Taking a charge down the wicket. Good ball from Sandhu. A little bit quicker. Found the length just outside off stump. Nice piece of bowling from the young man.
Yeah, it's probably not a great shot from Ismail. He can be attacking without, I suppose, making poor choices, which I think that was.
Well, that's not a poor choice at all. He's kicked it over, long on. Stunning shot. Took no notice of Vinny Sandhu's advice.
I mean,
not charging. Smoked it.
The thing with this one was he did actually get closer to the pitch of the ball. So it's kind of a straight bat shot, whereas when you try to do that, I suppose, hitting too square or too sideways, it gets tough. And that's normally because the ball's bounced a bit too far away from you. So that was the difference between the one that worked and the one that didn't.
Ball just hung up in the air for an eternity. That one's hung up in the air long enough to hit another boundary. Good striking from Zia. Sandhu just trying to mix up his pace, dragged that a little bit short, and Zia was good enough to make the adjustment, strike it straight down the ground, and taking full toll with the power play enforcement still around.
Yeah, very, very good shot, and that was good power play batting, wasn't it?
Sandhu under pressure. He's gone for 33, still 2 balls to go in this over. No one's on off stump, but Zia has made space for him, taking a step away to the offside, swung it backward of square. Super batsmanship. That's a great shot, Vinny.
Yeah, really good attacking shot. You can see Albi Zalmi, their long batting lineup is such an asset for them because they're going to be attacking. Okay, sometimes we might criticise that's a bit of a silly shot. That's probably over-attacking, but you'd rather over-attack than under-attack. I mean, you saw the number 9, Mashal Khan, come out and smack a 6 to win the game in the last game. So yeah, they'll feel that it's more of a crime to be too conservative and maybe you could argue a bit too selfish if you're trying to preserve your wicket too much rather than just going for it. And poor Lagan, he's been taking the laundrette, hasn't he? He's gone for 37. Nice ball of his spare.
Oh, well, he's almost been put on a spin cycle again. It's a good shot. I'm not sure what Zia was doing, trying to deviate down the off-ramp of the highway before putting his bat down. Almost got himself run out in the process, but as it is, they'll just go through for the single.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get out the way of the ball, but I think he just put himself in the firing line into the power play. Pretty good one for Albi's Army, 49 for 1.
Yeah, it certainly was. Consistent run scoring in each over. Fortunately for Sandhu, 38 coming off his 2. Some questions to be asked of the bowling attack by skipper Santosh. He's got some decisions to make here because they really need to pull a couple of wickets out, and his left armour is back in the pavilion getting some treatment, Avinash Upajaya. So he's turned to number 369, Daniel Kompati. He's going to come on and bowl the 4th.
I do remember this about Stockholm CC. I've got a 3-digit number. We've got 3 of them here. Anyway, slight change of pace, I think, with Kompati.
It's almost like seeing a bunch of country dialing codes on the back of
it's true.
jerseys.
Yeah, nice little mixture.
Zia's worked his way to 22 off 8. Son Khalil hasn't had a huge amount of the strike as yet. Nicely flighted ball. Probably not going to get the love from the umpire. Might have just been missing that leg stump. Have a look at it on the replay. Good flight. It's drifted into the pads. Might have just, probably in line with the stumps, but not hitting. I think it's a good decision.
I think it's a good call. It was close for sure.
Another ball that's flighted. He's got some protection out there, obviously, the end of the power play. Well fielded. They've shown some zip in the field so far, the Stockholm CC boys, and they managed to keep that to a single.
Yeah, it's going to be a good battle, I think, between Kompati and Khalil. He's coming on strike now. The 50's come up as well for Albies Army.
Pocket rocket, Azam Khalil. It's nicely bowled once again. Just a single down to fielder. Manoj Tamar. He's done a good job down there.
He's a gun in the field. You can tell it already. You know, there's a certain technique to fielding on a field like this as well, because you get the occasional jump off the surface. A little bit uneven. A few Tortugas out there.
The ball with a bit of flight. Well, Tamar had the chance to make himself a hero with the full-blooded dive. Tried to take it on the half volley unsuccessfully. It's a boundary, but pretty good over so far from Buddy. He's given the ball some air, forcing the batsman to not only take some risk, but be selective about the length they go after.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Tamar there, because pretty much yorked himself. He kind of had to go sideways, but he spent all the time going sideways. He had to get to ground. He couldn't do it quick enough. Nice shot by Zia.
Oh, big swing across the line. He's absolutely lamped that over the mid-wicket boundary. Just made up his mind he was going to go big and go hard, and he successfully executed. Great shot, and that is the end of what... Well, sorry, there is one ball to go from Kapati, so he's still in there for some punishment. Zia ready to launch. He's gone. He's gone again. Consecutive Maximos. This one smashed into the broadcast infrastructure. Great strike. And Albi Zelmi, 73 for one. Vinny, it's getting a little bit out of control.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. I mean, it wasn't the best finish from Kompati either, was it? But yeah, here's Malzia. There's a reason they've kept him at the top of the order. He's been in good form as well. 39 off 13. 67 for one. Albi's Army up and out of sight so far. But we kind of saw this in the first game with Genesee Stockholm having a really good start, but then getting the wobbles in the middle of the innings. So still plenty of work to do for Albi's Army. Stockholm CC, well, they're just trying to break this partnership.
Yeah, run rate up almost 17 per over. So Albi Zelmi have set the platform here, and with the batters they've got in their middle order, this could be a very, very big total.
So now we're going to see Yashas Paralath in the fifth. He's going to be bowled to Azam Khalil. He's played the role of second fiddle so far, really.
One of the longer run-ups we've seen this morning. A lot of players coming in off short runs. The ball speared in at the toes. Khalil just manages to scoot through for what will be called a leg bye.
He's got an interesting technique, doesn't he? He's kind of got a good old-fashioned, almost like a baseball pitcher's wind-up from the 1920s about him, the way that he really loads up both arms and then uncorks. Gets interrupted by Rohit. Nice to see him back as well, umpiring. Remember him playing a golden ball 2 years ago for Farnham Royals.
Oh, a bit of zip off the deck. Well, that load up of the baseball pitcher action.
And it is. It's
good.
Such an interesting action. And yeah, he's got a real sling to it, but it's not like an angular sling. It's an over-the-top sling, but it's very late kind of whip over of the right arm, the bowling arm.
Clearly been doing some yoga with the flexibility in that shoulder. That is some zip. Paralath comes in. Oh, super shot. Goes for the reverse Malachi. He's been listening to Corey Rutgers. Sensational stuff from Zia.
Yeah, what a shot. Let's have a look at it one more time. Well, it's audacious, then there's that. And I suppose he had a feeling it was going to be outside the off stump. I have a feeling Azam is saying, you don't need to do that. Or maybe saying, well done. But those shots, you look like a genius when they come off. And they don't. You look, kind of wiping the egg off your face for the rest of the innings. But anyway, partnership with 48 already.
Not a bad way to bring up the 50 partnership. Squeezing a boundary over the cover area. And They are starting to take control of this game. Ismail Zia finding his range, and unfortunately nothing that Stockholm CC is sending down at the moment is making a great deal of impact.
Yeah, I think Azam was saying, okay, you got away with the kind of crazy shot, but now get back to basics. I think your basics are good enough. You've got it under control. So here's Marzia. He just gets better every time I see him. I was really impressed with his keeping early today as well. He's 47 off 16. Paralath trying to keep things quiet.
Goes down the leg side. Zia can't successfully execute the hoik over the fine leg. Man, just go for one.
I reckon this is right off the toe of the bat. You couldn't do that if you tried. Look. And again, good response when he saw Azam coming through for the run.
Definitely there to play that shot, just not executed as nicely as he would have liked. Zia up to 48 though, so approaching his half century. Only taken 17 balls to get there. A little bit more sedate from Sam Khalil. Might be just using this game to get his eye in after a slightly disappointing first up bat from him. Another one wide of off stump, cracked with some power, and in fact so much power that it's blasted through the hands of the fielder out there. Be curious to see that on replay, whether or not I suspect it's actually touched the boundary.
Yeah, well, it might have just snuck in. Maybe.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
I suspect at
And
Wimbledon
I
that's
think,
on the line.
Yeah, it has to be. And not just that. Even if the ball's not touching the line, the hand, when it pulls it back, is certainly touching the line. Good work from the officials. Good work from our partners at Spring Production as well. As we get to the end of the over, the score's 81 for 1. And so, yeah, Paralath ends up going for 13 in his over.
Nice to see Azam Khalil get on strike there. He'd almost been growing a little bit mouldy, standing there, not engaging in anything at the non-striker's end while Zia was going about his business.
Talk to me about some of these locations. Have you been to any of these ones?
I think I've been just about everywhere there,
Yep.
aside from Malta for Valletta. I mean, Bucharest, gorgeous, gorgeous place.
What are you doing? 10th of July to the 16th of July, Rhino.
It's just so tempting, isn't it?
Time
It's
to get out the
such a
checkbook, I think.
beautiful part of the world. And this one is coming almost for the commentary box. Fortunately, it's taken a little bit of a fade as it was coming through. Mr. Maximo signaling for, and Zia has his half century. That's only landed about 30 centimetres inside the boundary, but
Yeah.
great striking from him.
Brilliant innings. 52 off 18 with 4 sixes and 6 fours in there. Yeah, I still think he might have been a bit too funky in this innings, just risking things at times. He's almost bored with playing more orthodox shots, but he's an exciting player to watch. Like I said, tracking his improvement every year.
Oh, swung that over the leg side. Probably didn't get 100% of it, but good enough to take it for a Maximo. I suspect we're about to see Airline Zia just launch here.
I think you're right. It's like I say, he has this kind of it's like a gene. I don't know how to describe it, but he's doing so well. He feels like he should keep trying different things. I don't necessarily think he needs to, but he might do it anyway. He's on the charge, absolutely crunches this one, but picks out the fielder down there. That's Yadlapalli, the captain, and finally we get to see a bit more of Azam Khalil.
He's doing this to a guy. I mean, Avinash Dyer does not look like a poor quality bowler whatsoever.
No,
he's
he's
coming
not.
from wide of the crease. He's
Yeah.
going through a bit of zip, but Zia's just treating him with absolute disdain. Well, that's an ordinary ball, but somehow Khalil's managed to find the only chap in the field within about 70 metres. And it's just gone through for a single.
Yes, a slow ball gone wrong. Khalil probably smartly doesn't try to hit it too hard. Just wanted placement, but threaded it straight to the man in the circle. Anyway, Zia, Operation Zia, is in progress at the moment. It's a bit wide. Don't think this gets any pad on the way through.
It's one way to stop him for a ball. Not really helping you in the overall scheme of things, but they'd love a wicket here, in particular Zia, because Azam Khalil, I mean, he can blast the ball to all parts, but hasn't really clicked so far in this innings, whereas the young man with the bat in his hands at the moment, he's having a huge game. Steps away. First one that we've seen that's really shot through in this innings.
Yeah, Matt. We know they're coming. I think for some reason the scoreboard seems to have just fallen behind. I can't even keep up with the pace at the moment of Albies Army. But I'm sure it'll catch up.
In the land of significant technology development, I'm sure we'll work through it. That's a decent length ball, a little bit quicker. Pushed across. Khalil just trying to give himself a little bit of room. Body weight sitting on the leg side. And that's the end of the over. And
what's the score, Andrew?
Sorry, let me just wait till I pluck
that
out of thin air.
You know that I've been scoring on feel. So I'm going to go, what is that over? I'm going to say 94 off 6. And I have a hazy, because I was trying to fix the issue, I've got a hazy recollection of what actually happened in that over. So I'm just going to go out on a limb and say 94.
I'm going to say 92.
Okay.
I think
This is a fun game.
For a period of time.
Still can't tell you. We'll let you know.
It's funny when the score isn't there, it looks like you're watching 1980s cricket.
Yeah. The older, but then the other thing, in those days, the score didn't move that quickly, so it was easy to keep track of.
All we've got to do is switch the camera down to the batter's end and watch things from behind, and it'll be like listening to Benno and Alan Davidson in the box during the 80s.
I'm still frozen on 5 overs, but I'll give you some info. This is the 7th over that's about to happen. Anyway.
Still 4 overs of torture for these.
I feel like it's coming back in a minute, and I feel like I'm about to scratch the ticket and see if I win anything.
Well, Ashwin Albert, he's drawn what you wouldn't call a false shot, but as close to it from Zia this innings, but it's still been launched for a Maximo. Heaves it over the leg side.
It was 95. What did you say?
92.
It was closer. So anyway, that brings up the 100 for Albies Army of first ball. Yeah, I'll still take that. That was pretty close.
The Maximo instinct tuned in. Well, Albert, he's getting Zia in fully tuned in mode now. He's just lofted him for consecutive Maximos. This total is getting out of control.
Sure is. And so it's kind of bowling machine stuff in a way to Zia now. I mean, those balls that are kind of full but not quite in the block hole. He's just stepping, hitting and smacking. And Albert has to find an answer and quick. Score now. I'm going to say 107 for 1 after 6.2. It's a low full toss. You're probably better off missing slightly full than slightly short of that Yorker, Rhino.
Yeah, at least he's trying to go for the block hole. Oh, my goodness. They've come up with a fielding error. Not only have they given away a second run, but they've managed to get Zia back onto strike.
Yeah, I've got 109 now off 6.3. Apologies. We're just trying to fix that issue behind the scenes, but I think we'll have it for you shortly. 109 for 1 off 6.3. And the thing with that one is it gets the hot man on strike, Ismail Zia, that overthrow.
Terrible outcome for Stockholm. Decent length ball. He's hit it high. Chance coming in. Runs in hard. Oh, he's fielded so well so far, Manoj Tomar, but unfortunately just never got himself balanced and stable underneath that catch.
What a shot. He tries it on again, but Tomar, you're right. You see it there. He spent all his energy getting there and he couldn't quite hold on. So it's 110 for 1 of 6.4.
A little bit wide of off stump. Not a bad bit of bowling from Albert. Fairness for a man who's been smoked for quite a few runs off this over. Hasn't actually been the worst set from him.
Yeah, that's true. There we go. 111 for 1 of 6.5. We all match up. Good to see everyone back.
1-1-1-1.
All the ones. Nice pull the over.
Oh, that's been smashed. In fact, I was worried for our cameraman up in the main camera position there for a moment, but it's carried the booth for a good 5 metres. What a strike. End of the over. Albi Zelmi, 117 for 1.
Yeah, what a shot. That's almost the shot of the day. I mean, the way he just stayed balanced despite being on the move. He smacked it up and, well, we had 4 centuries in Bulgaria, including 1 in the ECI on the weekend. So, yeah, a few more centuries than last year, to be honest. Can't remember the exact total last year, but I think it was 9 or 10, maybe 12 or 13, but that's the whole year. We're not even halfway through the year yet. So, Sinan Khan scored 110 off 37 in a pretty entertaining knock for Greece on the weekend. He was dropped on 0. And on that same ball, he ended up in the same end as his partner effectively, and they messed up the run out, and he went on to score 110. True story.
You don't want to be the person who has to go back and look at the replay, see a catch shelled when someone's gone on to triple figures.
Yeah, that's the one thing about T10 cricket. It doesn't happen as often. If you miss someone and have to go watch them bat all day for 200, at least it's over quickly, I suppose, but it can cost you.
Speaking of costly, Campati on for his second. Nice bit of bowling. Draws Khalil forward, tries to play the late cut. Keeper, Abhishek Mathur, one of the taller, broader keepers that you'll see. Drifts down the leg side. Khalil just gets enough bat on it to pull it wide of the fielder who is coming around there from backward square. Rolls away for a boundary. Not a bad bit of bowling from Campati, just drifted onto the leg side too much.
Yeah, it's probably not his most fluent innings, Azam Khalil, but it doesn't need to be really the way that Z is batting at the other end.
Campati, top of his mark. Flighted, beats him. Great bit of left arm orthodox, and that's an excellent dismissal against a quality batter. Campati's been flighting the ball continuously. Draws Khalil out of his crease, beats him, and safely taken by the keeper.
Yeah, I think they've gone upstairs, but for me, this is pretty clear that Khalil's going to be out. So you can see here, no issue there with the gloves, I don't think. Close, but he's fine, and then comes down, just out. There you go. Great shot. Great keeping, I've got to say, from Abhishek Mathur. It'll be an important batter, I think, as well. We only saw him play one game, I think, last time for Stockholm CC when we saw them. It was pretty impressive. But Azam Khalil, again, he didn't have to do much that time, did he? And well, this guy, Sami Khalil, he was on fire. So I think Azam, I don't think he gets out on purpose, but I think he also knows that the way he's going, considering the batting still to come, maybe he could get one of the guys out there. Well, if he gets out, it's probably not the worst thing in the world because there's other guys there in form. This guy, Sami Khalil, he was so good earlier today.
Yeah, there will be some unidentified flying grizzly bears, I suspect, around this Master Cricket ground in the next couple of overs. If Khalil starts striking it like he did in Game 1, he's a brutal hitter of the cricket ball.
Ismail Zia's highest score on ECN. I'm just going to check it out because his highest score is actually 39 before today. It's actually his first 50 ever. I mean, he's been around a while. He's actually played 50 games. Whoa, no ball for off the pitch.
Interesting approach. I don't mind the change up in pace. But after he'd just had Azim stumped with a lovely bit of flight, intriguing that he's just decided to dart one in and managed to actually miss the pitch entirely.
Yeah, and I think the umpire doesn't see that. And you can see why, because the bowler's right in the way. So after getting some advice from the off-field official, it's now been called a no ball. Now it's a free hit for Khalil.
Does fly it, drilled straight back at him. He sensibly gets out of the way. That's a 4 to get Khalil rolling.
Yeah, what a shot. Doesn't really get the elevation he might have been hoping for, but he does get the placement, doesn't he? Absolutely bangs that. So, yeah, right now, what's this rate is out of control, isn't it? 164 pace at the moment.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Khalil charge this next ball. Takes a couple of steps out, he's bowled. Well, what a 369-degree turnaround from his last couple of deliveries. Campati manages to get both Khalils back in the pavilion with some excellent left-arm orthodox bowling. And congratulations, I mean, in and amongst some absolute carnage, sending those two back with two very nice pieces of bowling. That'll be a highlight for him.
A slight bit of drift there and then drops on Sami Khalil. Tries to sweep across the line and misses. Yeah, I mean, for a guy that couldn't hit the pitch a moment ago, it certainly was an accurate piece of bowling. And a pretty handy man to see the back of. Both Khalils are now gone. 126 for 3 brings Shahid Ali to the crease.
It's been a good second over here from Campati. He actually bowled a fairly good first over. Just went for a few boundaries nonetheless. A few teams probably taking note at the kryptonite in form of left arm orthodox. It's dulled the effect of the Khalils. That one short, wide outside off stump, but the new batter, Ali, can't take full toll. And Elmi 126 for 3, 2 overs to go.
Yes, I mean, maybe you could pull it back, keep it in the, say, 140s here, and then bat out of your skin. Zia has been starved to the strike a little bit, but he's 80, don't forget. So he's on 100 pace. If you can get 10 and over on your own stick, then you can get 100. It's been fairly consistent around that 15 or so and over throughout this innings.
Certainly has. Haven't been too many overs aside from that last one where there's been any big dent in the run rate that they've been keeping up. Key thing for Stockholm here is to just try to get Zia off strike as soon as possible if they can't take his wicket. One drifts around the leg side. Well, that's one way of doing it, giving away a wide where they end up taking an extra run as well.
Yeah, they'll take.
Suspect it's
Take
not
the extra.
tactically what they were intending, but the outcome's good. Well, he's hit him in front. The umpire's finger goes up. The left arm orthodox continues to make its way through this Elby batting lineup. And I was about to say a nice piece of bowling. That one's grubbered along the ground at shin height. So not a huge amount the batter could do. But good line, good length anyway, and pretty easy decision.
Pretty easy decision for sure. And once again, a bit of assistance from the pitch. You know, this pitch, I know it's got a bit of up and down in it, mostly down, like we said, but I think it kind of gives something back to the bowlers. I think it means that, I suppose there's something in their favour. They can kind of create that little bit of something out of nothing, which not all pitches offer. But, yeah, nice bit of work to get it in that zone of uncertainty. It's 128 for 4.
Looks like Miravzal coming to the crease. He was involved in that debacle of a 10th over in the previous game, which Elby somehow escaped with a win. Vijay comes in again. Nicely bowled. Just forces Afzal onto the back foot and tucks it around the corner for a single. Certainly feels like the left arm orthodox attack, Vinny, has managed to at least blunt the flashing blades of the Elby group.
Yeah. Vijay's an important player. He was also their top run scorer last time we saw them in the ECS.
One's a little bit flatter. Beats Zia outside off stump. Haven't said that too many times today.
Yeah. He's also, I think, the holder of the highest score for Stockholm CC in the ECS. Cracked to 77 not out back in 2021.
One's a little bit more air. Afzal's managed to use his feet, get to the pitch of it. Sensible batting too. He's played that out to the one part of the outfield where there's no defensive fielders on the boundary rather than just trying to slog it wherever was comfortable to him. Nice bit of batting.
Yeah, really good bit of batting, really. He didn't get all of it, but got enough. And also, he identified, I think, that there were no outfielders out in that area of the ground. Hello, Liam Day, watching from New Zealand. Great to have you with us. Well, you got to call dead ball now. Not quite sure what the issue was. It's hard to put the arm out when the bowler's already passed. Gets a bit awkward.
Bloats onto his leg stump. That's heaved away. Good batting from Zia. Noticed the change of direction early. Got his back foot outside off stump and has swung it around for a maximum. Super shot.
Yeah, good shot. And he just kind of got a little bit cold, but not that cold. As Zia does go bang, bang, moves to 90 now with the ball to go in the over. Well, if he's smart here, if he was ever looking for a one, now's the time.
He's up to 90 off 29.
Because there's a good chance to get run out in the last over. We saw 3 of them from Alby's Army in the last game. Anyway, last ball for Vijay.
Steps away to the offside again. Successfully launches. This one's been struck off the middle of the bat. Takes him along to 96 to end the over. About the only thing he needs is one ball on strike in the 10th, Vinny, and we'll see 3 figures.
Yeah, what was I thinking? Why take one when you can get 6? And he slams it. Are we going to see Ismail Zia score the 12th century of 2023? I mean, he's a guy, I said, he's never even hit 40 before. Not that he hasn't looked capable, but he's taking things next level now. They're stuck with him at the top of the order. Missed out in the first game. 145 for 4 now after 9 as we head for the last over. And it's going to be Yashas Paralath with his windmill type action to finish us off.
Struck him on the back foot. Polite inquiry to the umpire, but there's no chance of getting a decision in his favour on that occasion. In fact, it looks like it's come off the inside edge the bat. Oh no, umpire has called leg by now.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Time to rock and roll. Ismail Zia, 96.
96, a boundary gets him to a memorable 100.
Short, wide, outside off stump. He can only pull it. The fielder coming out deep cow corner. It's just the one.
Yeah, I mean, normally at this stage, you're still wanting boundaries, but if you're an Albies Army supporter, I think you want to see Kudrat get a single and give Ismail Zia that opportunity to bring up his 100. What an innings, though. I mean, there's been some audacious strokes in it as well. How about that reverse little ramp that he pulled out at one stage?
Upsale plays it nicely. He's done his job on this occasion. He's just turned the strike over, so Zia's now got 3 balls, 3 runs needed for the triple figures.
Yeah, in any other time I would have been saying, hey, you should be pushing for 2 there, but not this time.
So Parallel hasn't bowled a bad over here, just singles all round.
97 for Ismail Zia, on the verge of a memorable moment.
Charges inside edge, that might fly away. What a glamorous way to bring up the 3 figures. Probably the only shot that hasn't hit the middle of the bat for him in the entire innings. But this young man, Ismail Zia, what a stunning display of power hitting.
Memorable moment, not just for him, but for his team and really everyone here on the European Cricket Network. Ismail Zia strokes all around the ground, and you're right, that one didn't hit the middle, but plenty did. 101 off 32 balls with 10 maximos, and now he's got some time to party. The 150's up, and there's 2 balls to come.
He does go wide. Good bit of bowling. Yashath Paralath has followed him out to the offside. Was trying to give himself space. There's a fair bit of acreage down there to fine leg. It's a good bit of bowling. 1 ball to go, and it's been a good over for him so far.
What a performance from Ismail Zia. Now he should just stop getting funky and slam this one straight over the main camera. Last ball coming up.
Well, it doesn't go quite as funky as Mr. Maximo was requesting. That's drilled out to cover, and the end of actually an excellent over to conclude proceedings. Paralath, he can be proud of his job. He has just gone for 20, but that is nonetheless an incredible performance from Albies Almi. And that man on screen, Ismail Zia, there are 3 letters in his surname. There are 3 figures on his batting chart today. It all started with a rush, a couple of dot balls in the opening over, but then unfortunately Sandhu just lost his radar and got pumped a couple of times. He made up for it later on, though. Took a good catch. 1, 2, 3, 4 little pops, like he was holding a bit of food that was too hot for him, but he eventually pocketed the catch. But that only brought Azim Khalil to the crease, and in partnership with Zia, who did most of the hitting, he managed to survive a deflection there. And these 2 made absolute hay during the middle overs. Vinny, it was some brutal stroke making.
Yeah, and it's like mostly the decision making was good, I think. I think that kind of picked his moments. But yeah, just the basics were very good in the first place from Ismail Zia. They just couldn't find a way through. Eventually, Azam, he fell, and he wasn't quite on song, but Ismail certainly was.
Yeah, certainly was. Good bit of bowling there from Daniel Compati. Was impressed by his left arm orthodox. Managed to get Azim Khalil and then took down Sami Khalil, who had done so much damage in game 1. Then we even saw Archon Vaidya come in with some left arm orthodox. Just a single over, managed to get an LBW, but then it was just the Zia party from then on in. And the unfortunate thing, Vinny, the social media post tonight of the ton will show an inside edge flying down to fine leg.
No.
There were so many other great shots in that innings.
Hey, there's no bad way to bring up 100. I'm telling you that much. So, congratulations, Ismail Zia. He becomes the 12th century maker of 2023 with that 102 not out of 34 balls. And
equal quickest for this year too.
Yeah, super quick work from him as well. 153 for 4, the final for Albies Almi. Stockholm CC will be pushing things uphill in the second half of this innings. Azam Khalil with 20, but really, Zia dominated the strike as well as dominating the bowling, didn't he? 20 extras didn't help as well as far as Stockholm CC are concerned with those 15 wides. Even with it conceding a century, I still feel without those wides, they might have been more like 130s, maybe high 130s they're chasing, which is a bit more realistic. Anyway, they'll be having a crack at it because they'll be out there chasing 154 for victory after the break. As far as the bowling went, well, no one had a really good time of it, did they? I think Kampati did some good things, 2 for 27. I do like kind of the bowling of Vidya as well, but he got caught up in the crosshairs as well, 1 for 19. Upajaya with the other wicket. So, some memorable innings for many reasons. That's Albi Zalmi. We know that they are very unpredictable. And Stockholm CC, they'll be after them in the second half of this game. Many sound to hear Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. We'll see you after this for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back, European cricket fans. We're here for the second innings of Game 2 of this European Cricket Series tournament here, brought to you by FanCode in Stockholm, Sweden. And we have one of the top guns of Swedish cricket, LB Zelmi, who are on show. And speaking of guns, one of their young superstars, Ismail Zia, he has been the story of the morning thus far, launching a century off only 34 balls in that last innings. Some extraordinary hitting from the young man. Ended up with 102 off 34 deliveries. Sorry, should have said it only took him 33 to get to the ton, but excellent batting all round. And now their bowling attack, which was under some threat in the first game here against Jinnah Stockholm Cricket Club, and they managed to just squeak out with a win in that first game thanks to a 6 off the final ball. Bowling attack is got plenty to work with here, as LB Zelmi have managed to reach 153 for 4 off their 10 overs, largely due to that exceptional innings from Zia. A big uphill climb, though, for the boys from Stockholm Cricket Club. This is our first look at them with the bat in this ECS Sweden tournament for 2023. They've been on show before, had a reasonable tournament a couple of years ago. A few changes to that squad since then, and looks like Shiva Asi going to take strike, and the wicket-keeper Abhishek Mathur did a pretty good job with the gloves in that first innings, joining him. Kamran Rashid is given the new ball. Short ball, reasonable pace, pulled out to square leg. Ordinary fielding effort from Usman Jabbar. May have taken a poor bounce there, but short ball that was causing a little bit of discomfort for the batter. Kamran Rashid, we saw him bowl an excellent pair of overs in the last game when his opening bowlers had been smacked to all parts and gone for 40 off their first 2. And he came back, pulled it back with some excellent defensive bowling. Got a bustling run up. Decent length ball, just pushed. Looks like RC was trying to push through for the single. Mathur had absolutely no interest. Good start from Rashid. Looks like he's very capable of just hitting a good line and length, and particularly for this pitch where just bowling probably a little bit short of a length outside off stump is a good method. He's certainly the man to do it. A little bit fuller on that occasion. Good contact, but hits it straight to Mir Afzal, who's fielding there at mid-off. Good fielding unit, this LB Zelmi team. As mentioned on the coverage earlier, they're one of the younger groups within Swedish cricket. Work very hard on their fielding in addition to the other key skills. Down the leg side. Keeper Zia probably feeling pretty sprightly in his young legs after knocking up a ton in that first innings. One of the young starlets of Swedish cricket. She a little bit disappointed with himself. Prides himself on his accuracy with his bowling. Afzal continuing to do a bit of work on the ball, even in these 10-over games. Important to keep the condition of the Grizzly Bear Sports pill. Good nick. That ball from Rashid, just a little bit more on middle stump, and Mathur's used the pace of the ball, stepped inside it. That's a lovely little flick down past wide of fine leg. Excellent batting. Plenty of runs to play with, LB Zelmi. Further 148 required. Going to have to be a fast start in this power play. Stockholm Cricket Club are going to make any thrust towards victory here. Good length again. Rashid just hits that spot short of a length. Gets it to rise off the pitch into an uncomfortable spot. Do does well to just push it for a single. But singles are not going to win this game for Stockholm Cricket Club. Arcee maybe giving a little bit of a signal as to what he's likely to do. Just play the ramp shot, try to use the pace of Rashid. Goes for the more conventional cut, less conventional to get an underneath edge to it, but goes straight through to the fielder at third man. And no run, and that's another pretty good over from Rashid. Only 7 off it. Being a very useful contributor with the ball so far for LB Zolmi in this tournament. 52 matches since a golden ball. Will it happen in this contest? Suspect the fans, the supercomputer, even Mr. Maximo would suggest probably not, but let's see what Stockholm can do in the final 2 overs of the power play. So we're back on strike. One lone boundary for him in the opening over. Didn't used to be a lovely day for cricket out here in Master Cricket Club. Gorgeous surrounds of birch tree forests. The open expanses of the cricket ground here and residential complexes from the town of Master in the background. Local population enjoying the day off for Swedish National Day, 6th of June. Nice ball, Usman Jabbar. Rewarded for that sloppy fielding in the first over by being thrown the ball by his skipper. Comes up with a nice delivery. Just once again hitting that area on a just short of a good length. Getting a little bit of pop off the pitch. Matur tucks it away for a single. Full of ball. Arcee tries to go big. Only succeeds in popping it up, but he's been led off by Mir Afzal, who looked like he was comfortably sat under that catch, but has somehow let it slip through his fingers. It's one bounce and then starts to roll over the boundary. Well, Mir Afzal looked like he was setting up his spiker on a volleyball court the way that popped off his fingers. For a team that prides themselves on their fielding, it's a fairly ordinary effort, and as penance for his sins, he's been slapped across to extra cover. Ami Khalil going into the mid-off region as Arcee survives. That one just outside of his off stump, no bat. Pretty good location from Jabbar, just inside the wide line. Frustrated not getting the wicket off the previous ball. Short ball, leg side. Arcee too easy for him. He's not a tall man. Usually players of that shorter stature are very adept at playing the cross-bat shots on the leg side. Nicely struck, put away. He's raced along to 9 off 5. It's a long way to go for the Stockholm Cricket Club, but a couple of early boundaries. At least giving them a sniff. Umpire just checking the ball before it gets handed back to Jabbar. It's popped away on the offside. Sprints through for a single. Done a reasonable job of turning over the strike even when they haven't got boundaries so far, this pair. Seem to be in tune as far as they're running between the wickets. Not quite the variation of a right-left combination, but a big difference in height and size, which gives the bowler food for thought in terms of length. Looked like Matur was winding up to take a big strike at that. And off-speed ball from Jabbar wide of off stump. Just plays it in almost cut shot form, but out to man at cover on the 30. And Mir Afzal, that one doesn't slip through his fingers. End of the second over, Stockholm Cricket Club, 18 for none. Not quite fireworks in these opening exchanges, but certainly good enough. Quick look at the table here. LB Zolmi, courtesy of that first win. This morning, they have rocketed up into third place. Chester Cricket Club, they're in second, although after yesterday, they did manage to have losses in their first 2 games before recovering for a victory in their third. Managed to chase down a fairly paltry total from Hammarby Cricket Club, lowest scoring game of the day. And who likes to induce some low scores. Kamran Rashid coming in. He's managed to beat Matur, but keeper can only parry it, and it goes flying over the boundary. It's going to be byes. Fairness to Ismail Zia, who's got the gloves. He's got some runs in the bank, courtesy of that century, but disappointed not to have done a little bit better on that occasion. Another example, though, of the ball just shooting through. Not a particularly fun pitch to keep on. The men with the gloves. May not have made contact, but I like the strategy from Matur. Rashid, not a man that you just want to be able to settle into his length because he's too consistent. Have to give him something to think about. So this time goes deep in his crease. Flicks it out. Nice shot to mid-wicket. Defensive fielder out there, though. Former Mashal Khan. No matter what happens for the rest of his day, he can go to bed happy tonight. Managed to launch a 6. Final ball of game 1 today. Brought Albi's only victory against the Jinnah Stockholm boys. He swings the head around. Manages to drag it to once again Mashal Khan coming in off that mid-wicket boundary. Just singles, gentle accumulation more than anything. At the moment by Stockholm Cricket Club. Last few balls of the power play. May need to take a few risks here while the field is still up. Once again, that very typical Rashid length. Probably a little bit of frustration on Matur's part. Wound up for a couple of big strikes, but just hasn't got the room to free the arms. He was eyeing off that area around third man before. Maybe just rather than try to push against the pace, use it to your advantage. And he does exactly that. Gives himself a little bit of room out to the leg side. Swings it over and above backward point region. Lovely shot. It's clever batting from RC. One thing you know against Kamran Rashid, you're going to have a consistency of line and length. Can be infuriating to bat against, but you can also use that to your advantage, the predictability. Takes Stockholm up to 29 for none. Still 1 ball to go in this over and 1 ball in the power play. Bit of a lack of intensity amongst the LB Zelmi crowd. At the moment, just feel like they need a wicket just to get themselves going. Camera coming around the wicket. Bowled full and onto middle stump. Sammy Khalil almost makes a meal of it at mid-off. It's the end of the over. Stockholm even 30 after 3. It's getting a bad effort from this opening pair. They've managed to get through both of Rashid's overs. Loss of no wickets. I wouldn't say it's been the most ambitious stroke play. They managed to steadily escalate the scoring off each over, though. 7 off the first, 12 from that last one from Rashid, helped along by that boundary from RC off the second last ball. Interesting to see what the captain, Azam Khalil, does in this game. Probably still feel comfortable that he's got enough runs to play with. May try to mix up the bowling order a little bit. Javid Dawoodzai coming on to bowl the 4th over. Got a good change of pace, not quite as sharp as Rashid. Just to beat RC outside off stump. Throw coming in, they'll make it through for 2. Just a bit of sloppiness creeping into this LB Zelmi fielding unit. The hands haven't been particularly good so far. Mir Afzal put down a catch earlier in the innings. In that instance, Speculative throw coming in, and the Woodseye not getting back. So he was probably entitled to have a crack at the stumps there, but the bowler not alert to the opportunity. Ah, good ball. Little bit fuller than they've faced in the last couple of overs. Right on off-stump line. RC tries to swing it across to the deep mid-wicket boundary, but complete air swing, and his off-stump is smashed to the ground. Nice piece of bowling from Woodseye. Such a sorry sight for the batsman to turn around and see that base of the FanCode European Cricket Series stumps lying flat on their back. First wicket down, Stockholm Cricket Club, 32 for 1. Nice bowl from the Woodseye. Bit of a change in length from what the batsman had been seeing from Cameron Rashid. Much more short of a length. The Woodseye put it up there. Not a huge amount of sideways movement. Actually, we haven't seen a huge amount of swing for the majority of the day. Aside from Lagan Sandhu, who opened the bowling for Stockholm Cricket Club. The Woodseye settled into his length, though. It's a nice ball. This is Kaushik Vats, who's joined Mathur at the crease. Full ball from the Woodseye. Managed to York Vats as trying to flick that out to the leg side. Pretty good bowler at the Woodseye. As long as he doesn't drop short, he hasn't got the same pace as a couple of his teammates to bowl that short of a length ball. But it just moves it enough to be dangerous outside the off stump. Once again, fullish. Throw comes in. That's sluggishly back to his crease. He's been able to get off the mark despite 3 balls. Look at his setup on the next ball. That front leg is a long way outside off stump. I suspect the Woodseye identified that and will be firing it in probably slightly wide of off. That strikes that nicely. Well fielded in the end. There's Cameron Rashid coming in there at cover. Difficult on those half volley bounces, but as it is, it's good over from Woodseye. Stockholm Cricket Club 33 for 1 after 4. Just as we tick over to the end of 4 overs, excellent time as we need some analysis on the Worm to reintroduce Vinny Sandhu to the coverage.
Well, the Worm's in trouble. There's my expert opinion. Not surprising, really, when they're chasing 150s. Just kind of blown away, weren't they? Stockholm CC in the first half. I don't think they bowled that badly. I think a lot of these kind of middle, I suppose, challenge deliveries, or so they get called slot deliveries if they get hit for 6. Otherwise, they're called kind of good length deliveries. But they just disappeared, didn't they? Here's Azam Khalil to bowl over number 5.
A little bit of flight from Khalil, and that he is launched after struggling to get off the mark. All of a sudden, he gets what we'll call a slot delivery from Azam Khalil, given it's been smoked, and he's knocked it for a Maximo.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good shot. Just good contact. Found the gap as well for a bit of extra insurance. If I had to criticise Azam's bowling, and I probably wouldn't because he's a lovely man, but I think he's just been a little bit too straight today. Probably, and that's another example of it. I'd like to see him maybe trying to lure batters outside the off stump, and then you might see them running past a couple, or you might see them actually having to drag the ball to the leg side. Let's check out this field. I think it's okay. Yep, just got the foot on it in time. So I think you can get wickets even without bowling out the stumps. This is a low full toss. It's just knocked for 1.
So continuing to just deal in singles for the most part. Drill down to Mansard Dawaz, who's fielding out here at long off. A little bit more air from Khalil. Big swing across the line. Not gloved by Zia. As much as his batting was exceptional in the first innings, hasn't been his cleanest day with the gloves in this innings to date.
Yeah, that's a bit of fatigue can creep in as well. Remember, he just cracked 100.
Oh, Matur, he's finally decided to unleash. Hit it very high. And unfortunately for the fielding unit, this shortish boundary on the leg side, they had to try to keep their balance inside the boundary line. Just floated out of their grasps, and it goes for Maximo.
Well, it just gets over for 6, but you can see, I still think there he probably was a step too far in. Easy for us to say, because when he's watching the ball, he doesn't quite know where he is. This is going to go quickly to the boundary, though. That's 4 more. Find that one in the bushes. The previous one from Sami Khalil was a funny one, because he did get kind of caught under one earlier that blew over his head. I think that did as well. If he was right back, he might have been able to make a play on it. Anyway, it brings up the 50, and Stockholm CC are fighting on. It's 52 for 1 after 5. All right, I do this game sometimes. I'm going to roll the dice, and we'll talk about one of the ECC groups. Okay, you ready? So I'm rolling a dice, and it has come up number 3. Group C. Let's talk about it. Okay, Italy, Denmark, and Sweden. For me, not too much between those 3 teams. Okay, the other side that we know, there's Estonia. So we'll get Sweden and Estonia playing each other in the ECIs. And a bit like the Austria-Hungary situation we saw in the previous ECI, where we know Sweden and Estonia, they'll meet in the ECC. So we'll get a bit of a preview to that. The other team's yet to be confirmed, but we'll let you know as soon as we have the 31st team. As we come back to live action, just in time for the ball to disappear again, Maximo! What a good shot this is. And yeah, Abhishek Mathur, I think I mentioned before, we didn't see too much of him last time in the ECS, and when we saw him, he looked very good. And that's Vats, though, at the other end. That pumps that one out of the ground, and he joins Mathur on one more hit, and he'll join him on 20.
He's faced 8 balls, hasn't done much in between his 2 big strikes, Vats, but clean hitter when he gets a hold of the ball.
We've seen some really good ball striking, haven't we, today? And the wind's not as much of a factor either. So it's just good clean hitting.
Towardside coming in for his second. Oh, outside edge, straight through to the keeper. Z has finally gloved one cleanly. Continues his very happy day out. Fantasy points being racked up for the wicket keeper from Albi Zalmi, but getting smacked for its 6th first ball. It's actually a good comeback from Dawodzai, pushing it outside off stump. Regulation dismissal. Another man back in the hatch for Stockholm.
Yeah, well, again, I suppose it's a better location, isn't it? We're not getting too straight. I know the instinct is to bowl at the stumps, and that can be a good strategy, but it also can be a risky strategy. I think we've seen that on this field. If you go outside the off stump, get the batter reaching, it can be a bit difficult when the ball's away from the eye line. Well held by Ismail Zia. He's having a good game, I think, all things considered. Dawodzai breaks through, and it's 58 for 2.
Brave fight from Stockholm. They've been pushing and pushing and pushing. Big questions, though. The left-hander, Vaja, who's their best batter by some distance, and certainly a man to rely on a lot. Only coming in with 4.5 overs to go.
That's the thing. You know, that's the thing that surprised me slightly. Look, I know that's maybe where he likes to bat, but he was their leading run scorer last time. Had the highest individual score of 77 not out. I don't see what he can do here. And even if this game is gone, I think you want to try and put some good runs up. You know, you've got a tricky game against Mashta as well coming up. Stockholm CC. This is where the bonus point is interesting as well. If we had the bonus point system, I'd do a hypothetical. They need to get to 108 to keep their point. Stockholm CC.
Nice ball, but well driven. You can see the class of this man Vaja. It wasn't a bad delivery whatsoever, but just opens the face of the bat. Almost took it to the boundary. Good start for him.
Yeah, it's good. Good start. Confident looking start. I want to say quick hello to Dave, who's with us, and he said he's having great value. He chooses to spend about £5 a month to support the network, and he says it's the best money he's ever spent, especially after that first game today. No complaints there.
Whoa, no complaints from the bowler. Java Dawodzai Yorks, the big mature who'd been standing there proudly since the opening ball. Excellent bit of bowling. He's got a sneaky Yorker. Dawodzai just trundles in most of the time, but that's excellent location and due reward.
Oh, yeah, look at that little bit of bend on that. Still beats the outside edge of the bat. Shows you how far the batter was away from it. But, yeah, that little bit of tail crashed into middle and off. Brilliant bit of bowling. Dawodzai's got 3 now, and the score's 58 for 3.
Yeah, certainly. Wouldn't say it's all falling apart for Stockholm Cricket Club, but 3 wickets down. Tomar, who did a pretty good job in the outfield for the most part of that last innings, coming out to join Vidya, making a statement. Not only not coming out with a helmet, but not even a cap, Vinny.
Yeah, the old hatless. I must admit, back in the day, I would sometimes do that, particularly if it was a night match. I was like, do I really need a cap? But as I started climbing the ranks and playing high-level cricket, I always made sure to have a helmet in, and it was often tested out. So, anyway, hopefully he doesn't cop anything upstairs.
He's almost copped one downstairs on that first ball.
Maybe that's where he's doubled down his protection down there, perhaps. It's yeah, Dawood's throwing 3 to 8. This bites back, and I think I'm thankful for Manish Tomar that it doesn't quite get up as high as he might have thought.
Well, the field being manoeuvred for the left-hander. Interesting topic, and we can maybe drift into the next over with it. Were you considered a bounceable person back in Perth District Cricket, as in someone that bowlers genuinely enjoyed giving a bit of chin music to?
Good question.
Oh, big swing across the line from Vidya, but Dawood's picks up yet another wicket. 4 for 8, outstanding figures, and for a top-quality batsman, that is an ordinary-looking shot, but excellent bowling from Dawood's.
Yeah, he just kind of swings across it. It's not his greatest moment, Vidya. He's probably just trying to lift the rate. But credit to Dawood's. He's going to finish with 4, and it's 60 for 4 after 6. All 4 of those wickets to Java Dawood's. Well, nice work. Fantasy points, 4 wickets is the same as a century. Did you know that?
Is that right?
Yeah, just like wickets are 25 points each. Yeah.
Can go back into the dressing room and point out to Ismail Zia that after your 34 balls of slaughtering the Stockholm Cricket Club, that he's just managed to equalise.
Yeah, well bowled though, and they'll just be hoping to finish this off professionally. Stockholm, they'll be hoping they can kind of rebound, maybe put that 100 plus on the board, get some momentum going into the second game against the host Mashta. First time we'll see them. To answer your question, part of my quirk as a bowler turned wicketkeeper is that my batting never really got a lot better. So I was forever about a number 9 tops, maybe number 8. And so I don't think I batted long enough for anyone to bother coming up with any sort of plans against me in the first grade level. Having said that, there was a guy, Denver Cruz, his name was. He played for the Canberra side, and he did hit me on a bit of a green top we'd prepared with a ball that was approximately 144. And I had long enough just to realise it was going to hit me in the head. I didn't really move. And
did you just say the ball was approximately 144? Is it in addition to being able to track ECN scores that Maximo could track kilometres
I've actually got a pretty good radar detector, human radar detector as well. And that comes from playing a lot of games where they have the radar. So this guy's known to bowl about that 90 miles an hour. Like I said, I saw just enough of it to know it was going to hit me in the side of the head. It's pretty high. They might have a look at this, And it's going to be 4 for sure. So Albert comes in, and he's going to step out of his crease, and then he's an extra step. A bit of freeze on that. And then just works it away. Oh, yeah.
I think I'd give that as a no ball, Vinny. Tell you what, Mir Afzal's not having the happiest day out of all of the guys from Albi Zalmi who have been on fire so far. That is called no ball.
Yeah.
Good to see that umpire Rhino is being listened to.
It's probably hitting him in the belt, which is if he's standing at the crease, and if there's doubt, they normally give them. So we'll give him that. It's not a great start for Kudratullah, who'll have to deliver the free hit now.
Short ball swung straight down the ground. It's travelled approximately 12.5 metres, and they will just run through for the single.
So I will say this, against fairly average bowling, I'm a very good hooker and puller, and against faster bowling, it's a bit tougher.
Funny how the feet don't seem to move as quickly when you're getting into the 130 plus range. That's struck nicely, but has managed to find the safe hands of Azam Khalil. I think when Tomar first struck that ball, he was pocketing it as a 6, but unfortunately he's on his way back to the pavilion. Nice catch.
That's a very good catch. Azam Khalil, he's taken some very good ones under pressure in ECN. Just knew exactly where he was. This is the difference for me between him and probably Sami Khalil on the boundary today, who found himself a bit lost a couple of times, didn't know how much room he had to play with. But Azam, he was pretty confident, and Yeah, for a little guy, he's got a spring in his step there. But not the worst shot either. Unfortunately, for Stockholm CC, they've lost a 5th wicket now at 67 for 5.
No, poor Tomar, I think he would have seen the diminutive figure of Azam Khalil on the boundary and thought, oh, I've carried that, but just a little bit of a hop at the end. Took it like a comfortable mark from a full forward in Australian rules football. Came down very calmly. Ball back to the bowler. Easy dismissal. And Stockholm losing a couple of wickets in quick succession in the last over, and now this one from Afzal. They're now 67 for 5, and things not looking so good in their pursuit of this hefty target. So it continues. Another full ball, just gently tickled around the leg side from the new batter, Yadlapali.
For some of our viewers out there, what I might do is I might go at some point today, and in the chat I'll put the links to the Albi Zalmi last couple of games in their Group D campaign in the ECL 22. So for some homework tonight, if you haven't had enough ECN, yeah, I'm looking at you, Dave. That's definitely a no ball, and it might be caught. Man, it's even worse than that. It's going to be dropped over for 6. Well, Marshall will give him this. He's taken a 6, and now he's given a 6. I suppose at this stage of the game it doesn't matter too much. That's going to be a 7 up with a free hit to come.
That's almost one of those cases where you feel like your bowler deserves to be smashed. That was such a poor quality ball that the fielders just had a little bit of sympathy for Stockholm Cricket Club, parried it over for a Maximo, and we'll get a free hit out of this as well.
So yeah, second and final warning for Kudratullah. Oh, Kudrat, he's having a bit of a shocker, to be honest, today, but it doesn't matter if his team's winning.
Well, that one was in the slot, not where we expected it to go, but Albert's managed to take it to the boundary, and Afzal, he is not enjoying his day out at Mushta Cricket Club. Plenty of mirth from the LV Zolmi fielders, noticing that he's not having a great time.
Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't, but you know your day can turn around pretty quickly. Albi Zalmi, we'll see them again in the 4th match of the day. Don't forget, looking forward to that one, where they're going to take on Hudinge.
Well, Albert comes to a big swipe across the line. Nice change-up from Afzal. Credit to him for bowling that after a fair bit of carnage in his over before that. Well, in what's been a pretty dominant performance from Albi Zalmi, he goes for 18 off his one over. Stockholm 79 for 5.
Does pick up a wicket, though. Albi Zalmi have got a funny draw today because they play Jinnah CC Stockholm first up, and they end up winning that in dramatic finish, last ball finish. But then they play 2 teams that haven't actually played yet. More about that in a second. But next up, we've got Stockholm CC taking on Mashta in match number 8. Mashta winning the toss and electing to bat in that one. Mashta, look at their lineup. They've got some very good players. Sher Ali, he dominates the domestic scene a lot. Hamid Sulari as well. Very good all-round threat. And last time we saw Mashta, they topped their group but bowed out at the semi-finals. So you're looking forward to that game. It's coming your way in about half an hour's time. You're just saying Albi Zalmi today. So they played a team that played 3 times yesterday. They beat them. But now they're taking on Stockholm CC, their first game in the tournament. And they'll take on Hudinge, their first game in the tournament. So,
Yeah.
you know, maybe getting teams on the hop a little bit.
Pretty good draw for them, actually, as Azam Khalil scoots around the boundary. We'll have a check to see whether or not there was any foot contact. Plenty happening on this ball. Throw came in. The bails are off.
I've got this as okay, but let's see what the replay tells us. Yeah, Azam thinks it's okay. Oh, bad news.
Let's see. Well, his nose is maybe not as accurate as Maximo with the 144 km an hour balls. This is going to be checked again.
Yeah, well, I
Could
tell you
be
what,
just-
Azam, he's as honest as the day is long. He would have passed the polygraph, but that trailing right foot there, I don't think you can make a case that's in the air. I think that's 4. Yeah,
And
that's
the umpire
given.
signals so.
You can't have eyes in the bottom of your feet, I suppose. It was a pretty good effort. Anyway, the good news is it wasn't an overthrow. So at least there was no overthrow. It's just 4. Let's go back to the action. This is Sandawaz.
Well, that is a beautiful strike, and Yadlapali launches that into orbit. Poor old Nawaz just drifts the ball into spin slogland. He's punished.
Such a good shot. I mean, the result might be decided, but the action just keeps on coming, doesn't it, here in match number 7?
You look at Yadlapali standing there at the striker's end, and you know precisely what shots he is going to play just from that stance. there's not going to be a huge amount of finesse to anything coming off this man's bat. Well, saying that, he's managed to just neatly cut one away to point. May have misjudged him, but it's a nicely worked single.
Yeah, again, looks like his scoreboard just can't keep up to date. I know we're well into the 8th over now, but we'll catch up in a minute.
Looked like that one went the other way from Noirs. Fair bit of interest from the wicket keeper.
Yeah.
Zia just trying to add to his.
Oh, he's
so
gone.
off
He's
beat in the
gone.
air.
Yeah, look at that. He's brilliant work. And it's just up for a fraction of a second, but he's gone. And
Tell you what, the skipper, Azim Khalil, when he heard the chirps from the commentary box congratulating the wicketkeeper, didn't there come a big smile on his face? That's outstanding stuff from Zia.
got the scoop. Yeah, that's sharp bit of work from Ismail Zia. I've said, and I've liked what I've seen from his wicket keeping today. He was lightning fast to get those bails off, and that toe was only up for a fraction of a second, wasn't it? Just have a look at it here. And just the overbouncing, the weight's going forward, and he's searching to get that toe down, but he couldn't keep it down. A bit like an amateur in a game of Twister at about 1 o'clock in the morning. And couldn't quite find the green spot. And so, yeah, quick to get the bails off, a wicket for Nawaz.
Does that mean that he's walked off and he's just going to be drowning his sorrows on the couch
Yeah,
for the
that's
next
it.
hour while the remainder of Twister plays out?
Difficult game, Twister, and I can't say I was that good at it. I'm kind of flexible in some ways, but very inflexible in some others. So I think there'll be a few people that would beat me in that. Need to hit the Pilates. A lot of my friends now are still playing professional cricket. They're into the Pilates and all this kind of stuff.
Love a bit of Pilates
Talking about like
myself.
6'6" fast bowlers doing Pilates. Anyway, 3 to come.
Nice flight from Nawaz. Not a bad over from him. I used to quite enjoy a bit of Pilates myself, actually.
Oh, yeah?
The back in my Australian football playing days, and used to sort of trumpet it up as a way to get over some niggling injuries. There's big appeal there. And the umpire's finger goes up. Well, he's sold by the appeal, and Nawaz has somehow extracted a second wicket from this over.
Well, give us a look at this one straight on. He's always blown his glove off with the high five as well. All right, I'll give you my 2 cents. Didn't get a great angle of it the first time around. Okay, so far so good.
Super
Oh.
slow-mo.
I love that. Impact. Yeah, I mean, look, you make a case for that. What's that plumb? I mean, maybe it could be one of those ones that you don't feel is that out, but if you did a DRS on that, there's every chance it's hitting in line and hitting. I mean, it's not conclusively missing.
I agree, Vinny. And when I first saw it given, I was surprised. But actually having a look at it on replay, and every chance that might have tickled the top bail. But as it is, it made Nawaz's day, giving him a second scalp from that over. And Albie Zelmi continue to dominate proceedings here.
Yeah, again, probably all academic. Yeah, I mean, in the end, if you hit the ball, you don't run into those kind of problems as a batter, don't you? It's another attempted shot across the line. It's, yeah, you know, I don't mind attacking. You know, we want attacking cricket. Part of that is, I think, attacking LBW decisions for umpires. Because the bowlers don't get much, do they, in this form of the game? I think that could well have been hitting the stumps.
On a different note, have you ever done junior coaching, and when some young kids come back disappointed about his innings, you've turned to him and said, well, you don't have those problems if you make contact with the bat,
Yeah,
son.
I've said that to actual batters, and I don't normally appreciate it. But yeah, that's the thing.
It's contributing to why you were one of the more bounceable characters around Perth cricket.
When you think about cricket, just from imagine you're a non-cricketer, if you batters go, oh, it was missing. The thing is, a non-cricket person would say, yeah, but why didn't you hit the ball? Why do you have all these weird rules anyway of like, you know, a ball, you're allowed to essentially intercept a ball with your leg, but if it pitches outside leg stump, it's okay. If it hits you outside the line, it's okay. It makes no sense to anyone else. It's not a cricket person. It's, yeah, well done, team. No was.
This game doesn't make too much sense to
No, it
many
doesn't make a
people
lot of
at
sense.
any given time, but that's why we love it.
Yeah, they'll say, hit him outside the line, and they'll say, yeah, so the ball's going to hit the stumps.
Well, Azam induces a defensive shot. Let's turn up for the books.
Yeah, well, take a screenshot of that and put it in the coaching manual. His arm.
Nice
Holding
pair,
the ninth here.
nice pair of aqua fluorescent pads as that one's just driven back as Stockholm seem to be playing for the draw
Yeah,
now.
well, this reminds me of the old days. I could smell the Frankfurters and the party pies, and it was almost tea time. And they shut up shop for a couple of overs.
Oh, launches that next one. Nawaz does exceptionally well. I think we'll have to
This will be a
check that
good
on
one.
replay.
I think this is okay, but it's not impossible. He might have just kicked the line here.
I think he's nibbled it, Vinny.
You reckon? Yeah, it's almost taking out the umpire. Let's have a look. It's the trailing foot again. Is he touching the ball? Yeah. I know. Yeah, I think that's going to be 4. There's definitely a bit of that that's hit the line.
I reckon we could make one of the shooting stars memes out of that body movement, though, the way he's gone flying across the turf.
I reckon that's 4. Yeah, and it's given now. Good effort. Tell you what, they've been kind of undone by the white powder a couple of times, haven't they, Albi Zalmi?
Change topics. I'll give a challenge to Diana Orris,
I know you
who's
haven't-
sitting about 5 metres away from us, to turn Afzal into Nawaz into a shooting stars meme off the back of that one. That's something
I
to
know that you
get
haven't
rocked
done this
by
in a
for the
while.
afternoon.
I know you haven't done this in a while, but let me remind you there is a mute button as well. You can feel free to use that whenever you like. And anyway.
It's amazing what happens when a game drifts into an uncompetitive 9th over. As we see,
This is why we need the bonus point. What was the bonus point again if we were to have that?
I'll put it at 70% or within 7
Yeah.
overs or something. We'll Zim Khalil, he's managed to drag one down the leg side. Some handy footwork coming down there. Charging back for the second. Throw comes in. Not even the magic of Zia can manufacture a run out of that. And they managed to scoot through successfully for the 2.
If we had the bonus point, then basically the batting team wouldn't have to get to 108 to get a point out of the game. So see, that would be quite exciting. It'd be 12 off 7 now.
Well, speaking of exciting, running attempt at a catch, and Carter's taken it. The man's having a good day here, Mashal, for Albi Zelmi. Yadlapali tries to launch that one over the mid-wicket boundary, and Azam Khalil gets a wicket. Stockholm, 99, still haven't managed to get to the 100 mark. It's a good catch from Mashal.
Yeah, nice catch. And we spilt one on the free hit earlier, but he catches the one that counts. And especially when it's off the captain, it's gonna please the Albi's Army supporters out there. It's the 8th wicket down with an over remaining, 99 for 8.
Tell you what, for a man who's, if you went home back in the old days of playing cricket and said, "Mum, I only faced one ball at my day of cricket," that would seem like a pretty underwhelming time at the field.
That's
and yet,
true.
Mashal, he may not face another ball today, but he's managed to smoke a 6 to win a game. Had a couple of nice moments in the field.
Quality,
All up, pretty
quality
happy.
not quantity. Anyway, change bowling now. They've gone for Shahid Ali in the last. So they're throwing the ball around to a few different players. I don't mind that.
Good start for him, just dropping one on a decent length.
I think that Sad Nawaz is a bit filthy. He doesn't get a second over though. He took 2 for 11.
Nice ball. Once again, just on a reasonable length. Has a crack at the stumps. Direct hit would likely have had Dyer out at the striker's end, but as it is, just dot ball.
Yeah, this one petering to a close.
Hasn't been a bad chase from Stockholm, to be fair.
Not easy first game. Anyway, this was kind of the issue last time as well. You want essentially your openers to fairly consistently, or the top 3, let's say, to put some big runs on the board and let everyone else support. You don't want to be leaning too much on that middle order.
Let's push down the leg side. Speaking of leaning, Sandu at the non-striker's end, he's showing absolutely no appetite to push through a quick single as he's...
That's a good bit of keeping. I know it's not pretty, but it's effective. You need to at least block it down the leg side, and then if you can take it, it's a bit of a bonus. Stayed fairly low there, Ismail Zia.
That one's nicely bowled. So Ali getting through this over with some pretty tidy deliveries. Just tucked around for a single.
Yeah, so looking forward to seeing the hosts in action in the next game, Mashta. And yeah, Stockholm CC, they'll have to get back out there straight away. They'll be chasing once again.
That one's just driven down to log on. Easy single as This game just strolling to a close here at Marshall Ground. We'd be nice and happy to get away a tidy over. Coming to the final ball of the game. Fallen on a leg stump, and it's just drilled across. His arms go up in celebration. Mashal finishes off with a lovely throwback to the keeper. And that is all she wrote here at Marshall Cricket Club, Stockholm. 104 for 8 in pursuit of a hefty total of 154. So ultimately they go down in their first game, but not without a fight. And they show that they've got enough hitting in this lineup that they'll certainly trouble some other teams during the course of this tournament. But ultimately that innings from Zia just took things out of their hands. And Vinny, we look forward to the next game.
Looking forward to that, too, in Falby's Army. This one not as emotion shown after the last ball, because that one was on the cards for a while. Stockholm CC they'll be chasing because Matchday they won the toss. They've elected to bat first, and just look at Wakas Hyder at the top of the order. Sher Ali and Soleri, very strong top three for them. And I like they've picked up Humi and Joti behind the stumps. He's a real live wire with the gloves. Watch out for him. We've seen him playing for Sweden before as well. And Stockholm, although they'll be looking to some of the players to step up. I did say that there were some good performers in there. I like Paralaf with the ball. Compati did some good things well with the ball, but they need to perform, don't they? Otherwise, they could be walking away empty-handed from their first day of action. This was a bit of a shocking couple of games for Kudratula. But what he can say is he's on the winning side, and when he comes good, that'll be a bonus. The Stockholm CC, despite their efforts, they were just never quite able to get to the rate required. The rider was on the ball for some time in this chase.
Yeah, certainly was. They didn't quit at all during the innings, but Zombie's got a pretty good bowling attack, plenty of variety. Nice to see the spin of Azim Khalil pop out a couple of times this morning. And Javed Dawoodzi, he was by far the pick of the bowlers, ended up with 4 wickets. Just a nice mix of disciplined bowling on a good length outside off stump and the occasional sneaky Yorker. Managed to take out Vajas off stump coming around the wicket. Nice little change from him there. There you go. Speaking of little, there's Azim Khalil on the boundary. Makes a big impact, though, in all forms of the game. Mashal making sure his bowler was punished for an erroneous full toss. Azim tried to sell one to us on the boundary.
That was great keeping from Zia, but I was going to say the boundary line was probably the player of the last 5 overs. Nawaz, on this one, straightened down the line. He liked it. Zia protecting his hands, smart, avoids a fairly forceful high 5 attempt, and then this is the same one, basically, but the other way from Saad Nawaz. I think the NLB Salmi, they never do it the easy way, but there was a bit of a more of a irregular feel to this win, as they were able to run out victors by 49 runs. Stockholm CC chasing 154. I like the efforts put in early. I mean, RC with 16 off 11. Mathur, the keeper, with 20 off 13, and Vats 14 off 9. All had good strike rates. They just couldn't stick around long enough, could they? So, no credit to them. I think they do. They come up with, what's that? They had 5 Maximos in the innings. They had 9 boundaries. So they found it kind of more or less often enough-ish. Probably 15 off what I call the pass score. I think just batted out of the game in the first half because of that breathtaking century by the youngster Ismail Zia.
Yeah, certainly the highlight of today's play so far, Ismail Zia. Excellent batting. But also, Javed Dawoodzi, 4 for 8. That's exceptional figures, and congratulations to him. It's a great performance with the ball, and certainly he led the attack for Omni Zolmi. Cameron Rashid bowled pretty well at the top despite not taking a wicket, and then they managed to get through a few other bowlers in the latter part of the innings, but a comfortable win for Omni Zolmi. They are 2-0 so far. We will be back reasonably soon in about 19 minutes for match 8. Coming up, it is Stockholm Cricket Club back out on the field, and they will be up against the home team representatives, Marshta. Looking forward to seeing them. It is Andrew Ryan on behalf of the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Vinny Sandhu all day to take you through the remainder of the 3 games here from ECS Sweden 2023, brought to you by FanCode. Please come and join us for the next game.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Stockholm edition of the FanCode European Cricket Series. Now it's time for match number 8 and we're going to see Stockholm CC once again. Now they'll take on the host club, Mashta Cricket Club. So, it's going to be a chance to reunite with some of our friends from that side. Let's go now to the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the two captains.
Hamid's call. Tails is the call. Tails never fails.
We are gonna bat.
So Hamid Saleri of Mashta has won the toss and he's elected to bat first. It gives them an opportunity to set the running, and he himself is a very good all-rounder. Watch out for him. Mashta, last time we saw them, they had a good run, 7-1, top their group, but bowed out at the semi-final stages. So on this home turf, I'm sure they would love to get off to a good start against the Stockholm CC side that were a little bit shell-shocked after that first innings of their campaign. Let's see what happens. Andrew Ryan takes to the first ball. Let's get ready for the start of match 8.
Vinny Sandhu, many thanks for that introduction of this game. It's great to have the home team, Ashta Cricket Club, joining us here today. Big stars in their lineup, but I suspect they'll be ready to give this tournament quite a shake and capitalise on the home ground advantage. They know these surrounds very, very well. Wakas Hyder up there at the top, looking like a big fantasy buy. They've got plenty of other stars within that group. Sher Ali, he's scored some big runs within European Cricket Series activity before. But like many other teams over the last couple of days, they are coming in cold to this contest, whereas Stockholm Cricket Club didn't have the most enjoyable time against Albi Selmy in that last game. But on the other hand, they will certainly be better for that run and will probably enjoy the opportunity to unleash their bowling attack again in this first innings. It is those guns, Hyder and Ali, who are batting in the opening positions for Mashta. And with the ball, a little bit of a change. Deep Chagan Singh coming in for the boys from Stockholm. An action of plenty already. Full toss, swung away to the leg side. Beautifully timed shot. But the fielder out there, a deep backwards square, was probably only about 2 steps away from having a play at the catch. It was Paralath who's out there. He's a pretty good athlete. Covered some good ground, but in the end, Hyder just timed the shot beautifully. Much better length ball. Agent 999. Finds the good length just outside off stump. Looks like he hits the pitch fairly hard. Wasn't in the bowling lineup for that first game, so a few changes rung by Stockholm CC. Another decent length ball. Hyder tries to swing it over to the leg side. Line and length, all good from Singh after that boundary on the first delivery. It's recovered well. Always hard for bowlers to settle in this form of the game. T10, you know, the batters are coming at you hard. Quite often the first ball can dictate the mood of an over. Batters get on the front foot, early boundary. All of a sudden the bowlers feel like they're always in catch-up mode. Length again. Ball shoots through a little low. Sher Ali manages to mistime it, but get enough bat on ball to enable an easy single. As we saw from Vinny's report around the toss, it was Mashta who won the toss and elected to bat first, hoping their openers can give them a good start. Ball not brilliantly timed, but raced along this quick outfield. A little bit of a bloop over the 30-metre circle, but kicked off the hard turf. Wasn't a bad ball in the end from Singh, but fortunately for him, he goes for a boundary, and without a huge amount of risk in this first over, Mashta, they are 12 for none, still with 1 ball to go. Swing across the line, good line and length again from Singh. Not a bad over for him, all up. Mashta 12 for none after the first. I think the crowd out here, sizable crowd now. Folks watching this game, a couple of their teams have arrived. Good conditions for cricket today, good conditions for being a cricket fan today. Sher Ali and Hyder, much rests on their shoulders, although there's some good young players from Master that we've heard plenty about over the last couple of days. They've got a good junior program. Some excellent facilities out here in northern part of Stockholm. Tomar has been given the responsibility for this second over. Did a good job in the outfield in their first performance today. That one swung back into the leg side and picked up very sweetly by Sher Ali. Umpire just going to check whether or not this is... Camera swung around at an inopportune time. See this again. And it looks like it's just popped inside the boundary, so I'm sure this will be signalled for, but lovely start. Wasn't actually a bad length ball. No, it's been called 6, so clearly my old man eyes, as Rob Thompson would describe them, are deceiving me, so fingers have gone up for a Maximo. Tough start from Toma. Well, he's decided to bowl on the other side of the wicket, but it does not matter. Gorgeous timing from Ali. Just easy power over the cover boundary. That's a glorious shot. Like he's so talented, he can even swing with 2 bats at the moment. Just getting those arms warmed up by that. If there's any evidence that can be placed on that shot, he is already in super form. Poor Tomar, he hasn't landed two particularly bad balls in this over, but they've both been smoked for maximums. Good length again, manages to extract an inside edge. Ali will just push through for a single. Got out there with the sweater. The big man in the opening spot for Master Cricket Club. Not sure there's a huge amount of need for a jacket or a bit of warmth today. Very, very climate-friendly conditions. A little bit of a breeze coming across. Tomar goes wide of off stump and it's just been deposited over the cover boundary for the 3rd Maximo of this over. That wasn't a particularly good ball. And these two are showing why they're one of the highly rated batting pairs in this part of the world. Absolutely no troubles in getting the run rate moving along. 31 for none. Still 8 balls to go in the power play. 2 from this over from Tomar, who is getting taken to the cleaners. And then someone's going to have to come on and try to bowl a tight 3rd. Ultimately, they need a wicket. Oh, gorgeous shot. Despite it only being a 4, that's probably the best of them. Just waited and leant into the cover drive, moved with the outswing, and has bisected the 2 fielders on the offside. That is superb cricket. Poor Tomar might be regretting that the skipper has given him the call-up to bowl this second over. He's gone for 23 already. And it doesn't seem to matter what he's trying. Well, on that occasion, he's come up with a great response. Cut the batter in half. Hyder had no idea what was happening, but as it was, unfortunately, the keeper also didn't have much idea of what was going on. It's escaped past his left glove with a bit of late in-swing and has rolled down to the boundary for 4 byes. That is 39 on the board after 2 overs. And Master, they have had no problems in terms of getting off to a fast start for their first game. A quick look at the standings board for ECS Sweden 2023, brought to you by FanCode. Gina Stockholm sitting proudly at the top there, 3 wins, 1 loss. They'll be happy with how their tournament started. Last ball win, thanks to Michelle Khan's much needed Maximo in game 1 today, and then a far more comfortable victory in game 2. Hyder and Ali 14 off 4. Big step outside edge. The keeper's very, very keen, but umpire, he's being pleaded to by the Stockholm players He's called, looks like he must have called no ball. It's a clear outside edge, cleanly taken by the keeper, but it looked like he has signalled a free hit. I didn't actually see the no ball call in the first instance. Look at this again, flashing outside edge off the blade. The keeper's gone up. Get a little bit of clarity as to what's happened there. Has been called no ball. Not sure if that was a fielder outside the circle or it was from a front foot no ball. Anyway, as it is, it's been drilled down the ground by Sher Ali. Just the single. Lucky for the bowler. But he had the scalp of one of the two key batters within this Master side. This one's on the stumps. Beautiful drive. It was almost an opportunity for commentator fielding there. Unfortunately, the ball just took a little bit of deviation off the turf. Couldn't get the left mid up in time, but either way, excellent batting. Lovely shot from Hyder. And the timing and placement of these two Master batters is tearing apart the bowling attack of Stockholm Cricket Club. Difficult times. Seeing who bowled a pretty good opening over. Once again, felt like he had one of the openers' scalps in the form of Ali. That one's wide. It's pumped over the cover boundary. Another Maximo, and this is turning into an annihilation very quickly. Gone for the change of pace. Unfortunately, dragged it down wide of off stump. Ida doesn't need a second invitation and plays it very nicely. 51 on the board in only 15 balls. So clearly bringing up the 50 partnership with that strike. It's extraordinary stuff from this pair. Just a minor delay. There's some long grass over behind the cover area. I think the fielders I thought they had tracked down the ball, but just a moment for Stockholm to collect their thoughts. Certainly need a wicket, and how things could have been different. That opening delivery not being a no ball in this over. Good length, tries to swing it again to the leg side. Unsuccessful. He managed to scamper through for one. Few movements coming in the field. Pushed a man back to long on. Fielder who was at long off has come inside the circle. Another fielder at the backward square on the boundary. Nice ball. Hasn't been a bad little spell here from Singh. That one's just shaped away outside off stump. Had Ali prodding at it. And that is a pretty good ball to two set batters. Still one ball to go in this over. Felt like the fielders were ready to switch over, probably in desperation to end the power play. Master 52 for none. Short of a length, and it's pumped unceremoniously across to where the majority of the crowd are sitting, seeing just not quick enough to be bowling that pace, and Sher Ali has punished him. Great shot, and what an end to what has been an extraordinary exhibition of power play batting. Master 58 for none off 3. That first over from Singh only going for 12 looks like in the context of it, actually a pretty decent effort. 12, 27 and 19 off that final one. End of the power play. Looks like, unsurprisingly, they will be turning to spin. Arjan Vaja, who just got through the 1 over in the previous game. Big start from Master. Most of the other teams have taken a little bit of time to warm up and get into their stride. I guess they're showing the advantage of this being their home ground. The pitch and the surroundings are very familiar. As Vaja drags that ball down the leg side, not cleanly gloved by the keeper. And at this stage, they don't need any charitable additions to the scorecard. Got a decent bit of protection on the leg side. Fielders at deep square, deep mid-wicket and long on. It's a much better ball. Just played away behind point by Ali, and they'll move through for the single. Probably more the line that Vaja needs to bowl. He's pushing the ball through at the moment. Not a huge amount of air. Once again, relatively flat. Has gone down, lost his balance as he was thinking about shooting off for the single. Not a huge amount of movement coming from Ali at the other end. No one's been given a little bit of air. It's hit high. Two fielders converged. It's been popped out, and unfortunately Ashwin Amarraj couldn't complete the catch. He actually made pretty good ground to try to attempt, but unfortunately couldn't get himself set in order to be able to execute the dismissal. And boy, that was the chance they needed. That one's floated up again. He'll be in the action again here, but can't get across quickly enough. He's getting peppered from all sides. That's a superb shot from Ali. Ball just floated a little bit too much width from the left arm orthodox. Enables him to free his arms and stroke it powerfully for another boundary. Sher Ali up to 26 off only 10 balls. Partnership 66 runs at the moment. Another one dragged down the leg side. You can see what Vaja is trying to do there. Trying to spear the ball in from wide of the crease, back into the pads of the two right-handers batters, but as it is, they've just calmly let those go through to the keeper on both occasions. Just come even wider, drilled back at him, gets a hand on it, but unfortunately not enough to stop the single. Hyder back on the strike for the last ball. Hits the pad, going well down the leg side. It's an easy call for the umpire, but they'll be happy to see a dot ball in the books. Master, 68 for none after 4. Quite a start here for the home team. Be keeping the local fans very, very happy. Look at that run rate graph. It's in the reaches of 20 at one stage. Just tailed off a touch. Wasn't the worst over in the overall scheme of things from Vaja. But as it is, Master making their way to a pretty hefty target. Run rate up at 17 per over. Neither of these two look like they're in the mood to stop anytime soon. Tough time for the bowlers, full stop. Yashar Asas Paralath has been thrown the ball. That was some good deliveries in the last game against the LB Zelmi team. Well, that one is right in the slot. Not sure a batter of Ali's ability could ask for any more of a friendly delivery from a right arm medium pace. Just drifting on to middle and leg and in perfect driving position, and he's eased it at about 20 metres over the boundary. Super stroke making. Paralath, he's got to come up with a response. Maybe needs to dig the ball in a little bit short of a length. Well, he's done that. Too much width, though, and Ali takes him backward of point for yet another Maximo. This is carnage here at the Master Cricket Ground. Although if you're a local Master fan, then get down here because this is quite some exhibition of hitting from these two openers. Score now up to 80. Obviously no wickets to date. These two are accelerating towards a 100 partnership. Pretty even spread of balls so far. Paralath, not a bad ball on that occasion, but fielder down there at backward point hasn't helped him out, just stuck the foot out as though he was launching onto a tube train for the morning commute, gets nowhere near it, and that flies away for a boundary. So we've had 6, 6 and 4 in this over to date. Paralath has been unable to stem the flow of runs. Master up to 84 without loss. One of the surprising elements of this has just been the ease with how these boundaries have been coming for the Master batters. Not taking a huge amount of undue risk, playing a lot of what you might call proper cricket shots. Well, charges down the pitch, launches at a good 25 metres over the cover boundary. Possibly the shot of the game so far. This is exquisite shot making from these two batters, and Ali's showing why he is one of the most highly rated players in this part of the world. Almost at his half century already. He's only faced 15 balls. And Paralath is just absolutely out of ideas. Just feels like he's completely unable to blunt this ferocious attack. Ali, 49. 1 run away from the half century. I suspect he won't be trying to bring this up with a single. Outside off stump. He's thrashed through the offside again. That's a maximum, and that's an extraordinary 50 for Sher Ali, coming off only 15 balls. This has been brutal striking for the first 5 overs of this game. Sorry, it's 16 balls. But look at that wagon wheel. A couple of beautiful strikes throughout the offside. He has pumped bowlers to all parts of this Master turf, which he knows very, very well. And poor Yashash Paralath, he has gone for 28 and still has 1 ball to go in this over. Partnership up to 96. Can he bring it up this ball, the 100 partnership? It's in the slot. It's driven wide. It's going to beat the fielder. Yet another boundary. Paralath goes for 32, but most importantly, the 100 partnership has been brought up off only 31 deliveries. What an exhibition of hitting by Haider and Ali. We'll have a look at the forthcoming events, but it's hard to imagine that you'll see better batting than this. This has been extraordinary stuff. We're here all these 2 weeks in Sweden and then moving on to Romania. And what a great time to bring Maximo back to the microphone.
I am back, and I have to pick up my jaw off the floor because what a start. 100 for none of 5. So it's magical pace. It's 200 pace. What I will say, though, I've seen the team lose from here. Paco Care put on 100 in the first 5 overs and then found a way to lose. So the only way you can do it is try and keep it, 10 and over or less from here. That's not going to help, though, because that's a Gundy ball. It's short, and it's going to get the treatment. That's gone all the way. Maximo, second half of the innings, but there's no let-up from Mashta.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing, Vinny, is that for all of the big bombs that have been hit so far, the bowling has not been horrendous from Stockholm Cricket Club. A couple of decent overs in the power play, but the brutal striking of these two has been quite a sight to behold.
They've been waiting to get out there, haven't they? They've had to wait till match 8, the hosts, to get out there. And poor Stockholm CC, they've been really blown up by their opposition today with the ball, haven't they? Vaja. Again, ill-directed delivery. They'll get 2 bonus runs here. Bounces off the keeper for 2 wides.
It's about the 3rd time that he's dragged a ball wide of leg stump. And tactic is not necessarily wrong. Certainly got the field set up to at least give him some protection over that leg side, but his execution has been off.
Delay that time. Well, guess what? Threw the timing off, not over the bat of the keeper, who becomes a spectator. There's 4 byes, and they're getting boundaries even when they're not hitting them at the moment, Rhino.
Oh, it's amazing how quickly everything can fall apart. And poor Stockholm Cricket Club, who bravely faced down Elby Zelmi in the first game, they might have come out here with greater hopes against Mashta, but as it is, this partnership is flying. Paul Mateur having to watch it all from close range with the wicket-keeping gloves.
This is in the air, and it should be gone. Chance for the first wicket, and it is gone. It's nicely held down there. It's the captain, Santosh Yadapalli, that is able to hold on to the chance. So, only partnership is broken. Sher Ali, a rare miss hit from him. He goes for 59 off 19, and the score 112 for 1.
A rare miss hit indeed. In fact, even the miss hits seem to have been flying for Maximo so far in this game, but that is the end of a fantastic partnership. Just wonderful striking to all parts of the ground. As I was saying earlier, Vinny, that a lot of what we would think of as proper cricket shots being played by these two, just elevating over the boundary, but it was calm, it was composed, but that did not take away from its effectiveness.
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, like I said, we have seen games won from this position. It's hard to believe, but think about it. You know, if you keep them to 150 or so and then bat out of your skin. I suppose the issue with Stockholm CC is they haven't looked like a team that can put on those kind of big runs. They've had bursts, but haven't really been able to sustain it over a long time. Solari's the new batter, so it's not going to get a lot easier for Stockholm CC. He's a very, very accomplished player. Dave B was asking, is the double century possible? Well, they're on target at the moment. This one doesn't really get up. So have a look at that current run rate. It's very rare to see the 200s. In fact, we've only seen it a handful of times, I think, on ECN. Because, you know, it only takes one quote-unquote normal over to put you well behind that 20 and over required. So there, he'll get his first run of the series as he clips this off his pads. And Dave has admitted in the chat that he has jinxed the 200. I don't think Stockholm CC will mind. Stockholm CC, they won a few games, you know. They did go 4-4 before bowing out in the knockout stages back in 2021. Oh, don't know what this is off. Might have just been a little top edge onto the shoulder. But, I mean, Vijay goes in 2 for what most people have been going for in 1. He finishes 1 for 19. And the score at the end of 6, mashed up. Now 113 for 1. Marcus Hyder's looked good out there, hasn't he? Gerali, 59 off 19. He's got a bit of he's a bit of a magnetic force, actually. Gerali in Swedish cricket. I've seen him for the national team as well. As far as brute strength goes, I think this format of the game, there's not too many better. So the captain, Santosh Yadlapalli, is going to come on, see if he can keep things quiet. And yeah, that 5th over, just confirming that there were 6 boundaries in it. 6-6-4, 6-6-4. That's not a Roger Federer kind of Grand Slam score. Well, this is going to be, half a hand on this is going to be 4. So Solari, number 3. Just took a couple of balls to get set. It's good effort from the fielder. I mean, it really does race away. He's not able to get a full hand on it. He's lurching, but you know, he's also trying to organise his steps. It's Ashwin Amaraj there. Unfortunately, couldn't get it, and another boundary to Mashta. Gadlapali trying to stop the bleeding. He's brought himself on. He draws a bit of a false shot out of Solari, probably overdoing it, but Mashta. Like I said, look, a lot of support for them down here at their home club as well. Obviously, their Very proud of their ground here in the MCG. National Cricket Ground. On the walk this time. Ashwin will handle this one. Just keep it to 1. So Stockholm CC, they'll be feeling like they're right up against it at the moment, but they have to also remember there's 10 matches they'll play in this tournament, so you've got to hang in there. Sometimes it'll go for you, sometimes it won't. Well, this is going to be a no ball. It's called straight away by a Rohit. I think it's a correct call. Plus it goes for 1, a free hit coming up, so a chance for Solari to express himself. This one, I think probably an attempted Yorker gone wrong. And no real conjecture about that decision. Free hit then. Oh, it's well located by Yadlapali. He jams himself between the bars and gets himself out of jail. Himpreet Singh in the chat. Hello, Himpreet. Hopefully you're well. He told us yesterday he was watching from Rico's house. Oh, there you go. I wonder if Rico knows about it. A little bit short and pulled away powerfully. Catching practice in the cheap seats as Solari doubles down. Maximo! Just a little bit too short. When he has struggled this over, it's been length more than line that Yadlapali struggled with. Having said that, 13 off 5. It's not the worst over we've seen in the innings. But still. Solari warming up. Then gets a good Yorker. That's a reasonably good over from Yadlapali with a couple of asterisks attached. But he goes for 13. And at the end of 7, it's 126 for 1. Some people are asking about what are the highest team totals ever. You can see, I don't think they'll be in danger in this innings. But yeah, 229, Badalona Shaheen versus Men in Blue. And then, yeah, the 222. We thought they would never get beaten, actually, from the ECL 19 final. We saw 219 last year in the T10 Spain during the ECC. And then as far as ECS cricket goes, apart from that 229, there was a 200 from Malta Super Kings. When they bowled out Gozo for 6. Also, we saw one in the ECC with Netherlands 11. Brought up the 200 and the magical 200s. Will we add to that list this year? Probably. I think, at some point it'll happen, especially with so many matches. Something like 1,500 matches potentially on ECN this year. Anyway, back to the action. And it's Yashath Paralath. He's getting a second over. And they probably feel it might be safe now that Sher Ali has departed to bowl him a second over. We almost saw the highest runs conceded go down recently. That record, which is 57. We had a player in Austria who conceded 54 with a ball to go in his spell. The thing is, normally if you concede this many in a first over, you don't get a second. But Paralath is here. Shows they trust him, and he's come back well. We have seen this a few times today. We've seen bowlers having a tough first over, but then recovering in the second. Shows a lot of resilience, I think. So, yeah, got to start somewhere. They have pulled it back. Still on 170s pace, but it's a lot better than 200 plus pace. Yeah, this one keeps down. York's the keeper, but he doesn't make the block. Abhishek Mathur. So we'll just be a single. This is well bowled by Paralath. Like I said, it's the hardest thing to do when you've been whacked all around the park, to kind of just pull yourself back, recenter yourself. I like the fact he had a couple of overs to think about it. He's come back and performed really well so far in this over. Once again, he gets it kind of up, and Marcus Hyder on the charge. Yeah, plenty of good performers still to bat as well. Just looking at some of the players we haven't seen yet from Ashton. About Shahid Mustafa, very experienced player, playing as a specialist bat. Probably coming next. Wow, short. That is all over it like a rash. That is absolutely tattooed over mid-wicket. Maximo. Well, unfortunately, for Paralath, it was ghosts of overs past there, and he kept it pretty quiet for the first 4 balls, but the 5th one was smashed out of the ground. And that was probably one of the most emphatic pull shots we've seen this week. All right, just one more ball. Trying to stay out of the naughty 40s here. Paralathan won't, because that's at least 4, maybe more. I think in the end, I'm going to have a look at this. Let's see what it is there. I think, oh, it could be 6, you know. It's very similar to the other one. I think that probably is 6. But, yeah, we'll wait on the decision. And, yeah, Maximo confirmed. So just when he pulled himself out, he's been banged 6 and 6, and he'll finish in the naughty 40s, done for 45. I suppose it's a better over, though. He goes for 13 plus a leg by 140 for 1 after 8. Well, probably slight bowler errors resulting in those last 2 6s. But, I mean, some positives there for Paralath as well. So we head into the 9th over. All right, I mean, still, I think you got to tell yourself, let's keep it to 150 something. Maybe we can bat out of our skins. Maybe somebody can have like a miracle innings. We've seen chasers before in the 150s, even the 160s now. That was Tomar comes on. They've got a really straight fielder now. So they've got the more or less the Southern Cross field, or a variation of it, where there's a very straight long on. There's Vijay there that did the fielding, barely had to move. Meanwhile, Hyder has reached his 50. And he wants more, and he's going to get more. That's going to be 4 runs. Fantastic bit of ball striking. Tomar just missing his spot here. Where does this bounce? Probably, yeah, probably a metre short of the pad. Metre short of the front leg. That's the kind of length. I mean, most top order batters are comfortable driving through and elevating it. Nice shot through the V as well. So 145. We have seen some big scores, haven't we? He tries him out a bit shorter. It works. Dragged off the under edge for a single. And well, what do you think about Stockholm CC? Can they sort their batting out? Can they challenge this total? In the last game, they conceded a similar score. Conceding 153 to Albies Army. This looks like it could be a few more than that, the way things are going. It's never easy to run in and bowl to guys that have got nothing to lose. Like I said, still plenty of high-quality batters to come should they lose a wicket here. Mashed up. That's pretty well bowled, but this pretty much sums it up. I think this is, I won't say perfect, but pretty close to. It's a wide ball that's just inside the tram line, but he gives him just micrometers of length, and he still carves it away for 6. That's an outstanding shot from Waka's Hyder. Maximo, he moves into the 60s. That has to be one of the best shots yet as far as pouncing on something which wasn't really even a mistake from the bowler. 150's up. There's a slower ball sliced inside out. He'll get 1. In fact, he'll get 4. Once again, the foot fielding was attempted. Oh, Kaushik Vats is the offender on this occasion. We know that football's big here in Sweden, but I think maybe he's more of a hockey man, Vats, because he couldn't get the boot near that one, and it's the end of the over, all happening in the 9th. And Tomar will love 40. That's another tennis score for him, done for 40 off 2, and it's 157 for 1. It seems inevitable. We'll be up in the 160s, maybe even more. Yeah, it's a hard game. But I also think you've got to take your hat off to Mashta. Their stroke makers have done the job, and they've hit the ball very well. So the captain comes back, Yadlapali. Reasonably effective in his first over, only conceding 13. Last over coming up. Well, goodbye. That one has gone miles. Lifted up and straight and out of here. Solari coming good at the right time. And they do swing in the 160s. Again, just gives him that metre of length, metre before the pad. And Solari just bangs it with a straight bat. That is an uncomfortable chase, not an Easter egg hunt that Nigel wanted as he goes and tries and find the ball in the long grass. Give me new balls, please. What a shot to start the over. Beautiful cricket ground here at Mashta. You get a good look at it there. And Yadlapali in the eye of the storm at the moment. This time it's a full toss and it's going to be enough to get out of the ground again. Maximo! Slight over correction. And so this was just a bit full of the Yorker. The previous one was a bit short of the Yorker. And Yadlapali, the captain, can just scratch his head. How did this happen? I mean, I know he takes a step or two, but I still think it was overpitched, only slightly. And Solari is doing the job at the end of the innings. He goes bang and bang to start the 10th. 169. Oh, yeah. 3 in a row. And sailed over the main camera. Maximo. That one had legs on it, didn't it? Once again, it's not quite the Yorker from Yadlapali. And he finds himself in the uncomfortable position of having gone for 6, 6, 6. As this top 3 has exploded for Mashta upon their entry to the competition. There are some cars parked pretty close to where that ball landed. Only moving them at the moment. 3 out of 3 for Solari. Oh, now he finally pulls it back enough and doesn't really get up. So Solari ruins his perfect over. A small victory for Yadlapali. Stockholm CC, it's going to be a tough chase, but regardless, they're just going to have to try and get as many as they can. Yeah, I don't mind that. He digs it in, and still it's not going to work out too well. That's out of here as well. Maximo! Without the wind assisting it, I think yesterday this goes miles over the fielder's head. The fielder does everything he can, really. That's Paralath down there. Well, 3 out of 4 ain't bad. Doesn't quite have the same ring as Meatloaf's hit song. Last ball, though, in the 180s. And he's bowled. So Yadlapali will finish with a wicket. Right smile from the captain. He knows he's been knocked around in the spin cycle. And so Mashta only require 3 batters. And they'll finish with the highest score we've seen in this series so far. 181 for 2. And a real display of brute force from the hosts. And for Stockholm CC, well, they're left kind of scratching their heads a little bit. They'll just have to try and put some sort of innings together. But right now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the stroke making of the opening partnership. Wakas Haider and Sher Ali out there for Mashta, the hosts. Their first match of the competition. You can see they were trying everything to get a wicket. That's Deep Jagat Singh. Nice to see him back as well. And this is one that went down. And you wonder how much it cost him in the end. There are a fair few that couldn't be fielded though. Again, not sure about the flying ninja style kick as a fielding method. At least he tries to get his hands down to that one, but his field is pretty fast. There are plenty of balls that just slipped away from the fielders, but plenty were over them as well. And I think that it's a bit of a mixture of bowlers not getting it right, but also just exquisite stroke making from the batters. Yeah, this is another one where he just tries to toe poke it back in and fails. Well done to Yadlapali. He brought himself on in an uncomfortable situation. Did finish with a wicket, so he's got something to show for it. But Stockholm, they're going to have a really rough time with this chase. 181 for 2, the final then for Mashta. Haider with 67 off just 25 balls. Sher Ali, 59 off 19, was lightning early on, including an over that went for 32. Solari finished with a bang as well, as he smashed 4 sixes in the last over to finish 38 off 18. And then 17 extras, but 6 that were leg by, so probably not as bad as it looks. 1 for 19, Vaidya was a standout, wasn't he? Apart from that, there was carnage in the figures. Yadlapali did finish with another wicket, but tough times for Paralath. He had a kind of 4-ball streak where he got it together. Apart from that, he was hurt. And well, Stockholm CC, once again, we're just going to see them, I suppose, trying to get something going. They just have to tell themselves it's only the second game. Still 8 games to go after this. But right now, they're in a world of hurt. We'll see what happens when we come back. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan will be back shortly as well. We'll see you after the break for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the most frequently played and therefore the best cricket series in the world. It is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Right now we are in Sweden as we make our way around the continent. Yeah, Sweden in the month of June. Pretty long days, and we've seen some long bombs as well from the host, Mashta, who put on 181 off their 10 overs. A bit of a tough task for Stockholm CC, who already start past the point of no return, 18 and over. But having said that, maybe they can just try and get something going with their batting. Still 8 matches to go for Stockholm CC after this. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Joining me once again is Andrew Rhino Ryan. And well, what a feast of hitting that was in the first innings, Andrew.
Need to call it a buffet of bashing. Vinny Sandu, Stockholm Cricket Club, got some work to do in this chase. Conceded plenty of runs across these 2 games, first against Elby Zelmi and now against the powerful Mashta batting lineup. They're about to face Ajmal Raza, who's got the new ball for Mashta.
First time we've seen Mashta in the field in this tournament. The hosts, of course, this is a different venue to when we played the 2021 and 2022 series, but we did have a series here back in 2020. 182 for victory. Here's Raza. First one swings in towards the stumps and pretty much eats up the fielder out there, Shaheen Mustafa, who's a regular wicketkeeper actually, but now that they've got Jyoti on board, he's doing some fielding and I think he wanted his gloves here. It was a very awkward hop for him.
Incredibly awkward, but it's almost a carbon copy of what happened for the first ball of the Mashta lineup, which was also a full toss on or about off stump, which was whipped to the mid-wicket, a square leg boundary. Interesting start.
Adjustment from Raza, he's knocked out for 1. I suppose if you are looking at this, and we have seen a second innings total of 187 before, unfortunately they were chasing 192, but you just have to break the problem down into little pieces. And I think at this stage you're still hopeful for a miracle. And I think what you need to do though is look at that 18 and over and say, look, well, let's pretend it's the last over of the game, we need 18 to win. Let's approach it that way. And until it becomes impossible, then you're still, I suppose, hoping he can stay in the contest. Vaja to the top of the order. Jabs down on there, sends his partner back late, and they won't get a run. It's a hard mindset to have because no one likes getting out, no one likes risking their wicket. But I mean, that's probably how I would approach it. The alternative is you say, look, we know we're not going to chase 182, but let's pretend we're batting first. Let's try and put a good score on the board, 120, 130. Make sure our net run rate doesn't take as big of a hit because that could be important down the track.
Is this an opportunity for you to once again talk about the Vinny Sandu bonus point concept?
Yes, I already looked that up actually. Oh, that helps. That helps a lot. This is smashed by Vaja, and he watches it all the way. That's gone miles over the boundary. Maximo, as Vaja ignites this first over.
Gee, that's a sweet strike. It's like he's pulled the 5-iron out of the bag, just giving it some loft into the green. Lovely stroke from Vaja, and after a fairly tentative first shot, it's unleashed.
So if we were to have the bonus point, they need 127 to hold on to their point.
Let's use that as a hypothetical.
Okay. Of course, they don't know that. Oh, he's chopped on the very next ball. The feet went nowhere. He was feeling for the ball, tried to deflect it away. It's one thing to get out playing an attacking stroke in this format of the game, but you get so annoyed when you get out just trying to dab or deflect, and that's the way that Vaja goes down. Self-inflicted 6 and out situation, and it's the first wicket against Stockholm CC. It's 11 for 1.
Nice change of line by Raza though, after he'd been spanked over the mid-wicket boundary. Just got that one a little bit further outside off stump. Vaja tried to be a little bit cute and perishes thanks to the inside edge back onto the stumps. Nice start for Raza. Good chance for Mashta to get a few bowlers into the action as well. They're probably going to have some harder contests than this in the coming days of this Stockholm ECS event.
I will say as well, it's a bit unlucky. I know he kind of causes his dismissal by playing away from his body, but that's inside edge that could go anywhere. You know, another day it might go for 4 and your tail's up and you're 15 at this stage with the ball to go in the over. As it is, 11 for 1. Kampati comes out in the number 3 position. Raza has something to show for it. As Rohit tries to hustle back to his position in time. He's not quite able, so...
Someone is going to get decapitated by an umpire in this tournament. I can just feel
The
it.
umpire clothesline is one of my favourite aspects of European cricket. Anyway. Knocked away. They won't get a run, so... Shows you how hard the task is. In other circumstances, it's not the worst first over, but they're already a long way behind. 11 for 1 after 1, and if we had a golden ball, it would be our highest ever golden ball. Do you know what our highest golden ball score is? 167, plays 167 in Cyprus in 2020. And for bonus points, guess what happened on the golden ball?
Mancad?
Great idea, but no, it was a 6. Which
Really?
is pretty predictable in such a high-scoring game.
Sort of expecting something more than that.
Now you've said that, we don't normally like to use the M word, but because it has negative connotations. But the day will come, because if you man-cat someone on a golden ball, you've won. Game's over. You only have 1 wicket in hand.
I will
right?
give you an absolute commitment here and now. If I'm taking the golden ball for Cosnay in ECS Switzerland in a few months, I'll guarantee that a man-cat is coming out. That
I'm loving it.
An almost certain perfect execution of a man-cat as ball comes with a shocking ball for the first over. But it's almost inevitable that when you're needing to find 2 runs, the non-striker is going to try to get every advantage they can.
So one thing I would be doing if I wasn't on striker, I would be watching like a hawk. Yes, you want to get an advantage, but you can still get an advantage by going at the right time. So if you are going early, I think it'll
I'll
happen
go as
one
far
day.
as saying I think it's irresponsible for bowlers on golden balls not to issue a man-cad.
Yeah.
I know we won't like to see it necessarily,
Some people would. No.
but given the need to have 2 physical runs if you don't hit the ball to the boundaries, this one's just jammed.
That's one
into
of the
pitch.
all-time best hit bump balls ever. Gets on the full, smacks into the ground. In the end, he doesn't even want to run there, Mathura. He feels like he's the guy that can go on a bit of a barnstormer. So I think in the power play, there's definitely a single there. He doesn't want it. He says, nah, I'm the man. I'm going to do it. Rahman, the bowler, moves it down the leg side and well handled on the second bounce by the keeper. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that with the man-cad, that there's no real cost to the bowler trying it except for social capital. But, yeah, the other thing is, I had a bit of an idea a little while ago. We're going to discuss this in the rules committee at some point. Tell you after this game. This isn't so much for the golden ball, but it's for during the game. All right. Hit down the ground, and Sherali will handle this, just a single. So, the thing with the run out backing up, it's completely legal. I actually agree with how the laws are right now that you can't do it after you've pretended to bowl, essentially. So you got to do it before the arm comes over, in which case the non-strike has no sense being out. So I don't really have a problem with the rule. But I do understand, and I feel it as well, it leaves a bit of a bad taste in the mouth, doesn't it?
No.
I
I think the non-striker is in complete and utter control of this situation.
Yep.
They're irresponsible enough to leave their crease before the ball is bowled. It's almost hit the stumps. It's grubbered through. If they're irresponsible enough to leave the crease before the ball is bowled, then they get what is coming to them.
Yeah, well, I do agree with you there, but what I'm saying is it's a polarizing issue in the game, because I agree that there shouldn't be rules that are exploitable, but it's not exploitable. It's just the fact it's a habit that non-strikers don't really pay a lot of attention. In the air and carved away over Fahad Waqas. That'll be 4. Nice shot by Kompati, who gets off the mark.
Hasn't been a great second over this one. A couple of wides, a little bit of loose bowling. It's given the opportunity to Stockholm to just reset a little bit. Nice shot there.
Okay, so first let me tell you that I agree with you. I think that people, because it got a bad rap, and it was considered unsportsmanlike because of the old laws that allowed you essentially pretend to bowl, and then when the guy wanted out, to get him. So you could do it any time. Anyway, this one is knocked away over Sher Ali, who just came up into the circle, but he finds himself chasing. There's 4 more.
Sher Ali, I thought he was about to take off like an airline there. The arms went out at some stage. Thought he was on the runway at Stockholm Arlanda. Lucky the big man stays with us at the ground, but he unfortunately can't stop that going to the boundary.
Anyway, this is my idea, right? Because what it is, it's when it's used, it's kind of a shock factor. People aren't doing it because they think they're leaving early. People are doing it because they're, trying to find a cheeky way to get a wicket. Shot. This is bang straight, and that's going to be 4. Gonna bang into the banner. Kompati showing a good range of strokes here. And like that, he lets the ball come to him and just kind of releases the wrist through the ball. It's also the end of the over. It's 26 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, he's played a couple of good shots in that over, Combati, showing that it's not just his left arm orthodox spin that is useful. Quick look at the standings here in poor Stockholm CC. They've got a job to get themselves off the bottom of the table. Their net run rate is looking shaky, to say the least.
Albi Zalmi going to play Hüdinger in the next game, and with a win there, they probably go to the top of the table. They'll be undefeated. Hüdinger, like I said, they made the final last time we saw them in 2021. Really go to plan. I think they got bowled out for 67, 68 in the final. Albi Zalmi knocked off the runs. And that was essentially a game that kept them in contention for the ECL. So Ajmal Raza comes back, over number 3, swing and a miss. Anyway, so here's my idea, because if you get man-catted or if you get run out backing up, that if it's the first time it's happened in the innings, the batter gets the option of being out, like they would be, or copping 5 penalty runs, and they get to continue. And it's an option you can only exercise once. So, and then after that, you've got absolutely no excuses. That's another one that really doesn't get up at all, barely makes the stumps before the second bounce.
So can I just examine this for a situation?
Yeah, sure.
You would have to be fairly dismissive of your abilities as a batter to take a dismissal instead of a 5-run penalty at that stage.
Depends who you are, right? It depends on the situation in the game, I suppose. This one jumps up, bit of variable bounce this pitch. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is people, and I'm not talking, so you and I have a similar opinion on the issue, right? But there's other people that say it's not cricket, it's not this, it's not that, even though the ICC time and time again has tried to say, no, it's not the bowler being unfair, it's the non-striker being unfair,
Absolutely.
leaving, and people say, well, they're not trying to gain an advantage. Well, whether they are or not, they are, right? And now we're giving people out by millimetres. So,
to be honest, I'm more persuaded by the argument that a dismissal, as in losing your wicket, is a harsh punishment for leaving a crease in that instance. I don't think it's a reasonable opinion. I don't think when you take it to the nth degree that it's that you should try to find a way around it. But I at least am more persuaded by that as opposed to this is unfair play.
Yeah, well, the thing is, for me, I'd sum it up like this. Maybe the punishment doesn't fit the crime. It's like kind of getting whacked in jail for jaywalking, right? it's or essentially cricket's version of the death penalty for essentially wandering out of your crease when you're not really sprinting most of the time. So this is why I thought, is there something, just, have a radical suggestion, is there something that is kind of, it still costs your team, but maybe isn't costing you your wicket? So that's
you're coming up with the
there.
equivalent of in biathlon when you miss a shot at the target and you have to do a penalty lap. That's what you're trying to find within cricket.
Basically. And there are times that, so...
Can we take the biathlon analogy a touch further?
Go on.
Maybe if a batter is out man-catted, they have to do 2 laps of the 30-metre circle at full sprint. So they start to tire themselves out.
Now we're talking like Corey's idea for foot fielding where you lose a shoe. If you use it, then you might lose another shoe, and then I think you lose a sock if you try it again.
Playing on a bindi-infested field in Western Australia, that'd be fairly uncomfortable.
Didn't think of it that way. End of the power play, Stockholm, 29 for 1 after 3. Quick hello to everyone. Hello to Wayne watching from Australia. Hello to Sundori as well. And, Dave B still knocking about there. Hello to Rishi Dreams as well. And, look, the man-can conversation is something that I find quite interesting because I think it's one of those things that kind of splits cricket viewers and lovers down the middle. There's some that hate it, some that love it. I know Charlie, he hates it being done. And when
I've just lost all respect for Charlie at that moment.
And I've even heard high-level match referees saying, "On guys, man-cans, they're not on, don't do them." I said, hold on, what are you talking about? So especially the modern game, think about how the modern game now, we've got scoops, we've got reverses, we've got power plays, we've got infield circles, we've got all these things. And people get hung up on this one thing, and it's no different to in baseball when you take, you can leave your crease early, but just you need to know your wicket's in jeopardy if you do that.
I'll give you an example from one of the games earlier today where we saw a batter, I think it was Ismail Zia with the keeping,
Yeah.
just stumbled a little bit out of his ground because he was trying to effect a shot and made no contact.
Yeah.
He was stumped. No one went there and said, Ismail Zia, how dare you take advantage of his minor overbalancing.
He wasn't trying to leave his crease.
Absolutely not.
Oh, what a ball. That's a very good ball from Sher Ali, who's come on. Slippery Yorker from Sherry. He loves going the sleeveless vest, even though it is a very bright summer's day. Well, this is also pretty hot off the stumps as they fall in shock and awe if that Yorker crashes into them. And so Stockholm CC moves the second wicket now. The score is 29 for 2.
Oh, launching the old 80s classic. Oh, Sherry. That's a sensational Yorker.
Great song.
Great tune.
Steve Perry?
I think it was, yeah. What was it? Was it Journey, his band? Or?
Yeah, Steve Perry. Yeah, I think so.
One
of my favourites.
We may even unleash it. We've actually just discovered that the Anders and Jag bar here in Mashta does karaoke nights on Monday evenings, which we may take advantage of next week.
I went into the city last night, but if I'd known that it was karaoke on locally, maybe I would have popped in. I think next Tuesday morning's a fair chance our voices will be a little bit below par.
Scratchy.
Anyway, Sher Ali to Amalraj, the new batter. He lifts him up and gets a fair bit of bat on this. This will run away for 4. Good start.
Yeah, this is continuing my theory, Vinny, that when balls are flashing off the blade here, they tend not to go to third man, far more likely to go to that backward point area, but the teams are continuing to defy rational Rhino captaincy advice. No fielders down there to protect that space.
Quick hello to Ben Cooper, saying shout out to the Northern Adelaide Goat Wranglers. Fantastic team name.
That is, isn't it?
The Goat Wranglers, I like it. Pitched up, slower ball this time from Sher Ali. Yeah, so, we have more. One thing I will say about the Mankad debate, for sure, the trend is more people are getting pro Mankad the longer it goes. So I think it's a matter of time.
Yep.
Because I think I said this 2 years ago, it's going to get worse before it gets better, right? This is wide, it swings a bit too much.
I think the point that I will start to become less in favour of the Mankad is when it starts taking up unnecessary time. Because ultimately, if you've got a fast bowler who's coming in off a 25-metre run-up, that's actually, and even if they only execute one Mankad, or you start to see a Mankad every second over, that is going to turn cricket into not the spectacle that it needs to be. And I know this is an incredibly hypocritical position, given I've just said how much in favour of that dismissal I am. But it'll be interesting to see what happens for the rule committees and administrators if it gets to the point that actually there's immense delays in the game as a result of people trying to affect them frequently.
I think there's a few people that probably maybe share my opinion or my feeling on it. Outswinger, straight to the field, and he puts it down. And oh, he can't believe he's dropped this one. Sher Ali, like he's puffed out a bit from running in. I think this is one that really should have been swallowed.
I was going to say, he's a pretty big man, Sher Ali. If I was that fielder who's fumbled the catch out on the deep cover boundary, I suspect I'd be asking the captain to stay as far away from Ali as possible over the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think so. But anyway, when you've got 180 on the board, I suppose you can afford that. This one doesn't come back enough. Yeah, so what I would say is I'm not excited to see Mankads. But they get a run from there. But I accept them as part of the game. I accept them as part of the game, and I don't lay blame on the bowler for them because it's basically a batting team's mistake. That's why he hits the stumps, and they get away for an extra wide, actually. So that's another one that goes against Sher Ali. Won't be happy about that. So, yeah, I mean, like when I said it's going to be worse before it gets better, it means the more it happens, the more non-strikers will learn to actually watch the bowler. Well, this is miles in the air. Good luck. I think Sher Ali wants it. 2 fielders coming in. Yeah, you know what? Even though they leave it for each other, I think that's a good decision because there's a real chance of a collision. And any collision involving Sher Ali is not going to end well. So in the end, they just decide, okay, I can hear footsteps. And Farhad saying, well, I'm coming forward. Can I go for it? There's one person that I think has even more sway than the keeper in a high ball. It's the bowler. because essentially it goes on their figures. It'll be the end of the 4th over. It's 40 for 2.
I'll tell you what, Fahad certainly would have heard the footsteps as well, and he was probably the more likely to pull out of that contest. We have a quick look at the Worm. Settled into not a bad strike rate, Stockholm, going at 10 and over. They've lost 2 wickets. The overall scheme of a typical T10 game, it's not the worst position, just tragically for them. They need to score at about 24 runs and over off the final 6, which you could claim is an uphill task, but you never know. A couple of Maximos, the coming overs, could put them back into this game as we see a bowling change here.
Zari Bark's going to bowl. Yeah, it's not a climb I wouldn't. It's not a climb I would attempt without the right safety equipment. Put it that way. 5th over starts with a wide. So Himpreet's asking if Rico was to Mancad, what would be my reaction? Well, I can't imagine I'd be commentating a game that Rico would be playing, but I'd probably just run out there or ask him for a high five. Rico.
Why would you and Rico be on opposite sides? I just can't imagine you as anything other than teammates.
I will say this, and most top-level cricketers will say the same thing at this current moment in time. If you're annoyed, if you run out backing up, you'll be super annoyed, yeah, but actually that annoyance and anger will be directed at yourself, not at the bowler. Because, well, I suppose if you are self-reflective, you have to understand that you have made the error because I haven't played much lately, but when I last played the Costa del Sol late last year, because we've been talking about this, and I made a special effort to watch the bowler's arm, and it's actually really not hard. It's just a concentration lapse and maybe force of habit, which draws people out of their crease at the wrong moment. It's really not hard. You don't have to be good at cricket to do it. You just have to be okay at paying attention.
I find it interesting. I know you come from having played a big background in indoor cricket as well, where for those less familiar with it, it's the 8-a-side game played in Australia, New Zealand, little parts of the UK and South Africa, where you're essentially just running half a pitch, and because of the fact that running between the wickets is so utterly crucial, the Mancad's quite an attacking move, and it's certainly not frowned on by any stretch.
The indoor cricket rule is, in my opinion, not a very good rule, but it's backwards. It says you actually have to complete your action, go through as if you bowled, hold onto the ball, and then break the stumps. So this actually makes it more easy for the bowlers to trick you. So that, for me, is a bit dirty, because it's not about people leaving early, because most people will leave when the ball would leave the bowler's hand. So this is a true story, when I was playing high-level indoor cricket at the World Cup or National Championships, I would actually, at the non-strikers end, I'd coach my teammates who I'll say, when you're at the non-strikers end, you are just as much a part of the game as the striker. So I used to say concentrate out loud 3 times every time the bowler was running in, so that I was just making sure the ball left the hand before I left my crease. Because especially a few teams, and this is 4 from Amal Raj, and just leaned on this, and I was surprised how fast it ran along the field, but Stockholm CC bring up their 50 with that shot.
Yep, nice shot indeed, and played to that area just behind point.
So there were teams, especially when I was playing for Australia, that we would typically, because we invented the sport, we were quite a bit stronger than some of the other countries. So they would do it. Not mentioning any names, South Africa, but they would do it. And so you had to be ready for it. And in the end, you can't have a go at the bowler. You've got to realise that you've made the error.
No, I think we'll just see this ball from a good bit of kick off the pitch. I think with indoor cricket, it's interesting you talk about that formation of the Mancad requirement. To me, that actually makes complete sense in indoor cricket, because you're running half of the length of the pitch.
Yeah, true.
If you only had to wait until the point that the bowler looked like he or she was going to bowl, then you can still get a substantial advantage, whereas actually having to hold for that extra moment, much more reasonable in those circumstances.
Fun fact, though, I know you haven't played in a while. I probably last played high level in about 2019, but come back to that in a second. His bag beats the batter outside the off stump. So actually, indoor cricket's changed a little bit now in that version, that people aren't running on everything anymore. So actually, people aren't backing up as much. People are more happy to just kind of eat a dot and not run. That means that, as a keeper, you used to run out a lot of people backing up, but they don't really overcommit anymore. So,
which is disappointing, because that used to be one of the most spectacular elements of indoor cricket. Seeing a good wicket keeper with a rocket arm was one of the absolute pleasures of watching.
Still happens time to time, but yeah, not like it used to in the good old days. Bayek digs it in. Worked to the leg side. Amal Raj moves to double figures. Stockholm having a bit of a net here, really. It's,
Not to over harp on the indoor cricket conversation, but I would go as far as saying back in the day of, I guess, prime Sandhu Ride indoor cricket playing, that the wicketkeeper was probably the most important player in your indoor cricket squad. If you had one who couldn't bowl, you were really struggling because they had to get through their 2 overs. But they were an attacking weapon with a great arm.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty important position, Eddie. Format of the game. Let's get to the end of the 5th over. He goes for 9. Nice start for him as we hit the 5 over mark. And obviously a long way behind where they want to be. 49 for 2. Let's have a look at the ECC groups. And let's think of one we haven't talked about yet. Well, I know Germany are coming here. So let's talk about Group F with the Scotland 11 who did make the championship week last year in the ECC. And also got Portugal in there. Portugal, a team that are improving real fast. Luxembourg were probably the most improved team from 2021 to 2022 in the ECC. And Norway. That Group F, I put it this way, there are no weak teams in that group at all.
I'm down with you there, Maximo. We'll just see the first delivery from Sher Ali. It's a terrible ball, full toss, called no ball, swung away to backward a square for a 4, but no, completely agree with them. I mean, we're very familiar with Portugal, who have had a lot of experience in the T10 format from playing numerous European Cricket Series events over the years. Got some top quality players coming out of there. But Norway, and this is someone that I've seen the Swiss national team have to deal with on a couple of occasions. Not a very agricultural in the way they go about their cricket, but boy, have they got some hitters in that part of the world. They sure do.
Mohamed Shesahak, probably one of my favourites, and he made a very, very good 60-odd at the T20 International Series that I covered in Desert Springs last year in Spain. Big swing this time, doesn't elevate, and it's Mustafa doing the fielding down there at long on.
What are you thinking about Germany at the moment? It felt like a couple of years ago that Germany was primed to really start racing up the second tier of cricket rankings. I think it doesn't seem to have happened as quickly as might have expected.
I think one of my issues with Germany, is he's bowled, and Sher Ali this time the slow ball does the trick. Mathur never really got going in this innings, did he? Sher Ali, he's having a good game. He enjoyed it. And, well, if you need bear hugs handed out, there's no better man to dish them as another wicket falls, and that makes it 53 for 3.
Tell you what I like best about this is that Sher Ali, despite the temperature being about 21 degrees, bathed in bright sunshine out here, despite the fact that he's a fairly substantial man, he's still going for the sweater as though he's playing in a warm-up game during the English county season.
He's looking the goods, isn't he? Sher Ali. But, yeah. Hits the target once again. It should be 54. Pardon me, 54. Well, 55. Let's make it 55 for 3.
Gee, that number on his back, 786, wasn't far off his strike rate from that first innings. Felt like he was hitting a maximo almost every single ball.
It's a funny, not funny, it's a very interesting story behind the 786. You'll see quite a lot of players with an Islamic background with that number on their back. It's quite a significant number. Explain that in a second as RC comes in and you'll get a single first ball. Yeah, there's a passage in the Quran that if you assign letters like A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, so assign numbers to each letter, if you add up that passage, it adds up to 786. So that's a real significant number in Islamic culture.
Once again, history lesson yesterday, studies in religion today. It's just so much for the kids to take in who are tuning into the European Cricket Network each day.
Cultural awareness, super important. I was just going to talk about, we were talking about indoor cricket a little bit and we'll probably wrap it up here, but fair few, especially in Australia where the game took off in the 80s in a big way. You know, a lot of big names, Steve Waugh, Mark Waugh, even more modern times, Ricky Ponding, Michael Clark. I think I mentioned fair few of the current Australian side have played a fair bit. I mean, played against Marcus Stoinis a fair bit.
Quite a few of the Big Bash boys like Clive Rose.
Clive Rose played against him a lot.
Cameron Boyce, Queensland leg spinner, very good young indoor cricket player back in the day.
I think he took 4 wickets in 4 balls in one big match a couple of years ago, actually. Sher Ali will finish 2 for 20. Good spell from him. It's 58 for 3. And Josh Phillippe is a very good example. I think he's come a long way from being my understudy with the gloves now, Josh Phillippe. I think he probably has outdone us. He was one guy that came and started playing indoor A grade at around about 14 or 15. And normally, it's a bit of a cauldron, isn't it, for new players, young players out there. And he just made it look so easy. we said there's something about this kid. He's a very, very good player, and yeah, proved to be the case.
Tell you what, if you don't have a stern personality type, then you will crumble in the world of A-grade Super League indoor cricket. And tell you that much.
Yeah,
Having
that, of course, you
a bunch
played,
of
you played in
25 to
Queensland.
35-year-olds surrounding you about 2 metres from the bat. It's a fairly intimidating atmosphere.
I like this, but I don't think there's an edge on it. Just 4 overs to go. It's a great time to ask us a few questions. I've got him asking, was I playing with Cooper Connolly recently? Yeah, we had an exhibition match. I was in Australia last week for a few days. Just a quick trip. Oh, interesting one. I guess this is all right. Question is, does it catch any of the line, or is it completely inside? I think it's inside. Interesting one. All right, back to the action. Good call by the umpire. I only had one look at it.
What are your thoughts now that we're into the 7th over here, Vinny? Your thoughts on the Mashta bowling attack? It's they've clearly got plenty of power in their batting lineup. Do you think there's bowling attacks of a nature that they can trouble the top teams?
They've got a good bowling attack. I suppose the thing was when you have so many on the board, you're not really being put to the test yet. So I can't read too much into this. This is a full toss. High-ish, you know. We'll probably get a good look at where it goes past him if it's belt or higher. I think this, yeah. I suppose the thing is at the crease. Try and get it. Next one. When it passes the line. See, when it passes the line, it's there. It might be okay. Thank you. It's good. That was a good chance to look at where it actually was at the line. This one will be a wide though. So just going back quickly to playing with Cooper Connolly. He's a really exciting young player. Very modern player. Super attacking. You know, has that kind of that swashbuckling nature. It doesn't matter what form of the game he's playing, super attacking. That's why he's certainly suited the T20 game. In the air and just away from the field. A good effort, but that will be a boundary. Amal Raj, he's been good now and then. He moves to 20.
Yeah, he's timing the ball nicely. Plenty of width on offer on that occasion. Got an opportunity to free his arms. It's a ball out to the backward point boundary. And Stockholm managing to keep up with this 10 and over pace or thereabouts. Once again, it's not a bad effort from their batting lineup. They just haven't been able to stop the runs from flowing when they've been in the bowling. Full ball driven down to long off. But just the single.
Yeah, so be the end of the over as well. 65 for 3. This one drawing to a close, but what I will tell you is there's still 2 more matches to go today, and the next one should be a real good one. First time we've seen Hudinger since their run to the final in 2021, and you know who they met in the final? It was Albi Zalmi back in ECS 21, and I can tell you news from the toss. Hudinger won the toss and elected to bowl first, so interesting that one for me. Emil Zuat, we talked about him a little bit already, but they've got a lot of good players. Samuel Romani's one to watch out for. Albi Zalmi, they're 2-0. They want to make it 3-0, but it won't be easy. Join us for that game coming up soon in about 35 minutes' time. Right now, time for the 8th over, and they're going back to Arif Hussain to bowl it.
Stockholm got to set themselves almost a little mini target from here, see if they can creep up to 3 figures. Net run rate has taken an absolute battering on these first, but speaking of taking a battering, that's been launched over long on.
That's such a good shot
from Arcee.
This is such a good shot, because just look at the way he releases his wrists at the point of contact and just generates that speed. And he has to reach for it. Doesn't really move the feet, but he doesn't have to. Very good eye. And Arcee, that was huge. Well, Sher Ali has a sore shin after that one, but he does get the body behind it. And yeah, Marcus Anis will have to wait to resume his battle with Arcee.
It's an interesting combination of names. Might just leave it at that.
Right, this is going up and out of the ground. Full toss disappears. Maximo! Amal Raj, well, he's been the breakout story, I think, in this innings for Stockholm CC. I like the fact he's pretty still. He just kind of waits for what's bowled at him and kind of goes at it, not afraid to go both sides of the wicket. That was a beautiful lofted off drive, taking care of the full toss.
I suspect with against some of the mid-tier teams in this competition that Stockholm Cricket Club could be pretty competitive. They've clearly got enough guys that can find the boundaries. That one's driven very nicely down the ground, and that's consecutive boundaries, 6 and then 4. Very well struck from Amalraj.
Good pace on that that kind of worm-burning shot. Went over the bowler, but then it got there pretty quickly, didn't it? But anyway, I think there are positives in this inning. Stockholm CC, they've still got 8 matches after this. See if they can mount a run. We have seen some teams recovering from pretty bad starts this year. New format. It's a bit brutal with the only 4 survive out of 11, but yeah, forces more competitive cricket in the group stage, that's for sure. End of 8 overs, the score is 83 for 3.
Stockholm Cricket Club needing 99 runs off the last 12. Not sure there's great odds in their favour at that time, but they've bravely fought through this innings. See that worm. It's been a fairly consistent rate of 10 throughout this 8 overs to date. Only lost 3 wickets, so they've put together some reasonable partnerships throughout this innings so far.
Social distancing on show between those 2 worms, that's for sure. But anyway, we'll head into the 9th over. It all happens in the 9th, as you say. Zairi Bank is going to continue. Starts with an attempted Yorker, low full toss. Dug out for 1.
A nice shot. Doesn't look to be a bad bowler, this young chap. Nice and tall. Sends it through with some reasonable pace. Baig. A little bit wide of off stump in his first over, but trying to keep things consistent. Certainly be better for the run here in this first game.
I see. Just pokes that down the ground for 1. Baig, yeah, has good mechanics, doesn't he? He's kind of a rhythm bowler, I'd call him.
That's just because of his good flowing hair.
I think so.
Look at it.
Oh, now he's held up.
Bristling in the breeze.
So, it's almost a proper umpire clothesline, walking clothesline.
Gets sent to the judiciary for 3 weeks for a
negligent
high
eye
tackle
contact.
at some stage.
Dave is looking forward to the Khalil versus Zuvak clash in the next game.
Brotherly love on display. Nicely driven out by us. Sher Ali has a crack at the stumps.
That's a proper Fox job from Shiva, because he knew he could get a throw out of Sher Ali, and he tries to look a bit lazy, and then when he sees the throw coming, he knows he can get there and turn around and get a second. That's smart cricket. Sher saying, I don't care. I made heaps of runs. Let me go for glory.
One of the better contributors with the bat over the course of these 2 games for Stockholm.
This one's hit, and it's skewing away, and it's taken. In the crocodile style, but it's effective. Nice bit of work. That's Arif Hussain. That takes the catch at backward point. So Shiva, well, he might have been clever to get back on strike, but unfortunately meets his demise. Very next ball, he goes for 11. It's 87 now for 4. In fact, he goes for 13.
Plucky couple of innings from him today. For a little man, shown a bit of power as well. Good shots around the ground. Ultimately, not enough for this Stockholm Cricket Club. Big target set by Master. Looking forward to seeing their hitters again as we move through this tournament. Clearly enjoyed playing on their home ground.
Yeah, for sure.
I said earlier in the coverage, Vinny, that unlike almost all of the other teams who feel like they've taken a match to get used to the conditions, obviously Master, with this being their home ground, feels like they've just slotted in with ease.
Yeah, true. Rashid, the new batter. Gets one that's banged about halfway in. Pulls it away for 1. So, okay, we've had a couple of blowouts today, but we had a very exciting first game of the day. And I think when I look at the teams involved in the last 2 games, you've got Albi's Army, you've got Mashta again, you've got Hudinger, who were finalists last time we saw them in ECN cricket, and that's who will be competing in the last 2 games. Should be a great finish of the day. End of the 9th over. This is going to set a bit of a task for Mustafa, but he won't get there. So Amaraj continues his lone hand. He moves to 37. And it's also the end of the over. 9 overs down. Just 1 to go. Like I said, not sure how much Mustafa's enjoying being an outfielder. It's 92 for 4 after 9.
He's doing those bright blue fluorescent pads proud with this innings. Amaraj, quick look at the Master bowling lineup. I actually really liked Ajmal Raza at the top. Left arm pacement, looks like he could go up a few clicks when he needs to, but good direction, a little bit of pace, a little bit of bounce. Pretty impressive stuff. Seen enough from the Master bowlers that I suspect they'll, as long as their batting lineup continues to fire, they'll be useful enough to keep teams in check.
Yeah, I think so. It's a reminder, it is June 6th today, so it's Swedish National Day. And so very happy Swedish National Day to all of our Swedish viewers. Also, it's the anniversary of the D-Day landings as well. Going back, not quite as far as the origins of Swedish National Day, but still. Good keeping. Really good keeping there. This is not an easy take because we see a lot of keepers kind of frozen behind the stumps and they find it hard to move to the left, but it was excellent work there. Sumi and Jyoti. It's one of my favourites behind the stumps.
Great name, isn't it?
Well, we just saw some footage of him a second ago. Oh, right on cue, he misses one. I don't think it was a mis-stumping though. But he pulled off a great leg side stumping at Kartama when he was playing for the Swedish national team. But yeah, Jyoti in the impossible chase. He wasn't batting, but he was praying in the last couple of overs. And then he became the first man to ever jump over the Kartama fence to get on the field to celebrate while everyone else took the stairs.
May not be the last.
This one's whacked away, and watch out, Maximo. Wow, Step Priddle almost wears that one. The result, 6 runs.
Not sure it would have been any concern if Alistair would be more worried about the shape of that grizzly bear ball if it cracked into him, but either way, lovely shot again from Amaraj. Interesting bowler, Fahad Wakas. You can see, I don't know whether it's just because the wind's picked up a bit, but it feels like he's getting a lot of drop on his balls.
Yeah, that's true. You know, the next year, by the way, after Jyoti did that, someone actually tried to jump over the fence, broke the fence and rolled down the hill, and I'm going to show you that footage at the end of this game, I promise. Anyway, this one bounced a bit more than he thinks, but it's still going, and it's out of here. I think that's gone for 6. Maximo, and yeah, the wind has switched around. You called it, Rhino. It is now back to the wind we saw yesterday, where it's pretty significantly left to right, and I think that's the reason this ball leaves the ballpark.
Well, opportunity here for 50 for Amaraj, final ball of the innings.
Yeah, you can just take a 1, raise your bat and walk off with your head held high. Oh, he's missed it. Ashwin Amaraj. Well, you know, credit to him, though. He'll finish 49, not out of 22, but he had every chance of bringing up his first ECN 50. As it is, though, it's mashed up the hosts who were pretty comprehensive the way they go about that. As the final score here in match 8, it's mashed up 181. Who ran out victors by 76 runs. Stockholm CC 105. We'll take you through the highlights. Now, Vijay got that one out of the bat, middle of the bat, but the problem was the next one wasn't, as he chopped on, and that was a sign of things to come. And aside from the work of Ashwin Amaraj, no one really was able to get going for an extended period of time in this innings for Stockholm CC.
No, pretty good performance from the Master bowlers. Weren't always backed up in the field. Few issues there, dropped catch. They tried to raffle at those two, but there were enough boundaries to Stockholm that didn't keep them in the chase, but at least kept the margin of victory respectable, despite the punishment their bowlers had. A couple of good swipes out to the backward point boundary. Eventually, one of them landed in the hands, but Amaraj, he kept things flowing and unfortunately wasn't able to complete his half century. But either way, he battled bravely for 49 runs and probably deserves a bit more responsibility in that batting lineup for Stockholm Cricket Club as we move forward.
Yeah, quite possibly. He batted 4 and he made 49 of 22. Let's have a look at what's coming up next, though. Albies Army Hüdinger. I mentioned Albies Army, they're back-to-back ECS champions. The first trophy they won over Hüdinger in the ECS 21 final. But look at the Zuak combination at the top of the order. You've got Ramani in there, aforementioned him earlier. Amaraj in this game, 49 of 22, stole the show. No one else passed 13. Kampati and RC with some cameos. Matho never got going, did he, at the top? And for Mashta, they do concede 13 extras, maybe a handful too many. You can't read too much, I think, into their bowling efforts at this stage. We know the good players they've got. I mean, Sher Ali takes a bunch of wickets in ECS cricket. You've got Other players there, like Zahari Barg, I think he bowled pretty well. Ajmal Raz was impressive first up, 1 for 14. You could argue he might have been the best of the bowlers, but they do try 7 different bowlers. So throwing the ball around, 2 wickets for Sherali, 1 for Barg, and 1 for Ajmal Raz. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. Still 2 matches to go on a very high quality day 2. That's the grand final 21 rematch, followed by the hosts taking on Hootinger in the 5th match of the day. So plenty more still to come. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Andrew Ryan with me. We'll see you very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Sweden. Great to have your company on a beautiful sunny Tuesday afternoon. Mr. Maximo with you, Vinny Sandu for ECN. And haven't we been treated to a feast of cricketing entertainment so far in this FanCode European Cricket Series? Coming up next, a match I'm excited about. It's match number 9, not just because of these two teams, but because it's a rematch of the final back in 2021. It's going to be Albi's Army taking on Huddinge, who appear for the first time here in match 9. They'll play back-to-back matches to finish off the day, playing Albi's Army and then Mashta, the host. First up, though, let's see what happens at the coin toss. I know that Tyrone Peters has the two captains.
Putting to go. Here is a go.
So it is Emil Zubak of Huddinge that's won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first. Very interesting, they've elected to bowl, so they want to chase. Now, Emil Zubak, I remember him so well playing for Sweden, one of my favourite matches ever on the network, the game that we call the Impossible Chase, where we saw the Swedish national team beat Belgium, hitting something like 92 off the last 3.5 overs. It was absolutely crazy back then. And so I think the Huddinge, they look like a good side to me. The fact that they are probably playing their first game of the competition maybe causes them a few issues, but I think they'll be pretty confident. Albi's Army, though, they won a real tight one, a last ball thriller, first game of the day, then had a fairly pedestrian victory over Stockholm CC, so they're hoping to do what Jinnah CC Stockholm did yesterday and go 3 for 3, but it won't be easy because Huddinge, like I said, they are a very, very good cricket team. Andrew Ryan will take you to the first ball, news from the toss in match time. Huddinge, in their first appearance in this ECS, they've won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. Time for the 2021 final rematch. Rhino, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. As you've said, this is set up well. It should be a cracking contest. I think we've been very much looking forward to see this Huddinge team unleashed at ECS Sweden 2023. The two Zubaks, Emil and Tariq there at the top, the important contributors. They certainly have some depth in both the batting and the bowling side of things. But tough task taking on Albi's Army. Already 2 wins from 2 games. They will be looking to get off to a flyer here, and they've done that. Z has charged down the track and lofted the first ball for a Maximo. Ahmed, absolutely no time to settle whatsoever. What a start. There's Marcia coming off a century in the last game. Only took him 33 balls to get there. Found the boundary with such incredible regularity, and he clearly still has his eye in from that contest. Much better ball on this occasion. Shy at the stumps, Zia was probably home. Poor backing up though. Well, that's an absolute disaster from Huddinge. Overthrows, 5 runs in total from the ball, and Ismail Zia, he's scoring runs with ease at the moment. He does not need any insistence in the form of 4 overthrows. Just extraordinary stuff. A little bit of a switch here because it should be Nawaz going on to strike as Zia found his way to the opposite end when the overthrow throw came in. Just the bowler Ahmed would be absolutely fuming. Reasonable to have a shot at the stumps, but nonetheless, needed better backing up than that. The man coming in from deep mid-wicket, Omran Zazai, should have done better. But the only upside for Huddinge is that it takes Zia off strike. Waz facing up, hit some luscious shots earlier today as well. It's a good ball. Managed to time quite well what was a Yorker right into the base of his bat. And he's gone for 12 off his first 3 balls. Not a bad over so far from Ahmed. Strong character. That one short of a length, but hasn't gotten up at all. Zia quite entitled to jump onto the back foot. Trying to swing that to the leg side. Ball has barely got 10 centimetres off the ground. Let's go back to the toss. Huddinge, good luck in their first game. Won the toss. Side to field. Oh, great return catch. Zia's taken an almighty swing at that ball, slaughtered it straight back in the direction of Said, but he stuck the big mitts out, taking a great return grab. Huge wicket for the Hoodinga side. Have a look at this. Wasn't perfectly timed from Zia, but he's still got a good piece of bat on it. And that's a superb reflex catch from the bowler, Albi Zalmi. 12 down, 12 runs on the board, 1 wicket down. He had some misfortune earlier in the over. Saeed Ahmed with that set of overthrows going for 4 extra runs, but he's managed to put the hands in the right place, both to protect his melon and take a catch, and has sent the destructive Ismail Zia back to the pavilion. Big wicket, particularly after his start. Decent length ball. Bit of jump off the pitch. Nicely bowled, Niazi. And he gets a dot for his first. And Albi Zalmi after 1 over. They are 12 for 1. Feels like the key against this Albi Zalmi team. They've got such depth in their batting lineup, but you can't allow them to settle for 2 or 3 overs. They need to pick up wickets regularly. Pretty good over from Ahmed. Looks like Nasir Iqbal coming on to bowl the second over. Rearranging the field a bit. The left-hander on strike, Nawaz. Tends to play a lot of his shots on the offside. In particular, likes giving himself some room to open up the bat face, go through point to cover region. They've got fielders out there. It's good scouting. This Hoodinga team, 1 at long off, 1 at deep cover. Terrible first ball though. Head goes in the hands of Niazi. Stumps go down at the batter's end. We'll have a look at the replay. All happening on that first ball. So had his bat down for a moment. Just probably got it back in time. We might have to slow that replay down for a moment. He's safe. A bit of work though to put some pressure on him after what was such an awful delivery in the first place. And there will be a free hit, no ball coming up. Nasir Iqbal wouldn't have been part of his bowling plan when he was throwing the ball for this second over. As he's been in pretty decent form as it is. Don't need to be distributing any freebies to him. That's a much better delivery, but that's his favourite area. Thrashing it through point. Quick move. Brought the fielder in from long off, and I suspect that man will be sent right back there on the European cricket fence. Protect that area outside of point. Wasn't a bad ball at the end from Iqbal. Just allowed Nawaz to open up the arms. Thrashed through the offsides. Good shot from the young man. Tough gig for Hoodinga, coming up against one of the best sides if they make their first appearance in the tournament. It's a good ball. Is that an inside edge? Well, it's called no ball to begin with. Might have been an inside edge that the keeper's put down. In any event, they've scampered through for a single. We'll see on the replay. Big swing. No, it's probably just some swing in the end. A lot of excitement from the bowler, but the ball tailed back in to the left-hander quite late. In any event, the fumble from the keeper didn't help things. Well, no shortage of action in these early exchanges. A lot of shifting of the field. Obviously, the left and right-hand combination not helping things. He's been given the opportunity at the top of the order, coming at number 3. Big swing across the line. Keeper on this occasion doesn't actually use the gloves full stop, but manages to block the ball, so it just goes away for 1 run. Bye. A few words between bowler and umpire. Nasir Iqbal. It's taken a while to get through this over so far. Only 2 legal deliveries. Full ball, nicely struck. Gee, that's a cracking cricket shot from Nawaz. It wasn't a bad ball, just slightly overpitched from Iqbal, but he timed it magnificently, full face of the bat, and it pierces the infield and the man coming around from mid-off. Excellent shot. T10 cricket may be all hard hitting, or it may seem on the surface, but there is still room for great placement of timing the ball. An excellent example of it there from Nawaz. More ball outside off stump, has timed it nicely again. Throw at the bowler's end. Nawaz, I suspect he might have been gone if this was a direct hit. It was a great throw. Clean pickup from the fielder. Played it slightly off the back foot and there was a stumble. That definitely would have been run out at the top end, but as it was, he's safe in his ground. Oh, he's Elmi, 25 for 1. Couple of balls left in this over. That is in the slot, and Niazi doesn't need a second invitation to get off the mark. He's launched that a good 30 metres over in the space between extra cover and long off. What a strike. Well, Iqbal, there's a bit of a conference between he and Wakil Jalali. Probably wouldn't have felt that was too bad a ball aside from just being slightly over pitch, but it was annihilated by Niazi. Final ball went dangerously in the slot again, but this time Niazi tries to swing him to the leg side. As it is, low bouncing ball goes through. The keeper misses it again, so it goes through for a bye. That is the end of an over in which just about anything could happen, and did. 32 for 1 after 2. Quick look at the standings table. GNCC still sitting proudly on top. They've played 4 games though. 3-1 record. Zalmi undefeated in their first 2. Saw them in action earlier today. Last ball win in game 1. And then Master. Didn't they look impressive in the game just gone against the hapless Stockholm Cricket Club, who have had a tough initiation into ECS Sweden 2023. 2 heavy defeats in their first 2 games. Quick shout out while we're waiting for the start of this 3rd over. Everyone on the YouTube chat. The question, we'll get Maximo to think about this as we just see Zuva come in to bowl. Nice little late in swing, but it's driven well down the ground. Fielder makes good ground to save it. A few minor fumbles from Nasir, but he eventually kept it in. He's had a tough time. He's been in the action so far. Look at this replay and a couple of different grabs at it. Feet almost overbalanced. That one in the slot, but he hasn't got a decent part of it, and Nasir takes an excellent catch. Judged it well. Niazi, a little bit of that inside-out swing that he managed to hit for a massive bomb last over. This time got a little bit underneath the ball and a well-taken grab from Nasir. Good start to this over from Hudinga, and they will be pleased to see another wicket back in the pavilion. Well, still there, but so the secret to success against this Zelmi team, you have to keep the wickets coming. Gives a chance to revert back to the YouTube chat. Great to see all of you in there. See, Kroom has been pretty active. Our boy Dave, plenty of engagement today. Even Vinny Sandhu hyphen Mr. Maximo has found the opportunity to chime in on a couple of times. And see Kroom's asked for Maximo for advice on any classics that he needs to catch up on. Still many people consuming the Impossible Chase video of the Swedish national team from ECC a couple of years ago. Well, if you've got any direct questions for us, feel free to send them in the chat. Hashtag Ask Andrew or hashtag Ask Maximo. We'll do our best to answer them, or at least try to concoct a mildly amusing response if we don't know what's going on. Tarek Zuvak, he's done a useful job in his 2 balls to date. So Khalil has come to the crease. We all know what he can do when he gets going. Ball just got a little bit bloopy on him. Short of length, didn't really kick off the pitch. It was almost like a little bit more trampoline bounce than anything. Interesting start to this game. I suspect LB Zelmi will feel a little bit more under pressure against Hudinga. They know they've got a strong batting lineup. Need to keep pressing. No one. Well, it's in the slot for a batter of the class of Khalil. He's a strong striker, but excellent weight transference to generate the power to what wasn't that bad a ball in the overall scheme of things. Zubak annoyed with himself, but sometimes you've just got to accept that there's a class batter at the crease. Good ball from Tariq coming back after being cracked for 4. Zubak is looking a little bit out of control in this blustery breeze here in Stockholm. Doing his best impersonation of Barf from Spaceballs at the moment. One's outside off stump, cracked. Well, he's got bigger concerns than the hair now. That one's been launched for a Maximo. And Khalil, he hasn't got into full flight during this tournament so far in the first couple of games this morning, but perhaps this game against Hudinga is the time that he unleashes. That's the end of a pretty good power play from Albi Zalmi. 44 for 2. Khalil races along to 10 off 4. He's still got Nawaz, who's looked in great touch early on. Hudinga probably just need a couple of things to go their way, though. They haven't been bad overs by any stretch, despite going 12, 20 and 12. Sure, they'll feel if they can just get another wicket, 2 wickets in the next 2 overs. Induce enough doubt in this LB Zelmi side that they could maybe keep them around the 110 mark, whereas at the rate they're going, certainly looking more up around the 140, 150 region, but plenty of overs to go. It's only 3 overs through. Certainly LB Zelmi know how to make teams pay in a power play. Now the 5 fielders out. Still no one in that deep point position. Fielders at cover and long off on the offside. Full toss from Ahmed, and almost as on cue, Nawaz goes to that point boundary. Well fielded though. Jeez, that's a rocket arm coming in from the boundary. Sensational stuff. Won't be taking a 2 out there throughout the innings. Ringer boys getting plenty of extra exercise, ripping off the calories at the moment, changing sides almost every ball. So he digs that one into the pitch. Khalil charges, strikes it and strikes it magnificently over the cover boundary. Umpire signals 6. Just 2 steps down, gets the momentum moving forward. Wasn't a bad ball from Ahmed by any stretch, but cracked over the cover fence, and that's a super shot. Khalil feels like he's making a statement here. Realise that this is quite a test, this game against Hudinga. He's probably looking at them as one of their main rivals for this ECS Sweden tournament. Full toss off the slower ball. Khalil deposits it straight down the ground. Wonderful shot making. He's continuing this habit of charging at the bowler. That one's at waist height when it got to Khalil, but I suspect it probably would have dropped below by the time it got to the popping crease. So I don't think this is going to get a no ball call despite it being reviewed at the moment. But either way, Ahmed, who bowled a pretty decent first over, is really being put under the hammer here. So we're going to have a replacement ball come in. Shows you the distance that Khalil launched that last grizzly bear into the sky here at Stockholm. Just one, we've got multiple replacement balls coming in. Umpire just checking it. Ahmed, he wants to get on with things quickly. Oh, Khalil saw his partner drop his bat at the non-striker's end and thought we don't have to worry about running Nawaz. I'm just going to take him for another maximum. Look at this beautiful shot making. Opened up his body with the left foot going out to the leg side, but still so much power to pump it out over the offside boundary. Gee, this is stunning striking from Khalil. He's up to 28 off 7. Wicket keeper Imal Zuvak, skipper, coming down, having a few words to Saeed, who is probably replying that I'm not really sure what I can do against Khalil in this sort of mood. Wes must feel like he's just in the box seat down there at the non-striker's end. Not too well to hold on to his bat for future balls, but it hasn't really mattered so far. 2 more balls for Ahmed to try to get out of this over. 1 for 31 so far. Good ball. Manages to spear it in at the leg stump. Didn't want to give Khalil any room to get his arms free. Just practicing the flick over the leg side. Good change of direction from Ahmed though. Well bowled by the paceman. As the wind just starts to pick up. That is less well bowled. Full toss on the waist. We'll see if this gets reviewed. Good decision, I think, not to take that second run. Well, they've gotten the overthrow regardless. They might even get another one, although this is being backed up by the fielder coming in from long off. But fortunately, that rocket arm coming in from the outfield managed to get through the wicket keeper, and they've pursued the second. Nawaz down on his haunches at the moment. Looks like he may have just injured or inconvenienced himself slightly. But that is the end of the over, and Elby Zelmi 65 for 2 after 4. So that run rate 16.25 after 4 overs. 2 wickets back in the hatch, but that won't be too much concern for one of the deepest batting lineups in this tournament. And probably the biggest concern for Hudinga is that as Khalil seems like he is absolutely in a mood this afternoon. 30 off 9. Sam watched Ismail Zia crack a century off 33 balls. The earlier game, he might be on his way to 3 figures as it is, as Nawaz takes advantage of a short of a length ball. Not much zip on it from Zuvak, and this lightning fast outfield, nothing's going to hold up. Ball hit with such power. Good rotation, got down low. Stayed with the ball, it didn't really get through to him. Tariq dragging a bunch of fielders now out to the leg side. It's one way to solve that, try not to bowl a half tracker that's on middle and leg stump. Puts that one outside off stump. It's another return catch. Well, what odds would you have had on that 2 of the 3 dismissals in this game would be return catches, and a pair of cracking ones at this. Look at the replay. Tariq has it hammered back at him, just sticks the right mid out, snapples it with ease, and Nawaz is on his way back to the pavilion. Elby Zelmi 69 for 3. 2 balls gone in the 5th. Zuvak might have seen his life flashing between in front of his eyes there for a moment, but it was fortunate that Waz didn't quite time that as well as he might have liked. Did well to get his right hand down to an awkward position and complete the catch. So easy in the bowler's follow through for those just not to stick, as you don't get a chance to set yourself or balance while taking the catch. Anyway, it's a double show of Khalil. Stays down. Batter was looking for a wide on that occasion. Sammy Khalil, he was in brutal form this morning. Some of the biggest sixes that we've seen today. Just saying something, given that it's been an absolute feast of big hits. Full toss. Cracked out to the fielder coming in from the deep cover boundary. It will just be the one. I'd say it's been the greatest over from Zuvak, but with the wicket and now getting away with close wide call and then just the single there for the full toss. It's looking okay. Floats it out. He should have had Khalil, the Azam version. But as it is, the fielder coming in looked like Shahab Zafar from third man. Pretty regulation catch in that part of the field. Put him down. That could be costly. 71 for 4, and all of a sudden you would have felt like Hoodinger who got themselves back in the game. Short ball. Sami Khalil takes full toll. Fortunately, this pace, you cannot afford to be bowling that short of a length. Many LB Zelmi supporters pretty excited. This is now 75 for 3 at the end of the 5th over. Sam Khalil on 31, Sami on 5. Pretty well positioned at this point in the innings. Have a look at the upcoming events. It's only here for Sweden for a couple of weeks. We've talked about Romania. But look at that, big Bulgarian T20 internationals coming up from 23rd of June across the weekend until the 25th. Speaking of internationals, my man Nazam Khalil, one of Sweden's finest. Doesn't time that one so well though. Just heaved for a single. Runs Azai doing the fielding out there at deep square. This is Samuel Rahmani, who's come in to bowl the 6th over. Good full ball, but well played by Sami Khalil. Just rolled the wrist on it enough to take it behind square on the leg side. That's a really good bit of batting. If he had just gone out to square leg, would have been solely a single. It's looked impressive, Sammy. No one's outside off stump. Decent length, big swing across the line. A bad change of direction from Rahmani. Wind seems to have changed direction again. It's sort of blowing almost in the direction of this commentary box, which is exactly where Sami Khalil's tried to pump that last ball. He's missed the cube by only about 10 metres. Probably for myself and Maximo, thankful that he did. That ball was travelling at a rate of knots. Rahmani had bowled a pretty good over until that point, just drifted a touch full. Sami Khalil kept his shape. Beautiful shot. Geez, we've seen some good hitting out here at the Master Cricket Club today. The way this breeze is blowing, probably better off erring on that short of a length space, which he's managed to find, but unfortunately that is grubbered past the keeper and gone for 4 byes. And he's keeping the LB Zelmi faithful in big voice as they continue to cheer every boundary that comes their way. Ball to go in this 6th over from Rahmani. LB Zelmi now up to 90 for 3. Oh my goodness. That has been launched into the orbit of this Stockholm ground. We might need to call airport traffic control. That's a ginormous strike from Sami Khalil, and what a way to end the 6th over. That is extraordinary hitting. Just holds his pose and admires it for a good 10 seconds afterwards, and can you blame him? Little shrug of the shoulders, and the youngsters from LB Zelmi, we know they've got one of the best junior groups in Sweden, and they've got a great level of support out here today. It's the end of the 6th. 96 for 3. And into this abattoir of a beating is being brought Wakil Jalali. See what he can do. This partnership going along at a rate of notes from the double act of Khalil. He bowled that last over. It probably wouldn't have felt like he did that much wrong, but he's gone for 17 runs. So his arm on strike. A couple of strides down the wicket, and he's managed to find the boundary again. In fact, the fielder, Nasir Iqbal, had basically given up after 2 steps, ended up actually running in the direction of where that ball was going to end up rather than trying to cut it off. He's got a pretty long run. Khalil, he's raced along to 36 off 12. Zolmi, they've hit the 3 figures already. We're 1 ball into the 7th over. Charges down the pitch again. Being sailed off, but umpire thinks about it for a moment. Calls wide. Not a bad piece of bowling from Jalali, nonetheless. Keep it standing up. So they're trying to at least create some threat for when Khalil does charge down the wicket. A little bit of a shift of the fielder down to 3rd man rather than the backward point position where he was. Short of a length. Well, it doesn't really matter where you put the fielders. Khalil is just hitting it so hard, so cleanly. Another boundary in the books. Short of a length, giving him enough room to free the arms outside off stump. Just sweet striking. Ali Zelmi, 105 for 3. This partnership is looking very, very dangerous indeed. Jalil asking for a helmet to come into the wicket keeper. Not sure too many are going to go through to him with Azam in this mode. Big questions here for Jalali. Is there anything he can do to stop this blaster? Well, certainly not on the evidence of that ball. What a shot. Azam Khalil takes 1 step out of the leg side, opens up his midsection and then thrashes the hands through the ball. That's carried the boundary by a good 25 metres. And he is absolutely racing along. Poor Jalali. 15 off his over so far. Khalil up to 46 off 14. Looks like he's changing to bowl around the wicket. Desperate attempt to stop this rampaging Swedish star. Manages to finally get one through him. Keeper did a good job as that one tailed back in. Only be a brief period of respite though. Khalil eyeing off a half century here. Love to bring it up with another Maximo. He doesn't go full Maximo, but he does manage to find the gap on the offside, and that is a well-deserved half century for Azam Khalil. He gets along to 50. He's only taken him 16 balls to reach that landmark. Just all too easy for him at the moment. Just feels like these bowlers are almost a bowling machine, just feeding him in his favourite areas. 4 fours, 5 sixes in that innings, short of a length, and he just goes there again. Great batting. Last ball of the over, and Khalil takes Albi Zalmi up to 119 for 3. 7 overs gone, and this carnage continues here at the Mashta Cricket Club ground in Stockholm. And poor old Hudinga, they've turned up for their first game today. They're expected to be very, very competitive in this tournament. They still may well be as they get their way into it, but facing Albi Zalmi, who are already in pretty good nick after a couple of wins this morning. And not only have they managed to find one, Khalil having a good day, Azam has come in to join the party. That one is thrown into the slot. The keeper pursuing it, could have been a collision. That has fallen between the both of them. There's hands up everywhere. Questions being asked by Fahad Mamand. I guess about the only upside of that is that we didn't have a tragic collision between 2 players pursuing the ball, but boy, oh boy, I would have loved to see Sami Khalil back in the pavilion. That one was also in the slot, but it probably tried to overhit it. Oh, Mand can hold his head up high from these first two balls, unlike most of his teammates. Seems to have the wood over these two batters. He's come up with the fairly poorly disguised slower ball, but his arm has sat back in his crease, been deceived by the bounce. Mand rushing through this over. That one's down to the leg side, clipped away. Thought the fielder at fine leg might have had a chance, but as it is, flies away for a boundary. Feels like a long time between them in the context of this game. Perhaps Hoodinger just a little bit worried about the time, and Mand sprinting through his overs. Don't think there should be any huge concerns from them at the moment, although they have chewed up a little bit of time. Having to chase this grizzly bear pill all across the turf. Manages to York Azim. Throw coming in from the keeper. Sammy desperate to get back on strike, but as it is, no run. See if Mand can get out of this over with a single or a dot on the final ball. It's been a good one so far. He's only gone for 5. Well, it's no longer 5, it's 11. Almost inevitable to have a 6 in every over. Mand goes and shakes the hand of Azam Khalil. Great shot once again, charging down the wicket. Fortunately, no one in this Hoodinger attack has the pace to slip a short one to get around his ears every time he goes walking down the wicket. But they haven't had too much that has stopped this rampaging batting effort from LB Zalmi. 8 overs gone, 130 for 3 on the scoreboard. And Nasir Iqbal bowled the second over this innings. Got pumped. He's back for some more punishment. 9th over. And the punishment starts from ball 1. Sammy Khalil, just a big baseball swing short of a length. Been launched over the long on boundary. And boy, oh boy, haven't the LB Zelmi fans had plenty to celebrate today. Great to have such an atmosphere around this Muster Cricket Club ground here in Stockholm. Been treated some immense hitting over the course of the almost 3.5 games we've had today. Finally, one gets dug into the turf. Fielder coming in from long off. That's a neat catch from Wakil Jalali, safely taken. And finally, with a charging Khalil, someone has bumped it into the pitch and got it around the shoulders. So much harder to control a shot down the ground from that position. And Sami Khalil, he's on his way back to the pavilion. His arm still there, but LB Zalmi 136 for 4 now. Nice piece of bowling from Iqbal. Wouldn't have enjoyed being greeted for his second over with Khalil depositing him over the long on boundary, but it's come back well. Wouldn't be surprised if he uses that same tactic the next time Azam is on strike. Brings Elazai to the crease. Peel from the keeper. Seemed to be fresh air between bat and ball. Good opportunity for LB Zalmi to get a few more of their batters' time in the middle here. These later stage already up to 136. Full ball. Elazai takes a big swing. Bowler manages to get a hand to it, probably at least take the pace off. There wasn't a chance of it going to the boundary. Khalil back on strike, charges again. Well, Nazir has tried the same tactic, didn't quite get the same elevation off the pitch, but I think it was the right thing to do. As it is, it just goes into the chest high area where Azam has absolutely no problem in pumping him to the mid-wicket boundary. Great shot again as he's up to 70 off 23. Probably not enough time to complete the century. This one's heaved across the leg side. Not a bad piece of bowling from Iqbal. It's just a single. So Azam ends the over on 71. LB Zalmi 144 for 4. And we have 1 over to go. Mann being given the ball for this 10th over. Certainly deserves it after his last over. A couple of good pieces of bowling from him. That single in the last ball ensures that Azam is on strike. Said probably not enough time for him to reach the century. 29 runs required. Certainly wouldn't be the first over we've seen today. Get pumped for that many. Oh, he's charged. He's been stumped. Nice piece of bowling again from Mamand. Suspect they had a plan in place knowing that Azam was going to take a few steps down the wicket. The wicket keeper, Imal Zuvak, completes the stumping. Azam just takes his traditional 2 or 3 steps out. Nice bit of keeping. Let's just have a quick look at the replay that ball hasn't been taken in front. Have a look at it from side on. Keeper, ooh, he has gotten a little bit greedy. Have a look at it, see if there's any view from the umpire's tent. Pretty close. Yes, it is. Seem to have the new batter at the crease. Azam back in the pavilion. He'll have a little bit of a rest before coming out to lead his team. There is Mamand. It's been so accurate so far, but manages to send that one way down the leg side. Afzal has come to the crease. Hasn't been a happy day for him today, but let's see if he can set things right in their 3rd game today. Mamand, interesting action. It's almost just all arm coming through. Feels like it just takes the pace off things. That one speared down the leg side. Keeper does well, actually. Silvac to parry the ball and make sure that it didn't end up going for 5 wides. Choosing to go around the wicket. By far the most successful of the bowlers from Hoodinga lineup. 0-1. Off-speed ball. Afzal. Big swing. Absolutely no contact. Arm goes up from the umpire for a call of bye. Mamand continuing to confound this LB Zelmi lineup like no other bowler from this lineup has. Alizai on strike. He's eyeing off that area down at deep mid-wicket. Mamand pitches it full. Bat sort of turns in the hand of Alizai as he's trying to take a big hefty swing. Drifts onto leg stump. That is not the place to be bowling to this lineup. There was only one spot on the ground that Alizai had any intention of hitting to. Body already set up to launch something out to deep mid-wicket, and he's made great contact. Gee, this has been some brutal hitting this tournament to date, and in particular today. Mamand, tempting fate. That one was probably lucky that was a little bit wider of leg stump. Fielder's come around. He's tapped it so it stayed in the field. We'll have a look at the replay to see if the ball ended up as there's no boundary. We'll end up with a run out at the bowler's end. Poor Afzal's terrible day continues, but I suspect he will wait for the umpire's review. See that ball's clipped away, nicely timed. Fielder coming around, and I suspect his foot is on the boundary as he's made contact with the ball. In fact, I think it was actually his foot that kept the ball in place. That's the first bit of good luck that Afzal's had. He came sprinting back for the second. He was determined to get back on strike, but fortunately for him, it's just incredible stuff here at the European Cricket Series. Oh, great ball from Mamand. He's absolutely cleaned up Alizai with a super Yorker. And, well, what a way to end this first innings. It's been some fairly brutal hitting from the boys from Albi Zelmi, but in the end, Mamand has done a very, very good job. Zelmi, they've continued to score runs at a pretty rapid rate. It all started with Ismail Zia. First ball, cracked to 6, but not long after, hit one straight back at the head of Ahmed. Took a great return catch. Some exquisite shots throughout the offside from Nawaz. Gee, he looks like a good quality player. It was at this point that thought just a couple more wickets and Whittinger could have been in this game, but the two Khalil boys, and in particular Zam, played some sensational shots. Before we saw Sammy come out, it was all about the return catch again, but there was nothing caught by those outfielders down there at backward point. And then it became the Khalil show. Zam and Sammy just thrashed the Whittinger bowlers to all parts of the ground, including one mighty bomb from Sammy Khalil straight down the ground. The hype squad from LB Zelmi were cheering it all. Almost a big collision from the boys from Whittinger. Could have been much worse than just having a dropped catch. But as it was, Nasir managed to extract a false shot out of Sammy. Well caught down there on the boundary. And brought in Alizai, but as it was, we also saw the departure of Azam Khalil as he started off the 10th with a stumping, and then good bowling at the end to capture a few more wickets, and in the end, pretty good performance all round by LB Zolmi. They scored 157 off their 10 overs and have set Whittinger Cricket Club quite a hefty target. They need to almost go at 16 and over. Have a look at this batting lineup. Zia continuing to strike the ball well, but he was one of 2 caught and bowled victims throughout the innings, as was his partner Nawaz at the top of the innings. Not much troubling the scorers from Niazi, but Azam and Sami, they batted extremely well in the middle and late overs. 71 off 25. Sensational stuff from Azam. And Sami continued his powerful striking, ended up with 28 off 18, so 157 on the board. Whittinger bowling card, it does not look particularly pretty. Not a single bowler going for less than 10 and over. Pick of them was probably Fahad Mamand, 2 for 23. Tariq Zuvak managed to end up with 2 for 22, although a few loose balls from him. And I saw enough from Saeed Ahmed and Nasir Iqbal as well to suggest that they will be far from the worst opening bowling pair in this tournament. But Whitting, probably not enough variety to really trouble this LB Zalmi group, and as a result, they've got a big task. 158 required off their 10 overs. So a hefty mountain to climb. The boys from Whittinger, they'll give it a fair crack though. This is Andrew Ryan for the European Cricket Network. I'm here all day with Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandhu. And you can join us back here on the European Cricket Network in a matter of minutes as we come back for the chase for Whittinger versus LB Zalmi.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the Master Cricket Club ground here in the northern part of Stockholm as we enter the second half of Game 4 here on Day 2 of the European Cricket Series Sweden for 2023. It is brought to you by FanCode, and very much welcome our many fans watching through FanCode in India and the subcontinent. We've got a cracker of a game in store here. Some big runs on the board from Albi Salmi, one of the big time teams here in Sweden. They have put 157 runs on the board in the first innings, led by the superstar Azam Khalil. And they have set quite a task here for Hudinga, but around the traps, a lot of people are having big things to say about this Hudinga team. See what they can do in the opening stages here. They've got Kamran Rashid, who is taking the new ball. Just as we're being delivered some new food for the afternoon, being very well looked after by the guys from Master Cricket Club, the home group here. Saw them in action, picking up their first win the game before. Rashid steaming in, but like a big locomotive, just has to pull the brakes on at the last moment. Fortunately for him. Zuvak taking the first ball. He's joined by Zazai. Big swings, found the fielder coming around at mid-wicket. Absolutely pumped, and that is an unfortunate start for Huding. Rashid coming up with that excellent short of a length bowling, which we've become very accustomed to over the last couple of games. He is doing a job for his captain, and I think it's a great move to continue to give him the new ball. Like Zabiul and Niadzi coming around and taking that catch at mid-wicket. And that is a terrible start. The skipper, Imal Zuvak, going out first ball. It's a great thing about this length that Kamran Rashid bowls with such consistency. He just hits the pitch hard. Not necessarily a huge amount of movement, but just gets the ball into uncomfortable places for the batter and knows that he's going to draw an error sooner or later. Certainly a bowler after my own heart. That's an excellent method, particularly on this pitch, which is giving you a little bit of variable bounce from short of a length, but he's managing to hit the deck hard continuously, getting nice lift. He's a strong young man. And his captain, Azam Khalil, will be very happy with that start. One of the main strikers from Hudinga, already back in the pavilion after the first ball. Ahmed comes out at number 3. One step down, tries to flick that out to mid-wicket. No contact. Umpire calls leg by. Ball pitched outside leg stump. Was probably missing leg stump by another 15 or 20 centimetres as well. Good to see the big pace bowler energised and desperate for a second wicket. Brings Omran Zazai on to strike. Big job for these two Hudinga batters at the crease now. I don't want to get too much into the middle order. First couple of overs. Another short ball. Looks like he was beaten for pace. Somehow it's what was almost a one-handed shot out to pop the ball down to fine leg. Certainly not the most elegant piece of batting that we've seen today, but effective enough to turn the strike over. Probably a little bit quicker than you expect, Kamran Rashid. Bounce adds an extra dimension. Ball off speed, outside off stump. Azam Khalil come around and collect it from his position at long on to the left-hander. He'll remain there or thereabouts for the right-hander, staying at long off. Two-pronged defensive positioning here at long on and long off. Slightly unusual positioning given the length that Rashid bowls. Big swing across the line, and that's probably the more expected spot for a boundary as Azai heaves it over to the leg side behind square leg. Suspect it might be in the captain's interest to actually move one of these straight, deep fielders down to somewhere there or thereabouts, square leg on the boundary. Either that or out to deep point, deep backward point, because of the length that Rashid's bowling, you probably want to actually induce batters to try to hit it straight down the ground. Ball's likely to hit the throat of the bat and just pop up for a catch. Oh, short of a length ball. He's entitled to try to heave it over the leg side, but it's just shot through. Unlucky for the batter, but that is what happens when you hit a consistent line and length. Rashid's been rewarded. Second wicket of the over. Hoodinga, awful start for them. They are 7 for 2 after 1. Well, due reward for Rashid. Doesn't try to do anything fancy. Just hitting that spot again and again and again. And unfortunately for Zazai, on this occasion, ball didn't quite get up to the height that he wanted. So don't blame him for looking for that vacant area at square leg again. Managed to hit a boundary the previous ball. So 7 runs on the board. It's not a great start, particularly with the 2 wickets already down. Brings Romani to the crease. And Hoodinga, they have had a tough initiation in their first game. Full ball onto the hips, and it's been suitably dispatched. Lovely shot from Ahmed. Just lifts it cleanly. Umpires will be having a look at this. Suspect this will be called as a no ball for the full toss above waist height. Just waiting for confirmation on that. Umpire signals that yes, it is free hit, so it has been given as no ball. So desperately needed free hit at this stage. Not the most successful start to Alizai's over. Not a player that we see frequently appearing at the bowling crease for LB Zalmi. Not sure you can get a much worse start than having none for 7 as your figures without having bowled a legitimate ball. Putting himself under pressure here. Oh, drifts it into the slot. Fortunately, a late bit of swing has meant that it's been mistimed by Ahmed. Just dragged out to square leg. I'll just exchange a single. Putting a total looking certainly side better. After that, no ball, which was pumped for 6. Brings Romani on to strike for the first time. Being asked of Ahmed, coming in at number 3 after he's also opened the bowling. Didn't actually bowl a bad pair of overs despite going for quite a few runs. Foolish ball, has to wait for it. May have been an opportunity. Keeper's end. Off-speed ball from Alizai. Brilliantly timed, but fortunately for Romani, didn't strike it well enough to take into the hands of a fielder. Looks like there might need to be a change of bat here. Umpires just confirming that he can change the willow. Whatever it was, certainly didn't hinder him. That's 6 off the first ball to this over. Not a bad ball from Alizai, but a little bit foolish, a little bit in the slot. Nice shot from Ahmed. Got an easy power. He's got big, broad shoulders, this young man. Taking a leaf out of Azam Khalil's book. A couple of steps down the pitch. It's the body weight moving forward and absolutely drills that over the long off boundary. A couple of Maximos in this over, and all of a sudden this Hoodinger total looking much healthier. 22 for 2. Still 3 balls left in this over. His arms down here at the long on position. Brought a bit off inside the circle, and that's where he goes again. That's even bigger than the last one that's carried the boundary. It's probably a 70-metre strike, and that is the third Maximo of the over. Just waiting on these balls, which are being looped up into the slot by Alizai. He's under a bit of pressure now, this young man. Needs to work out how to get out of this over without too much more damage. Mentioned that Hoodinger need to score it around 16 and over. They're up to 28 off 1.4. Alizai, well, it tries for a bit of extra pace. Doesn't work out so well for him. Drags it down the leg side. 22 off his over so far. Still 2 balls to go. So deflating for the bowler when you start to get into the 20s and you know you've still got a couple of pills remaining. Well, that's changed his line, changed his length. Not quite the same result, but it's 4 nonetheless. Ahmed just working it behind square. Nice shot. And Alizai, he is having an absolute nightmare at the bowling crease. I was just checking that one. I suspect it has bounced within the boundary. Sure, Ahmed almost wants to get on with things. No, it's fingers have gone up. It's been called 6. So that's the 4th Maximo for the over. This is up to 28, still 1 ball to go. And Hoodinger, after a horrendous start, losing a wicket on the first and last ball of the first over, now up for 30 to 35 for 2. And Saeed Ahmed is in an absolute mood. Well, he's in a mood, and it's going to be a much happier one now. Somehow he's taken a low full toss and launched it 30 metres over the boundary, straight over the top of our commentator's cube. That's an extraordinary strike and such power from this young man. Boy, oh boy, that is a cracking start to this innings. Have a look at the standings just to calm things down a touch. Albi Zelmi, they're on top of the table. Probably would have thought they were about to bank their 3rd win in 3 games, given what they scored in the first innings. But Hoodinger is certainly not going to go down without a fight. And Saeed Ahmed, if he can get some strike in the coming overs, who knows what could happen. Just lucky to calm proceedings down a bit. We've got Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, returning to the commentary box. It's Hoodinger, 41 for 2 after 2.
It was either come back on commentary or find that ball. And that went miles, didn't it? What a shot and what an over. 34 come off that second over as it goes supersonic. And just thinking, you got Samuel Rahmani, who's in there at the moment, and more about him in a second. You see a big swing and a miss, but yeah, it reminded me of the impossible chase, Sweden versus Belgium game, where there was a 34-run over that set it up towards the end. And that was a crazy game, really. We talked about it a fair bit. Sweden and the national team and the Swedish clubs have given us so many great memories here on ECN already. You're only about 3 years in.
Some of the best hitters in Europe, aren't they, Vinny? And the T10 game really suits them. As
really does.
See Rashid coming in for his second over. Well, that one's nicely struck, well fielded. Sami Khalil coming around it mid-on. Got a good piece of it. Nice and straight too. Wouldn't have taken much, but Khalil himself positioned fairly straight there in the mid-on spot. It does bring Saeed Ahmed back on strike. He's 32 off 8.
And what I was going to say was Sami Romani that struck that 34 run over back then for Sweden as well. And it was the only 6 balls he faced in the whole innings. Anyway, this is picked up and this is more runs, 6 more, Maximo, and it's game on here at the MCG.
Game on indeed. Saeed Ahmed is showing the capacity to launch big bombs all around the ground. 38 off 9. And Hoodinger are now 48 for 2. Halfway through the 3rd over. First time that Cameron Rashid has been treated with such contempt in this tournament. Suspect that Ahmed will continue to look to that boundary if Cameron's going to continue with the short of a length balls. That one slapped over the top of the head of Sami Khalil. Well, the height doesn't really run in the Khalil family. An extra half a foot would have been helpful there. Slips through his grasp and it rolls away for a 4.
Yeah, it keeps on rolling, doesn't it? And no one's safe at the moment. I think we'll probably see Azam Khalil come on in the next over just to try and slow things down. This is the last power play over. And we know that Cameron Rashid's had a pretty good time of it so far in this series, but now he's being tested. We saw him playing for Linköping previously in this European Cricket Series. You're right, Saeed's in a mood.
Oh, another lovely shot. Rashid tried to change his line and length, went for the speared Yorker into the toes, but Saeed is good enough. What a sweet swing he has got. Vinny, this is some of the best hitting on a day of an absolute bash fest. He is 48 off 11.
He's got a good bat, I think, as well. These are just little love taps over the boundary. Everyone's got ideas. Kudrat, who's the T20 skipper, actually. Just having a bit of a word to Rashid.
So that's interesting. They have a different skipper for T20 in different formats.
Yeah, and they haven't announced their 40-over skipper yet, but it'll be someone different. That's what they told us. So
interesting.
They're trying to share their leadership responsibilities, I think.
I like the concept.
See how it works in practice. too many chefs. Anyway, Ahmed's on 48. Last ball of the power play.
Oh, another huge swing. This one's caught higher on the bat. Khalil on the boundary, and he's taken a great catch. Arms folded, impressed with his work. He's managed to keep the back foot about 2 inches inside that boundary. That ball stayed up for an absolute eternity. Ahmed trying to bring up his half century with a Maximo. Have a look at this. It's just that little bit of extra bounce from the fact that Rashid hits the pitch so hard. Sammy stayed relaxed and caught it just above his noggin, foot just inside the boundary line. And a sigh of relief from the Albie Zelmi crew.
Yeah, well, it's one thing to take a great catch. I think the umpire misread the body language here because the batter was feeling pretty good at this stage. He thought it was going with 6. The umpire, he's pretty quick to signal the 6 runs. And tell you what, take 9 of those fingers down. Everyone was oblivious to it. But anyway, what a start though. Saeed Ahmed has given his team. Doesn't get his 50, but he does set a cracking pace. And this will be the end of the power play. 58 for 3.
Well, I'll tell you what, Vinny, after that first over in this innings, I thought this game was going to crawl to an interminably dull finish after Hoodinger lost a couple of wickets early. But Saeed has thrown the cat amongst the Stockholm Pigeons and has created absolute chaos here. 34 off the second over, 17 off the third. I guess the big story coming out of that third over, though, is that he's now back to the pavilion after an excellent catch from Sami Khalil. And in good news for Albie Zelmi, the man who took 4 wickets in their last game, the Woodseye, has got the ball at the top of his mark. And they have what was essentially 2 new batters at the crease because Romani's only faced 3 balls.
That was a crazy catch, though. He's tried it a couple of times. He's been caught under the ball, but he knew he was out of real estate there, didn't he? He had nowhere to go, so he was forced into it. Anyway, here's Dawood Zayat coming off a 4-foot, but right now it's a 6-foot for the batter, that is, as Romani goes large. Maximo and Hoodinger, do not count them out. Hard to believe, last time these two teams met in the ECS, it was Hoodinger who were rolled in the 60s. Right now they've swung the way into the 60s.
Swung away to the 60s. I think Dawudzai's gone for almost more runs in one ball than he went for almost his entire spell in the last game. Big strike from Romani. Tries to go short. That one balloons off the pitch. Umpires look at each other. It's called wide.
This is over the head, and we'll check it here on the replay. It seemed pretty short to me. Yeah, that's a good call. Really good call from the square leg umpire. Just indicates to his compadre. Man, that's wide. It'll be re-bowled. New batter out there. It's Tarek Zuvak.
Very difficult one to take from, to see from front on at our commentary position. That one's wide of off stump. Dawudzai is pretty good location bowler.
He is. He's had a confident time there today. Yeah, so Sammy Khalil, if at first you don't succeed, try again. There wasn't a better moment for him to hold on to one out there, considering the mood that Saeed was in. But yeah, Sammy Romani is facing up. He does give the ball a real whack.
Oh, so close. It was almost in Romani's hitting arc. Almost took the outside edge. Wasn't even that far off stump. It's just climbed over the off stump bail. Vinny, that was so tight.
That one's one of the ones that bounced up. Just having a look, these are some of the highest chases we've ever seen. 164 is the best target achieved. This target, what is it, 158? So they'd be on the Hall of Fame if they could pull this off, you know.
So many totals from the Barcelona bash popping up all around the places. That one's drilled down to Sammy Khalil at long on.
Let's have a look. What have we got on there? Now you actually have the Swedish impossible chase there. They chased down 150 against Belgium back in the 16th September 2021. And the best target achieved actually was set in Austria pretty recently. Pat Ryder's chased down 164 against the Vienna Eagles. Imagine making 163 and losing. That's exactly what happened. Karambi scored 100. He's back-to-back. First batter to ever get back-to-back hundreds, but he lost in that game.
Imagine the chat in the dressing room afterwards, after you'd spoiled such an unassailable position.
You just say, guys, I'll be honest with you, and here's the captain, Karambir. You've let me down. Go back and think about it.
I've done my job.
All words to that effect. Hello to Stefan. Nice to see you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Dave said that catch looked like he was waiting for a bus. Kind of. I love the fact that the umpire thought because there's no celebration it must have been 6 as everyone was walking off.
Sammy Khalil just toying with the umpire. That one's gone about a metre wide of the off-stump line. Not one of Dawudzai's finer deliveries in this tournament to date.
I'm really looking forward to see hitting it throughout the tournament as well, though. Remember, it's just their first game. Guess what? They're up back-to-back tonight as well, taking on Mashta. What about that for a hard-hitting affair?
Won't see too many singles in that game, and we won't see too many singles off the bat of this man, Zuvak. He has created some space, swung through the line, and launched a mighty Maximo over the cover boundary to end the over. Dawudzai, he's not used to being dished out that sort of treatment, but Hudinga, 4 overs in, 73 for 3, and they are above the required rate, currently tracking at just above 18 runs and over, which is a pretty decent run rate in just about anyone's book. Maximo, they're a decent chance of hauling in this target.
Can they keep it up? And well, by the way, got to say a big shout out to the crew at Great Plate Restaurant and Bar. They're a fairly new restaurant here, and they have said that they're going to look after our crew this week. And so big thanks to Kim and all the crew there. We had dinner there on Sunday night, and yeah, they were pretty interested about the cricket. And so, yeah, you can check them out if you're in the area. And they're in Mashta.
That was a great pasta, wasn't it?
The best bit of it is when they reopened the kitchen, because they saw us and we must have looked hungry, maybe a bit frail.
Just two young Australian immigrants trotting around Stockholm, desperately trying to get filled up.
I know they'll be watching. They said they'll be following along. Anyway, so just fair we give them a shout out. Here's Usman Jabbar. And he gets banged out of the ground. That's got some legs on it, doesn't it? Romani doing Romani things. Maximo, 6 more to Hudinga, and they are on the pace in this big chase.
Well, talk about the Great Plate restaurant. That was served up on a platter by Jabbar. Too much width in the slot outside off stump, and Romani smoked him over the long off boundary. Hudinga 79 for 3. This run rate is keeping pace. 79 required off 35 balls. So the run rate is down to a much more manageable 13.5 and over. It's getting to the stage where the Zelmi team really need 1 or 2 tight overs. Good ball. Keepers come up to the stumps. I think this is a good move from Zia just to hold the advancing batter, although Romani's a stand and deliver customer for the most part.
Yeah, so he's been good, hasn't he, with the gloves today? Whips off the bails pretty quick there, but I think the foot ever moves. Usman Jabbar, that famous number 11 from Zalmi.
Speared in, but once again in the slot, just missing his length for the second time this over. And Romani is in a mood, and you can see the evidence now why so many people are fans of Hudinga getting to the finals here, Vinny. They have got some hitters.
Yeah, so let me give you some context. Romani came out in that impossible chase, and then he came out, he had to face 5 balls in the over. He ended up hitting it for 34, which included 6 off a no ball, and that was the first balls that he faced. In fact, he only faced those 6 balls in that game, but he was a real catalyst, and he had a partnership with Imel Zuvak, who obviously is his captain in the Hudinga team here, although Imel went first ball in this run chase, but you can see that he can do it, and he can do it pretty quickly and with consistency.
Change of pace. Not a bad bit of bowling from Jabbar. Body weight from Romani. Already started moving in the direction of mid-wicket. Actually, for a guy who plays like this, actually, the change of pace is so important, isn't it? He
100%.
sets himself for shots. It's less about whether the ball is where he wants it, more a premeditated strike. Another off-speed one, wide, but I don't mind the tactic from Jabbar.
Yeah, I mean, Jabbar, I think he's clocked it, some slower balls. You're just more likely to elicit a false stroke from mistiming with a slower ball, because sometimes you have too much time to think about it. You can often try and overhit it. Even the physics of it, the ball doesn't bang off the bat quite as fast for how much you swing.
Well, that one's come off the bat pretty sweetly. Swung out to where the Zelmi fan club is sitting, but they cannot do anything to stop this onslaught. Vinny, Hudinga giving themselves a massive chance of chasing down this huge target. It is now down to 65 off 32 balls, and Jabbar's gone for 20 so far. Oh, that might be the biggest of the lot. It's been launched over near the players' changing rooms. The Zelmi crowd don't know what to do with this, but what a strike. One step down, hops on the second leg. That is stunning hitting.
Oh, boy. Well, no one was actually in danger because it was over everybody, as this man has had a tough time here. Oh, I mean, look. They're going to be 100 off 5 overs here. Not many teams are 100 off 5 overs and lose.
Oh, he has induced what looks like a false shot off the bat, but it's gone high enough, it's gone long enough, and it's gone over the boundary at backward point. And that is an incredible over of hitting again. It feels like we're just repeating this so often in this tournament, and in particular, this game. Vinny.
Wow.
End of the over. Settle us down with a bit of chat about ECC.
I'll pause for a second. I'll talk about a group we haven't really talked about yet. And how about Group D? We saw Austria and Hungary going head-to-head in the ECI recently. We've got Finland in there as well. From this part of the continent. We've got Turkey as well. And yeah, I think that it'll be a pretty competitive group. Obviously, you've got the Irish 11 in there. They'll probably start favourites. They narrowly missed out last time. But it'll be very competitive, that's for sure. ECC starting September 25. All right, here's Azam. Can he slow things down in more ways than one?
Well, certainly slow delivery, trying to give as little as possible in terms of speed to the batter to work with. Just drag for a one. You called for his introduction a couple of overs ago, Vinny, and I think your instinct was right. Let's see how he goes against the rampaging bat. Oh, that's a great grab. And look at the excitement on Zabiul Ndiazi's face. He's elevated out at deep mid-wicket. Just the reduced pace coming from Azam Khalil's bat. Plenty of pats on the back for the batter. But as it is, Khalil has taken an incredibly important wicket. And Romani, after thundering the ball to all parts. He's on his way back to the pavilion.
Yeah, change of pace, change of luck, and that's a six-saver, isn't it? Robs him of the Maximo. And Zabiul Niazi's got a good pair of hands. And yeah, no doubt for me, he stays inside the field of play. So Romani is destructive. He doesn't quite finish the job, but he leaves his team in good shape, 106 for 4.
Yeah, certainly leaves him in good shape. If he had been there for another 2 overs, you probably would have said Hudinga was likely to be in the box seat. He departs for 39 off 14. And showed his immense power. You can see why he was part of that incredible chase from the Swedes back at the European Cricket Championship back in 2021. The skipper, Zaim Khalil, did the job with the bat earlier in this game. Now his figures of 1 for 1 off his 2 balls so far. And he introduces Rashid Khan, famous name in the world of cricket, a man from Hudinga who'd like to make his name well known to viewers of the ECN, as he just gently pops it out to point for a single, getting Zuvak back onto strike. Let's see what happens in the next 4 or 5 balls, because they were just going at such a rate of knots while Romani was there. Sometimes the loss of that big hitter can just make everything feel so much more difficult. It's cracked out to deep cover. He does a good job in getting body behind it. Eye out there.
This is a cracker of a game. It really is.
Juices a false shot. Khalil probably only a step away from having a play like catch, but back the last 4 balls, wicket and 3 singles. So Khalil taking the pace off the ball has certainly worked tactically for Albi Zelmi.
Yeah, for sure.
That one's short of a length, been hit just well enough to creep over the boundary at mid-wicket. Khalil just probably dropping a little bit short, enough room for Zuvak to free his arms, and a much-needed 6 there to finish off the over. Hudinga, 115 for 4 after 6. So, Vinny, 43 needed off the last 24.
Yeah, you normally say you do that. Khalil, again, just got a little bit too short with that. That's the one he's kind of like a slider that he pushes through out of the front of the hand. And, yeah, unfortunately for him, Tarek Zuvak was able to take care of it. But now if you're Albi Zelmi, you'll feel if you can take a couple of wickets now, then suddenly you got 6 down, you're getting down the bottom. And I know that hitting a bat fairly deep as well, but as most teams do here in this ECS. But still, at least you feel, that 11 and over, you feel like it's in your favour rather than the batter's favour when you've got top order batters that are up and going. Well, here's Kudratullah, who's had a pretty interesting day. By interesting, I mean terrible. He could turn it around very quickly here, though, with a good over in the 7th.
Talk about the bowling options in a moment. Short of a length, cut shot, cracked for 4. The arms are out from the captain, essentially asking, what is that from Afzal? Poor old Kudratullah continues his ordinary day at ECS Sweden 2023. Some big questions for the skipper, though. He's got 2 bowlers, the form of Alizai and Jabbar, who have both gone in excess of 30 from their single over. Hard to see him bringing either of those back. Alizai has been very successful throughout today. He's a good quality bowler. Suspect he'll come on and bowl his second over at some point and may even get the next. But they'd love to have Kudratullah get through this without too many dramas. Another short of a length ball pulled across by Khan, and it's just a single.
Yeah, love a close finish. I think we are going to have quite a few of them in this tournament.
Hudinga, 38 off 22 is the equation. Big swing. It should have been a dot ball, but it's gotten big on Zia.
Oh, no. Oh, let me hit the helmet. Oh, boy. He spiked it.
Incredible.
I was going to say Zia is probably a bit closer than he would normally want to be because there's been a lot of balls shooting through. That throw shot through almost hit the helmet, which would have been 5 extra runs for nothing. That would have been a total disaster.
Oh, a little bit short of a length. Batter, bottom edge. Could have been a chance for the wicket keeper at Kudratullah.
Oh, he just had to pick it up. It had already stopped. He just couldn't pick it up. It's a big overcommitment from the batter. And look, the bowler's winning the race. He just forgot one thing. It's like dropping the baton in the 4x100 metres at the Olympics. And Kudratula's day hasn't gotten much better, Andrew.
I suspect he will be dropping a note to ECN and just asking if we can wipe the YouTube video of today. Well, he's managed to induce a dot ball. He wants the ball back as quickly as possible. Hasn't been a bad over from him so far, but things have just not gone the young man's way.
Had a question about Tyrone. Is Tyrone the match referee, Himpreet? It was asking me. And yes, he is the match referee. We haven't seen him out there yet. Had quite a few good umpiring options, actually. So we may see Tyrone at some point in the 2 weeks.
Gee, the Pagolas they've got for the umpires and the score team and the like today, they're quite a step up, aren't they?
I haven't noticed them yet.
Big Yorker just jammed out there by Khan. That's the end of the over. 122 for 4. Not a bad over for Kudratula.
Big finish coming up here. Matched are on the deck next. And the hosts, they were pretty destructive, weren't they, to say the least. Top three doing the job. 181 they scored. The highest score so far in this ECS. And Hüdinger, they will be having to chase after Matched won the toss, elected to bat. But we see that Hüdinger, they don't mind a big chase. That's what we're seeing right now. Join us for that one. Last game of day 2 in exactly half an hour's time. Okay, look at these tents. These tents, I didn't even notice them. We'll try and show you maybe after this ball. They are like something from the future, aren't they? I think what they realise is there's no point buying the same type of tent that got obliterated by the wind yesterday. So we'll try and show you that pretty shortly.
It's not just a mild upgrade, is it? I mean, that's fancy outdoor equipment.
Yeah, it is. And I still think, we go back to the Prague tents of 2021, I think they were hurricane tents, but they certainly did the job on that occasion. Anyway, 3 overs to go here, 36 required. First one keeps down a little bit. Dawood's eyes back, and I know it didn't go to plan in his first over. He went for 15, but he's had a pretty good day, and I think he's a pretty good guy to turn to in this situation.
Yeah, I agree, Vinny. I think actually definitely Dawood's eyes the option for this over. It was either that or Azam Khalil coming on to bowl his second. Dawood's I think with these 2 batters at the crease, I feel like he should be able to tie them down for a bunch of singles. Short of a length on the offside, swatted.
He's had the touch, Azam Khalil, about when to bowl himself, when to not bowl himself. Sometimes he thought he'd obviously come back, and this might be one of those overs, but I remember he bowled Jabbar earlier, and that was a very good decision. So Azam's still got one up his sleeve. What a crazy day this has been. I'm going to talk you through a couple of overs in this innings in a second. First, here's Dawood's eye.
Short of a length. Once again, 3rd single of the over, but singles are good for Dawood's eye and the LB team.
So we've had 2 separate overs in this innings, and each of them had 5 sixes in them. So we've had 2 separate overs with 5 sixes in them. 34, supersonic second off Zia Alizai, and then 32 off Jabbar in this 5th. That's crazy.
Big swing, ball bloops up. Zia dives! Great catch from the wicket keeper. Sprightly young man, did the business with the bat earlier today, and this work has been some of his best with the gloves. And this man, Dawood's eye, we thought he was the good option to bring back for this crucial 8th over, and it's turned out that way. Vinny, good delivery.
Now we haven't had a boundary for 9 deliveries either, and that's a great catch from Usman Zia. It's all about the first step or 2 that he takes, and he's a real human highlight reel, isn't he? Usman Zia here on day 2. But here's Dawood's eye that breaks through. 125 for 5.
Yeah, a couple of big scalps here from the Elby team. Just managed to get the big guns back in the pavilion before they did too much damage. And as it is, they're now asking the Hüdinger lower order to keep up with what is quite a sizable run rate required still. Certainly still possible. 33 required, 14 balls left. If you had a Saeed Ahmed out there or a Samuel Rahmani, you'd say that probably Hüdinger were mild favourites, but Khan's out there, he's 10 off 9, and Iqbal just joined him at the crease. Much harder for both the low order and guys who are slightly fresher to the crease.
Here's Iqbal.
Oh, that was in the slot, but big swing across the line, and Dawood's eye's got another wicket. It's been a really good 8th over from him. big swing. They've got to keep on attacking Hoodinga, but they may have left themselves with too much work to do.
Darwin Zai's got the golden touch, doesn't he? Now he's on a hat trick. Things been happening in pairs today. Albies Army, what a day for them. I remember that last ball thriller in the first game of the day. It's been a long day for them. You think about it, 6 hours of cricket, it might be normal in some formats, but at this intensity, it really takes it out of you. And so, well, Darwin Zai, he has had a good day. I wonder if he might be able to join the Hall of Fame as a hat-trick maker, unfortunately, for Udiga. They're running out of batters and fast at the moment, 125 for 6.
So Mamand, the man who showed some magic with his arm, actually got things back under control a little bit in the 8th and the 10th over of the Albies innings, but a lot is being asked of him. First and foremost, to try to avoid being the victim of an Darwin Zai hat trick, but even more so, see if he can launch a couple of boundaries. And
good chance, isn't it? Because he's kind of got to go for it. 33 off 13.
It's not a bad situation for a batter on a hat trick, actually. You can't really be blamed for taking a massive swipe. So here we go, hat-trick ball, Mamand, big swipe, just misses the outside edge, and that's the end of the over. And Hoodinga, 125 for 6, 2 overs to go.
Well, it wasn't a right swipe, but it was a swipe. And good bat speed as Albies Army get back ahead in this cricket match. Just 3 come off the 8th, 2 wickets fall, and have a look at that. The grey worm pretty much right on the pace, but the issue you've got is that you've got lower order batters in now. Nothing against them, they're all quite capable, but it's a lot to do. 33 required off the last 2 overs. So they actually bang on the rate required pretty much.
Oh, big swing from Khan. It's just maybe it's so difficult when you get into the lower order, isn't it? That clearly batters who aren't able to find the boundary quite as consistently. But you don't have to focus on just swinging hard. You still want to pick your areas so that if you make decent contact, giving yourself a chance to get a boundary. Just another big swing across the line, and Quadratilla stays improving slightly. His figure's looking good in the context of this game.
Yeah.
For 6.
Well, for a guy that couldn't pick up a stationary ball to execute a run out, it's actually worked out pretty well for him because Rashid's not hurting him.
Well, it was in the slot. Nicely whipped. Great catch. That man out there, Zabiel Niazi, he's had a cracking game in the field. Look at the celebration, and they are pumped, the boys from Albies Army.
Well, there's no dance floor big enough for Zabiel Niazi. What a catch. I mean, first he was twinkle-toeing to his left. That ball was travelling, and he intercepted it at the ideal moment. Quadratilla gets his man in the end. It's just a closed-face whip away, but Niazi does the rest. Saves the runs as well. And Niazi may have injured himself in the celebration, I'm not sure, but
I think
it
it's
is the
actually
7th wicket.
Poor Quadratilla, who looks like he's got some issues with his back. It's either that or an extravagant Albies Elmi team celebration, but looked like a few of his teammates were trying to loosen up the spine for him, but he's bowled pretty well in this game, 1 for 6, and he's still got 3 balls left in this second over. Jalali on strike. Big charge, big swing, no contact.
And don't forget they were 105 at the halfway mark. And so they'll be only, I think, assuming they don't pull this off, they'll only be the second team I can remember scoring 100 off their first 5 overs but not winning, joining Paco Care. So that's pretty good company to have.
Another good ball in the slot. Tell you what, that dismissal of Romani and the catch on the boundary from Niazi, that was a huge turning point in this game. He was flying, Romani.
The importance of fielding, I know Albies Army, as all teams do actually now, putting such a big emphasis on fielding and fielding practice and fielding quality because it wins a cricket match, as simple as that.
Especially that boundary fielding. Quadratilla of Zal manages to find the block hole, inside edge. Just going to be a single for Jalali, and that's probably secured the game. I don't want to speak too soon, given the amount of big bombs that we've seen, but Hoodinga 126 for 7, needing 32 off the last over.
Well, we have seen 2 overs of that or more in this innings. Look, Quadratilla almost gets a maiden there, just that single off the last ball, the only run that was conceded. So, I mean, his day comes good in the end. Shows you things can turn around. 1 for 7 off his 2 overs, pretty important. But if I take this in 3 over chunks, okay, the first 9 overs, the first 3 overs went for 58. The second 3 overs went for 57, but then the third 3 overs went for 11.
Ouch.
So they have absolutely hit a brick wall. Azam was going to bowl this over, but I like this. He's bringing back Zia Alizai. Although, having said that, they've got 32 to play with. Zia did go for 34 in the first over. I think he wants to get another over into Zia just to kind of get his head in a better space because they should win this game regardless. 32 required. Zia's a very good player. You know, you see he strikes the ball very, very well. Had a lot of success at the ECL as well, the Champions League of Cricket. He has a natural kind of rolling off kind of action. So I imagine like a hybrid between a fast bowler and an off-spin bowler. That's kind of what he bowls most of the time.
Ball just struck down the ground, not particularly cleanly. And poor old Kajratula seems to be having to lean down to do just about everything today.
Oh, I can't remember how old Kudratula is, but he's looking about 83 years old the way that he's bending over to pick things up. But anyway, he'll be on the winning side.
Might need to get a wheelchair to get him out of here today as one comes off the bottom of the bat, just taken out. And Albi Zalmi fully in control of this contest now. Hudinga, 29 required off these last 3 balls. At a succession of no balls, they have absolutely no chance now. But chance for Maman to flex his muscles a couple more times. Short ball swung away. Well, it's gone straight past the keeper. Zia, desperate effort, but the fielders failed to keep it in the boundary. And much needed 4 byes there on that occasion.
So gets under Ismail Zia. One of my criticisms is positioning. I think he starts a bit too wide and he's always moving left. You want to try and avoid that as a keeper because if there is an outside edge, it kind of sends you the wrong way, if you like, wrong-footed. But he's had a pretty good game. Alizai, that one gets his figures. He'll be happy about that. But a little shrug as well. Nice to have you with us.
Another big swing from Maman. Goes through. A little bit more work for Zia to do, but
that is a wide. I thought he wasn't going to call it because he's pretty keen to probably have a coffee, the umpire, but that definitely gets some of the line on the way through. But to be fair, he gets it right in the end.
Nothing escapes these European Cricket Network officials. So 2 balls to go. Decent length, ball high off the bat. It's actually gone a decent distance, flying away. Good captaincy though from Khalil, clapping his bowler. Nice short of a length ball, climbed up on the batter. Just a little bit unlucky of getting enough of the outside edge, and unfortunately Cameron Rashid couldn't turn around quickly enough to take the catch. But as you say, Vinny, not a bad move from Azam Khalil, giving Alizai an extra over, and he's actually delivered quite well.
Gets him in a better headspace, I think.
Couldn't be in a worse headspace after that first over.
Yeah, it happens. And well, Sundari says catches win matches. We watched it in this match. Certainly did. Here's the last ball.
And big, exasperated celebration from Alizai. He might have been thinking that was not going to happen after game 1. The skipper's pumped. The entire Albi Zalmi hype crew are pumped. They have ended today with 3 wins from 3 matches and have shown that they will be a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. Handshakes all round. Probably some acknowledgement from Albi Zalmi that their opponents have really pushed them.
Yeah.
And those opponents will be put on show again and up against the Master lineup. Certainly some big hitters in that group.
I know Hüdinger have a bit of a tough draw, but they want to walk away with some points. That's not going to be easy. They're taking on the hosts in match 10, which is about 15, 20 minutes away from the start, so join us. You don't want to miss that. I think we're going to see plenty more Grizzlies flying through the Swedish sky before day 2 is over. But, you might say, these big celebrations at the end in a game where, in the end there was some distance, and have a look at Zabiul and the answer going absolutely crazy. But you got to remember that these matches count, because if you don't get it done in the group stage, you don't make the semis. If you don't make the semis, your ECL dream is over. So these kind of games get, for example, Hüdinger with their opponents in the ECS 21 final, and you've got Mashta about as well. You've got Genesee, you've got all these very good teams competing. Now, what I will say, it was an incredible start to the game. Saeed went absolutely bonkers, didn't he? But I think that was a very good catch, and I think the catches, to be honest, they were the difference in this game.
Yeah, certainly was. A great call, Vinny. If it hadn't been for some excellent snares in the outfield off some pretty well-struck shots, Hüdinger could very easily, and that was probably the best of them and the most important. Romani was going at a rate of knots, and it was an excellent grab from Niazi out there on the deep wicket boundary. You can see why he's so trusted by the skipper in that position. Another good catch from Zia. Probably not quite as crucial, but Darwood's eye, he came back after getting thrashed around in his first over as well. So good signs all round from Albie Zelmi. They're a nice varied bowling attack, and they got plenty of power in their batting lineup, and they will certainly give this tournament a big shake. But Hudinga, a lot went wrong for them in that game. Bit startled with the ball in their opening stages, but they fought back hard and showed exactly why a lot of people think they're a big show.
Well, they kind of won the 6-hitting race 15-12, but they just couldn't hold on when it mattered. 48 for Saeed. He was absolutely incredible. He's scoring at 4 a ball. That included the ball we got out. Apart from that, Sami Romani, 39 off 14, and a bit of a mini contribution from Tariq. Rashid Khan just couldn't get going at a crucial time. Can't really pin it on him, though. Imal Zubak and Sazai going for 0 and 5, respectively. Got them off to a pretty bad start. And Albie Zalmi, the little team that could, and they've pulled 3 wins out. I think that'll probably take them atop the table as well at the end of day 2, regardless of what happens in the last game. 3 for 23, Cameron Rashid amongst the wickets again. But Dawood Zai, for me, he was the Iceman when it counted. 2 for 18. And Kudratullah Mir Afzal, well, he came good at a very good time for his team as well. He took 1 for 7 off his 2. Khalil chipped in with a wicket. Didn't end up bowling the last. He decided to give it back to Alizai. Jabbar might have liked it though, because he's stuck with an economy rate of 32. But anyway, I'm sure we haven't seen the last of him this series. Albie Zalmi put in a shift today. 3 matches, but 3 wins for them. Hitting up, they're just getting started. They go down, but they have another chance to score some points against the host Mashta. And we'll be back in 10 minutes with that game. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. More thrilling action the other side of this break with my colleague Andrew Ryan. We'll see you shortly for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back. Day 2 coming to its conclusion now with the 5th and final match of today. It's match 10, and this should be a good one as well. It's the host club, Mashta Cricket Club, who are taking on Hudinga in the last game of the day. First up, let's see the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Tariq to call. Yes. Head. Head is a call. Stay still. Tails.
We'll bat first.
We're going to bat again.
So it is Mashta that win the toss. Hamid Saleri, no hesitation to bat, and I can see why. They're top 3 plundering a highest score of the series so far, 181 when they first hit the park in match 8. Certainly was worth waiting for. Sher Ali was player of the match in that one. But, I mean, you look at the players that didn't even bat. They've got a lot of firepower. I think Hudinga will have their hands full. Don't forget, they did concede 150 plus in that previous game as well. Now, Hudinga, though, we know that they are a good team. They've made an ECS final before, and I think that they'll really want to send a message here against the host. I think 2 points up for grabs. 2 really high quality teams going head to head. Let's see if the Mashta train pulls out of the station early again. As we go over to Andrew Ryan to get going in match 10, the news from the toss is that Mashta have won the toss. They're going to bat. No surprises there, Rhino, but I'm sure there's a few surprises on the way. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, as the wind picks up here in Mashta Cricket Club, and I suspect we'll see a hurricane of some sorts from the opening batters here from Mashta Cricket Club. Sher Ali and Wakasida certainly launched plenty of maximos in that last game. And the bowling attack from Hudinga didn't have too much firepower to stop Albi Zelmi in the last contest, so sure, we'll see plenty of big hits as we go through this afternoon. Certainly will be worth waiting for. Here's the two of the fancied teams here in ECS Sweden. Facing the first ball. Nasir Iqbal taking the new pill. Bowled the second over in the last game. Got pumped. I'm sure he'll be hoping for a different outcome this time. Short of a length. Dragged around, backward of square, immediately gets going with a boundary for Ida. He's too class to bowl that sort of length. Nasir Iqbal, he's got to find a method a little bit more effective than that. He's going to trouble batsmen of this quality. They were absolutely immense in that third game today, Mashta. See, most of the teams struggle a little bit when they've played their first game, but certainly not these two. Better length, put it up there. Well fielded. Excellent bit of work in the deep. Runs aside. Had a little bit of involvement in the last game. Bring Sher Ali onto strike. He played some beautiful shots in that opening game for Mashta earlier today. Essentially, if you're looking for the keys to the game for Hudinga, getting these two early is an absolute must. And there you go. First ball. Good length from Iqbal. Ali just tries to play across the line. The ball shoots through a little bit. Takes his stumps out. That's a huge wicket. And Mashta, they're going to have to do it without this dynamic opening combo, scoring most of the runs. Pretty awkward shot from Ali, to be honest. Ball may have shot through a little bit more than he expected, but nonetheless, wasn't a great looking stroke to begin with. And he's back for a golden duck. Well, what a turn of events here. They are the local favourites, Mashta. Sher Ali, who did so much damage in the third game today, you will be watching from the sidelines as they complete the remainder of their innings. 3 balls gone. Mashta 5 for 1. Certainly, after that that effort from them in the first game, Hamid Saleri, the wicketkeeper, wouldn't have been necessarily expecting to be out there so early. Takes a go on a leg stump. Sizes up his opposition, the form of Nasir Iqbal. It's going much better for him than it did in the last game. Another decent length. Unfortunate to have been whipped away back of a square, but another good bit of fielding. Desai patrolling that area with gusto. Keeps it to a single. Deep fielders out at probably more traditional mid-wicket rather than cow corner, and obviously the man on deep square. Another good ball, inside edge. Probably could have looked to take a single, but not a huge amount of effort coming from the non-striker. And it's been a pretty good over from Nasir Iqbal. Six runs off it so far. One ball to go. Full, lofted, high, hasn't got a great piece of it. Tariq underneath it, takes a couple of steps in, he takes a good catch. Thought he'd misjudged that. Halfway through, he was walking back, walking forward, took a couple of little steps. I think when we see this on replay, he's probably got it within one of his mitts far more securely than the other. In fact, he was moving around so much, our camera didn't really keep great track of him, but in the end, that's a double wicket blow. And Wakas Haider, the two main stars with the bat for Mashta Cricket Club, are both back in the pavilion. Mashta 6 for 2 after the first. Incredible scenes here. Mashta Cricket Club. Hasn't the day turned around for Nasir Iqbal? Got absolutely slaughtered. He came on to bowl in the last game against Albi Zalmi, but things taking a turn for the better. 2 wickets in that first over, only went for 6 runs. And Master are going to have to rebuild without the 2 primary run scorers. Larry only having faced the 1 ball. Shahid Mustafa coming out to bat at number 4. It's a good test for the depth of Master though. Just shows how quickly these T10 games can change. Those opening batters in for 4 or 5 overs, probably scoring 70, 80 runs. As it is, they haven't even reached double figures. They have big Saeed Ahmed striding in for the second over. Look at that pace. They've got some bounce after that first game. Hudinga. Bowlers looking far more threatening. A little bit of extra zip. Gee, batted well in that last game. There with the ball now, Ahmed. Another good ball, short of a length. Just closes the face. Goes behind square. Comfortable single. Boundary off the first ball, but nothing even threatening since then. Brings Mustafa on to strike for the first time. Oh, seed. Absolute seed from Ahmed. Have a look at this on replay. Look at the way it drifts in and then just decks away off the pitch. Mustafa absolutely all at sea. It's one of the best balls we've seen today. Speared into his pads. Pokes away into the offside. They're not really running between the wickets too well, this combination. Fielder had to take a couple of steps before collecting the ball. Understandably, they don't want to lose the 3rd wicket unnecessarily, but when the boundaries aren't flowing, need to find some other ways of keeping the score moving. That's popped up. Not far enough to reach Tariq coming in from the long off position. Larry back on strike to complete the over. It's been a very good one from Ahmed so far. Showed some promise in the last game with his bowling. Short of a length. That one stays a little bit low. Just popped out to the offside, and they will take the single on this occasion. Ashtar, 9 for 2 after 2. And it's an excellent opportunity to welcome back to the Cube and to join us on a commentary as he always does, and as the fans have been calling for, Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandu.
Yeah, well, 6 and 6 points at the top of the over. It is the anniversary of the D-Day landings here, 6th of June. Also, it's Swedish National Day. Albi's sitting pretty top of the table, undefeated. So Mashta, though, and Hudinger would love to take something away from their day. I've heard it many, many times. A wise, older coach or player said to me many times when I was younger, cricket is the great evener. It certainly seems that way so far. And we didn't even get to see below the top 3 of Mashta in that previous game when they racked up 181. And now we see them lose 2 early ones. So Hudinger, credit to them picking themselves up after a brave chase, falling just short. The chase in the 150s, but yeah, we have seen for the first time facing up now Shade Mustafa, very experienced player. He'll have the gloves as well from Ashton in this game. Former captain of the side as well, so he's super experienced. Let's see if he can get with the pace of the game quick enough. And yeah, just confirming, just chatting to some of the players about the qualification for this ECS. So to get to the ECL, which is the ultimate for any club in European domestic cricket, each country does it slightly differently. As we see this clipped off the pads, and that'll probably win the race to the boundary. Nice shot by Mustafa. Can be a bit of a touch play, although I have seen him whack a few. He gets his first boundary. Nice little clip.
Yeah, it certainly was. That outfield continuing to have the Grizzly Bear ball travel at a rate of knots. Picked the gap well there. There's a fair bit of space between the fielder at square leg and Saeed Ahmed here at a very, very wide mid-wicket position.
Short, finds the gap. This is 4 more. Nice shot from Mustafa, who's finding his feet. Back-to-back boundaries for Mashta.
And Nasir Iqbal, he's dropped back into being a little bit short of a length again there. As we said in the first game, it's where he got into a little bit of trouble. He hasn't quite got the speed to get the ball up at around waist or chest height. And that's well played. Found the gap twice in succession, Mustafa. Timing the ball nicely.
Yeah, you can also find boundaries on the ground, can't you? Just hit the ball hard, but hit it correctly. They're probably the 2 things I'll be trying to do. Yeah, so to qualify for this ECS, there were 33 teams. They were broken into groups of 3. There was a round robin, so 3 matches each, and the top team went through. As this gets through the keeper, but won't get all the way to the boundary. That'll be a bye, I believe. I don't think there's any bat in this. So, yeah, there's 2 ways to qualify for the ECL. You basically get to the final of the ECS or get to the final of the Swedish Cup. And you might say, well, why don't they all just do it in one? It's because we've only got 1 ECS this year with 11 spots. So because it's still fairly early in the season here in Sweden, there's another route you can go through. So teams like Djurgården, for example, it's very good teams. Will also be going head-to-head in the Swedish Cup. Probably teams like Ariana Keefe as well, that we saw win the ECL spot in the recent version of the Champions League. It's the end of the power play in Mashta. Certainly a very different story this time. It was 19 for 2 after 3.
Certainly is. Boys from Ashta probably had that score on the board after about 1 over in the previous game. As it is, 2 main batters back in the hatch, and these 2, Mustafa and Solaria, trying to rebuild the innings. That last one, slightly more expensive in the overall scheme of things. Interesting play here. They're going to bowl out Saeed Ahmed. Bowled a cracking first over, but they'd love to extract 1 more wicket.
Nice shot, but picks out the fielder. Yeah, I don't mind this. I think, especially when you're playing such destructive teams, if you've knocked your opponent to the canvas, you don't really want to let him get up and compose themselves. So I don't mind kind of gambling with the bowlers that are in form, with the ball in a similar condition as well. Next one is hit out to leg side. It's going to be a single.
He's a good cricketer, Saeed Ahmed, isn't he? He hits the pitch hard with his bowling. Some of the shots he played in that chase, which we just came from in the previous game, some of the best striking we've seen in the tournament.
Yeah, he was on an absolute heater and hit it 99% of the to the boundary on his dismissal as well. This one will just be 1. Yeah, so Hudinger, you know what'll be interesting is if, let's say that they keep Mashta at 90, 100, let's say, I mean, it's a long way to go. How will they go about the run chase? Will be chasing it like they're chasing 150? Because I still think that's, I mean, you don't be too crazy, but always try and chase more than you need. Have that mindset, because so many times we've seen teams getting a bit too conservative and falling behind.
Saw that a bit with the Hammarby game with Schista yesterday. That was only chasing the 80s, but they almost choked because they became negative in the early overs, lost a couple of wickets.
Maybe Sikif as well last night against Jinnah, you could argue as well. It's a slow ball, pretty well bowled from Saeed. Worked away for a single, and there's Samuel Rahmani. Wasn't he destructive with the bat in the first innings?
Amazing how things can change from game to game. And last game we were talking about overs going for 34 and the like, and then all of a sudden we're almost 4 overs in, and Master, destructive batting lineup, but they're 23 for 2. It's been certainly some good bowling from the Hoodinga openers.
It's the beauty of cricket. This is square drive. It's going to take some stopping. It won't be stopped. Just too well timed by Mustafa. And I told you, he's touch, but he's also power at times. And this is a really nice bit of placement. I mean, that's a ball on middle stump, to be honest, but he backs his eye, he makes good contact and hits it late, so he gets away from the fielder. End of the over as well. It's 27 for 2.
A quick look at the worm. It's not exactly going up. Well, it's going up particularly high because of the axis that we've got in place. They haven't reached 7 and an over yet, but it's certainly been a good defensive
looks can
work from Hoodinga.
Looks can be deceiving there. So everyone take 10 steps back from your screen and look at it again. You'll see the run rate's not as big as you think. But
so, question for you, Vinny. In the last couple of games, it seems that a lot of players are electing. Just take this up of Tariq bowls his first ball. It's wide outside off stump. Called wide. Would have been a tight call, but either way, we've seen a number of batters pushing 2 or 3 steps. It's a very, very tough call on Tariq.
I think so.
Pushing 2 or 3 steps down the track. Do you think that's a reaction to the unpredictability of this pitch? They're almost trying to take the low shooter out of the equation, or just a couple of batters who are particularly adept at that move as that one swung away for a boundary?
Not really a problem when the ball doesn't bounce like this one, which I think is a slow ball gone wrong from Tariq. Yeah, I think it could be that. Partly. I think partly it's just habit as well. Batters feel like they should be doing it. But if you can get close to the pitch, then if there's some variable bounce, then it won't have as much time to be as dramatic as this is up in the air. Fielder going back, but he better go back even further because that's out of here. Maximo, 6 to Soleri. And what I like today is a bit more 360 batting, a bit more offside play. I think that's because the wind's not as dramatic as it was yesterday. But I also think that if you get back in your crease, if you get a bit of a shooter, you've got a bit more time to react to it. You might not be able to get it away as attacking of a shot, but I think there's also benefit in giving yourself a bit more time to see the bounce, and then you'll react instinctively. Sometimes you have to bail out of a real attacking shot, just kind of take your medicine, deflect it away for one. Batting coaches will call it plan Bing. So you have an idea of what you want to do, but then if that doesn't work out, do you have like a backup option? But yeah, interesting observation. Keep an eye on it. This is bowled, even though it's high. I don't think it's that high. And the evidence is on the floor as Soleri gets bowled by a full banger. Tariq gets his revenge, and it's 39 for 3.
I think by the time this hit the stumps, it was probably only halfway up. It seemed to drop pretty aggressively by the time it got to him. So it might be close-ish. I suspect he'll get the benefit of the doubt because that was certainly on its way down by the time it got to the popping crease.
Yeah, I think at the crease it is below the waist. And well, Tariq, you're on another day. If it doesn't crash into the 2/3 up the stumps, maybe you'll have a closer look. But I think that Soleri can't have too many complaints. That's the name of the game, to knock over the timber. And he goes in an unusual fashion. It's 39 for 3.
Certainly a wicket that Oster would have preferred not to lose. Brings Arif Hussain to the crease. These two have still got a big job. Probably targeting if they can get up to 95 or 100 from this position, they'll be relatively happy and just hope that their bowlers can take some early scalps.
So here comes Arif Hussain in the 5 hole. First thing, gets a thick inside edge and gets one, but he doesn't bank on getting more. He does get more. How many more? Well, I'll have to wait because I can't see the boundary. It's gone for 4. So it's not the most convincing 4 to get off the mark, but well, sometimes 2 wrongs make a right, and it's a good decision from Hussain to leg it out. He doesn't need to. That's 4.
God, that's a dreadful bit of fielding, Maximo. We've seen the odd missed catch.
You seem to wink to me like you related to that bit of fielding. Do they often find you at short, fine leg?
Absolutely not.
Hit down the ground. So it'll take some stopping as well, but they've pitched their long on, long off. I like that. Now, Good decision not to take on a second run.
I think the day that I get shafted to short fine leg is the day I consider formal retirement from cricket. But either way, that was a dreadful piece of fielding to a ball that was barely trickling by the time it got to the man at fine leg. Anyway, Tariq with his inside-out bowling movement managed to get that one to go through at a reasonable bit of pace. Master, it's the end of the 5th over, 42 for 3.
Exciting start to this game. And there's going to be plenty of excitement throughout our 2 weeks here in Sweden. And hopefully a lot of sunshine. I don't see any rain in the forecast anytime soon. So I think you're getting about 28 hours a day of sunshine at this time of the year in Sweden. Anyway, we'll be in Romania for 2 weeks after this. Looking forward to being back there and seeing a few characters that we know very well. I was impressed with their national team in the recent ECI in Milan. There's a bit of bonus content as well with the Bulgaria T20 Internationals for 3 days. Charlie's going to take you through that. We've got Corey, who will be covering the Netherlands T20 International Women's Games, Tri-Series there, of course. The Valletta Cup is on the way as well from Malta, and I'll actually be doing that in extreme heat, I'm sure. And I will definitely be sneaking my bathers in for between games because there is a pool at that Master Sports Club. We're at Mashta right now, but Master Sports Club, the other MCG, because I know that no one has yet challenged me when I've gone in the pool in between games, and it'll be about 42 degrees.
In between games. This is one of the venues that you're really hoping for the occasional flogging where there's a nice little half-hour slot between contests.
When we were there back in, I'm going to say 2021, or maybe 2021, we had a funny kink in the fixtures that there was a half an hour gap between game 3 and 4. So with a good early finish, you could probably have 45-minute window there to get the budgie smugglers on.
I was going to say, speaking of kinks, as that ball has been hit very high, fielder tracking back, Nasir at mid-wicket, carries his head by only about 10 metres. Decent shot in the end.
What a shot. I mean, seen some real hang time today, haven't we? The ref is saying, kind of just whips it off the pads, goes aerial and goes successful. 6 runs.
So speaking of kinks, can you confirm or deny for the viewers that you have a bespoke pair of Budgie Smuggler imitation 1990 596 one-day cricket outfits for Australia?
Well, the Budgie Smugglers were something we did when we went to the World Masters of Indoor Cricket in 2019, did it as a team. Well, I think I'm the only one that's still wearing them around in public. And I'll tell you one reason I do. Well, first, I'll have a look at the stumps getting knocked over. Mustafa swings all about that one from Romani. He's having a very good afternoon. That's the 4th wicket down now. Mashed up 51 for 4.
Yeah, not a bad piece of bowling, just hitting that area short of a length where there's been some variable bounce. Mustafa just swings the head widely, trying to drag it to the square leg boundary. Probably entitled to play that shot, but took the top of the stumps, and that's what you get as a bowler. We talked a bit with Cameron Rashid in the last game that you deserve some luck if you're continually hitting that spot just short of a length on or about middle and off stump. So bowler gets rewarded.
Because of Mustafa's technique, he likes to back away and kind of carve through the offside. When he does pull, kind of leaves his stumps exposed. I mean, if you're just looking to pull, you know, the correct technique's probably to get that back foot back and across, outside off stump, and kind of keep the ball in front of your body or just to the onside of your body. But because he basically changed his mind last minute, he leaves his stumps exposed and they get cracked. Anyway, Wakas is the new batter. They're 50 up, but they have lost 4 wickets along the way. So one of the reasons that I go for the Speedos, because, you know, I have to pack light. You know, I have to really carry all my suits and my shoes around and all that. And they also dry quickly if I'm travelling soon after. Anyway, full toss. Takes a Tortuga. And that's very good fielding down there. Tariq Zubak doing a good job. End of the over. Wakas off the mark. It's 52 for 4. How about you? Now, we've got onto swimming now. It is random chat time. One of the things that people might not know about you, and they might, is that you are, like, you're basically... I don't know what the word is. You're a polar bear.
Elite? I think was the word you were graded
You're
for.
an elite ice swimmer. Am I saying it right? What's it called?
Fair. That's very fair. I mean, so yes, I think so. I think that is a very accurate description.
Is that what it's called? Ice swimming?
Multiple competitor at the World Ice Swimming Championships,
Okay.
or World Winter Swimming Championships. I think they do to try to make it sound a little bit less extreme, but it is inevitably ice
icy,
swimming.
but I assume it is liquid if you're moving through it.
Eventually, there are times when you turn up if you've got a 9 a.m. swim and there's still a few shards around the 25-metre pool.
So tell us all about ice swimming. I know I've heard it before, but I want to hear it again. How did you get into it? What is it? And kind of, what are you wearing? What's going on with how long the race is? Another shooter from Van Moman.
What an inspirational ball to come off the back of. So ice swimming, in a nutshell, so generally competing in water that is somewhere between minus 0.5 and probably 4 or 5 degrees. So generally the pools are actually carved out of either lakes or rivers, as we see Mamand come in. That one's high off the bat. It's gone down. Good catch. Fielding is improved down there at fine leg, and Mamand, who was a pretty tricky customer to deal with the ball in the last game, to come up with a wicket with his second delivery.
Slow ball, I think, just pulls it back a bit. And once again, we see a player trying to go leg side without really being in a great position to do that. So throws the hands at it. It's easy to get it wrong. And so Wakas doesn't last too long, and this one goes for just a single, 52 for 5.
Yeah, so now that we've been deviated by a wicket from Amand onto the story. So, yeah, generally the World Championships, you're competing in somewhere between about 0 and 1 degree water, which you can imagine 0 and 1 degree weather. It is a very different thing when you're thrown into water. So this is water which would be freezing if it wasn't under constant movement.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, because you can get water that's colder than 0, right? Because if the pressure is a certain,
Yep, true. So I mean, if you go up to Finland in the winter months, they will have these little pools that are carved out of the ice, and they'll actually have the water circulating through a pump to make sure it's continually moving, doesn't get the chance to settle. But the
because I was just thinking on my feet here, it just sneaks down the leg side, called wide. If water was to freeze while you were swimming in it, I suppose your body temperature should melt it. I was like, is there a chance you can get frozen alive?
I guess you I mean, to be fair, there's other health complications that you can get
okay,
from.
So how long are these races? Are there different lengths of races?
Unsurprisingly, that is the case. So this one just comes off the pad. Take a single. So the shortest races are the 25-metre freestyle, which generally is over.
How many did you say? 25?
25.
Okay. I probably do that.
The endurance race, which is the one that that I've had the most success in, it's over 450 metres.
Wow.
So I guess to give you some context, when I won the World Championship bronze medal in my age group a few years ago, I was in the water for about 9.5 minutes.
Wow.
So when you come out of there, you had a fair body temperature drop. There are some fairly sensitive parts that are not operating the way that they might normally do.
For sure.
And I remember vividly from the last event that I was at that came out of the water, hadn't been able to do quite as much training as I wanted, and probably wasn't quite in my same tolerance for the cold water, but stood next to one of the world's biggest saunas for about 20 minutes before I could actually feel the heat, and went back the next day when I was back in a full fitness and stood next to it. I could barely get within about 2 feet of the thing. Right. So the recovery process is fairly brutal.
Wow. This is a York, and it's going to go back very close to the stumps, but just curves around it. Might have even just kissed the stumps, but when it rolls into the base, it typically doesn't knock the bails off. End of 7 overs, the score, all the 5s. It's 55 for 5. Coming up tomorrow, more cricket. Good news, hey? Then we've got Stockholm CC. Had a bit of a rough day today, but they get the chance to get their first points against Hammarby in match 11, and then the Stockholm Derby, Stockholm CC versus the Tigers in match 13. We'll also get to see Sikif in a couple of matches, and they're really close to knocking off Genesee CC in their first game, but now they've got a chance to get their first points. Should be a great day. Join us same time, 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India for day 3 of ECS action. Time for over number 8, and Mashta just cannot get going in this innings. Okay, so 25 metres. So I'm not a great swimmer, I'll be honest with you. I like it, but I don't know, it's my DNA or something. I feel like I'm doing everything right with the kicking and everything. I'm just not moving forward. I was a great water polo goalie because I could hold onto the post. But this is up in the air. Don't think it's going to carry. It'll just be a single. So 25 metres. So firstly, 450 metres, 9 laps of the pool. So let's say...
No, 25-metre laps, so 18.
Yeah. Okay, so it's actually in a pool. I imagine it was on some sort of bespoke course.
So it's when I say pool, it's a pool that is carved out of ice in a river or a lake.
Wow.
That one is carved over the long boundary.
Oh,
what a
dear.
shot.
Oh, boy. Well, there's a youngster there. Can't be more than about 7 or 8 years old. He was shaping up to take the catch of the century. I'm glad that he bailed out at the last moment. I hope this isn't on the camera because it's frightening. We'll have to get a PG rating. But it is a very good shot on the up for 6 from Arif Hussain. Back to the action. Whips this one away. Some more work for the fielder. Nice clean pickup, keeps it to 1. Okay, so the reason I was saying 9 laps is I was trying to picture how long it would take, a swimmer in a competition, 4.5 minutes. So you said it takes about 9 minutes. So takes you about maybe twice as long as if you were swimming it in a pool, for example, like a nicely temperatured pool.
Yeah, there's probably a couple of things that one's just swung down to long. I mean,
Trying to stay alive would be one of them.
I am not Olympic level speed whatsoever, so I have to try to balance it out at the speed that I can finish the race. Secondly, the cold water certainly does degrade. What tends to happen a couple of minutes into your swim is that your muscle movements become a lot more restricted. You almost have to consciously remember how to do your stroke rather than it just coming through naturally.
Yeah, so you have to think.
Third thing is because these pools are carved into what is essentially a bunch of blocks that are moved out of a river or a lake, is that unlike a typical pool where you get to the end and you can do a tumble turn, in these you're essentially coming to the end of the pool, tapping at one end, and then you've almost got to do a big truck movement to get around. And if you're my size, that's not necessarily the easiest thing to do, so you're not getting the same push off between laps as you do in a proper lap pool.
Well, this is going to find the gap. It's a genuine squeezer, and I think it's going to end up going for 4, so they need runs from somewhere. Raza sneaks the boundary. Ajmal, he'll be important with the ball. Right now, he's just trying to fight them to a score. And, if they can get 80s or 90s and do a number on Hudinger, I know they have some very good players, but, we saw it last night, didn't we, that these double-digit scores, if you field and you defend out of your skin, you can defend them. So I assume you can just use any stroke. There's no, breaststroke or butterfly or freestyle, is it just?
They do have races between strokes. In fact, even butterfly has been introduced in the last couple of events. It's actually well fielded.
Wow, I know that breakdancing is now an Olympic sport, and this is an audition from Zazai. Have a look at this. I think it's fine. He's fine there, and then he sees it coming, and then he makes sure he gets back in. And I think that hand was still in the field of play. And,
I always feel we need a zippy backing track on that when it goes up on social later today.
Yeah. He's really... really giving us the 4-1-1 on that one. I enjoyed it. As the wind takes out our monitor for the first time, which I'm pretty surprised about. We haven't had to get the duct tape today. I think we're okay. For now, at least. But yeah, fairly windy conditions. Some sort of discussion here at the moment.
In fact, similar thing to yesterday, wasn't it, Vinny? That the winds become very blustery in the late afternoon. Certainly makes batting harder as you get throughout the day.
Dragged away. Yeah, certainly is. The difference with this wind, though, is kind of like to mid-off, whereas yesterday was clearly to mid-wicket or square leg, and we saw those leg side shots flying. Today, we're seeing a lot more shots kind of getting banged straight down the ground. And right now, it's going to be tough for the bowlers because Romani's running straight into it here.
Well, a pretty decent spell, Romani. 1 for 17 at the moment. Needs to get through these last few balls.
Oh, that's such a shooter. The line of this mustn't be right because it
certainly wasn't going over the top.
It's an ankle biter. It goes very deep. Yeah, you see his stump outside. Sometimes it's worth sucking in umpires with an appeal for that one, but it didn't work on that. Didn't even bother trying on that occasion.
I have to say, on an unpredictable pitch, Vinny, our umpires have come up with a lot of really good calls.
They'd be brilliant. Can't say enough good things about them, actually. This one's going nowhere. And I think it just sneaks back. Head to the over. It'll be 73 for 5. I want to say a quick hello to Steve Cook. Good to have you with us.
That's probably a bit tighter than we might have expected to begin with.
I thought he was down, but let's have a look. Go back. Oh, yeah.
Oh, tell you what, I reckon he probably should be out.
I actually think it's between frames. I'm going to say he's probably out, but I don't think you could really call that clear and obvious evidence, which is the burden of proof.
Such a strange thing to see the foot pointing in that direction going back in the crease. You're used to seeing the heel try to make ground.
I think, just using my keeper's instincts, I reckon that's out. But, yeah, even with the technology, you can't be 100%. And, well, right now, I think he might have been given, and if he has been, that's fair enough. I mean, also he might have been given on the field, and then they've used the replay to make a determination. But yeah, he has been given. So Imel Zubak with a sneaky stumping. Probably doesn't hurt him too much. He's not on strike anyway. You better out there is Mohamed Rahman. Anyway, that's a pretty handsome looking shot. And heads up there in the practice area because this one's coming your way. Maximo! What a shot from Hussain, who's played a very important hand here. He moves to 26.
I wouldn't quite call it a lone hand, but gee, it's been useful. Played a couple of sensational shots over the offside. That's the best of them. Really launched it.
Fantastic bit of batting. Yeah, so Steve Cook, hello to you. Hopefully you're well. I think he said he was playing. We'll have to scroll back and catch up. He said he played on the North Sea, cruising to and from Norway a few weeks ago. So playing a bit of cricket on there. Good on you, Steve. That's a former European cricketer who's close to Norway. This is absolutely bludgeon. Heads up. That's coming your way. That's car park bound. Maximo. Arif Hussain just fighting all the way. Mashed up into the 80s. 85 now.
Oh, Diana Orison, her laptop almost got taken out by that ball flashing across. Would have lost all of the content from today, including a couple of excellent Maximo interviews. But as it is, no damage done, except to the bowling figures of Paul Maman, who's been very good up until this point. But Hussain's thrashed him for a couple of sixes and put the pressure squarely back on the Hudinga bowler.
Up in the air. Fielder comes around, but he's not going to get anywhere close to this. Another one. Maximo. What a shot from Hussain. Yeah, and he's come in the 5 position, and he's had wickets falling all around him. There's going to be a lackadaisical middle period of this innings, but well, he could get them the 100 still, and that gives them something to bowl at.
Yeah, this could be a huge turnaround this over. They were at a really underwhelming total at the end of the 9th, but all of a sudden, 18 off this over, might be 24. He's timed that beautifully. Ball just on the hip, not with a huge amount of pace. 4 consecutive Maximos.
I love this shot because you don't see it very often. It's not really coming through, and he's just nudged it at the right time, hasn't he, off the hip, and it flies to that leg side, gets just enough, gets the 6.
Tell you what, if I was Mamand, I'd be looking squarely at my backward square leg fielder, thinking a little bit more of an early sprint could have made a play.
Lost it in the sun. Anyway, oh yeah, I wouldn't be running here because you got Hussain on 44, which is 44 more than Rahman, who hasn't faced. And
we've seen some illogical running between the wickets in this Sweden ECS so far, but that is not one of them.
And the thing is, okay, the stumping call, whether it was or whether it wasn't, I don't mind it being given out, but it hasn't really affected them because Rahman hasn't faced a ball. Here's the last ball, and he goes for it, and he brings up his 50 with the last ball of the innings. We'll take a bow. That is a wonderful innings from Arif Hussain. 50 off 17 balls, and he brings up the 100 from Ashton and gives them a fighting chance. 103. Well, all things considered, they'll feel that they're heading into the second half with a bit of momentum. Having said that, hitting up, they did the hard yards, and certainly this is a target within their reach. All set up for a big finish to the day 2.
Yeah, certainly is, Vinny. Great call, and that's a sensational last over for them. Maman had been one of the tightest Hudinga bowlers up until that stage, but speaking of tight Hudinga bowlers, didn't their openers do an absolute job sending the 2 big guns back? Nasir with an excellent opening over, 2 wickets to get started, and so it brought some of the middle order in much earlier than they would have liked. But Shahid Mustafa, he played a couple of nice shots, but just not the same firepower as the openers, are there?
Yeah, it was a weird one that got Soleri. It was a full toss, and he played down the wrong line, and he looked perplexed as to what had transpired behind him. Saeed Ahmed, though, he's having a good series. He'll be very important in the second innings as well. The only real risk of injury was whiplash at one stage, but you see Soleri swung across one. Played some nice shots before he got out, though. He would have been a bit upset not to get a few more than he did. But yeah, so ultimately I think it's a very kind of interesting game because Hudinga, they're going to attack. I hope they attack it the way they attacked the 150 chase earlier on. Yeah, this is late in the piece, and Arif Hussain just completely went to town, didn't he? Made a very, very good contribution. And I feel happy for him. He gets his 50 and he gets off the very last ball. We saw a 50 missed earlier in the day. Banner got stuck on 49, not out. But mashed up. All things considered, they'll take it. They went 42 in the first half, but they did recover 61 in the second half. That's despite losing 6 wickets. Arif Hussain with 50 off just 18 deliveries. Good pace from him. Pair of sweet 16s for Solari and Mustafa. Apart from that, no one hitting double figures. Pretty disciplined stuff, though, as well from the Hoodinga bowlers. Only conceding 6 extras. 2 of them were leg byes. You can't really blame them for those. And looking at the bowling, well, they did the hard yards early, as you said, Andrew.
Yeah, certainly did. Nasir Iqbal, great opening over. He was entrusted to get the game kicked off. 2 wickets there, ended up 2 for 15. Saeed Ahmed, he was probably even thicker than none for 11, but a couple of glorious seeds. The man down the bottom for Hard Mahmad, he was probably the best in the last game, but courtesy of getting smoked on consecutive balls in that last over. 32 for 1. That last over might be determinative in this game, but let's see, as Vinny said, be interesting to see how Hoodinga pursues this total. They will be chasing 104 off 60 balls in the final game here at ECS Sweden, brought to you by FanCode. It's on the European Cricket Network. Andrew Ryan with Vinny Sandhu. What are you coming in with?
I'm going to say one thing before we go to the break. It is National Day in Sweden, and it's only fair we finish with a golden ball. So I've got an early tingle. I'll see you after the break. We'll see if it happens. Match 10 will conclude. After this, you're watching the ECN, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon, European cricket fans, here for the conclusion of the final game on day 2 of ECS Sweden 2023, brought to you by FanCode. We are in the glorious surrounds of the Marsta Cricket Club here in Stockholm, and we've got a good contest for this final game. The home side, Marsta, they have put on the board 103 for 6 off their 10 overs, helped a lot by Hussain bashing a succession of sixes in the final over, taking them up to a defendable total. But given the speed at which Hudinga scored in their first game against LB Zelmi just prior to this one, it'd be interesting to see how they go and chase this down, whether it will be all guns blazing or they will methodically work their way to this total. Certainly what we have seen on this ground today, you'd have to say 104 is probably a subpar total, but the wind has become a bit blustery, a couple of early wickets, and get into the teeth of the middle order. Could be a very, very interesting story to come up, but I think regardless, this will be an interesting contest and good test for the Marsta bowlers. And looks like Ajmal is going to take first over. He was pretty impressive in the last game. His loping left arm seamers. That's a great shot though. Zuvak, who went first ball in the last game, just rocks onto the back foot and penetrates the infield. Super stuff. Probably a good opportunity also after that boundary to bring Mr. Maximo to the commentary booth.
Yeah, what a great start for Imel Zuvak. He's too good to make 2 golden ducks, that's for sure. It wasn't the worst ball from Ajmal Raza at all, but he pierced the gap. This is up and out of here. Maximo 4 and 6, pick up 6. There's a terrible bit of fielding from Alistair, but that's not what he's here for. The result, those 6 runs to Hudinga. Great start.
Well, Alistair, he's much more capable with an egg-shaped rugby league ball than he is a grizzly bear cricket ball. But man, who's very, very capable on a cricket field, Zuvak. He's gone 4-6 to start this innings, and I think we've got the answer as to how aggressively they'll pursue this target. Bit of pressure from Ajmal. First 2 balls going for 10.
Wow, there's 6 more. Forget it. And he's on the walk and he's in the mood. And Hudinga, we certainly know their approach. They're approaching like they're chasing a lot more than 100. They love this form of the game. And the Zuvak combination is looking pretty tight at the top of the order.
Well, Marsta team, they probably looked and thought if we can get 1 or 2 early wickets in the power play, we can throw a few nerves into this Hudinga group. As it is, 16 for none after 3 balls. The Marsta team suffering the indignity of having to search throughout the long grass outside the cover boundary. I suspect we'll have a change of ball coming in pretty soon.
Yeah, that one's lost in the... It's not quite the wheat fields of Austria. Something approaching it. Hey, it is the last innings of the day, so why don't you throw us some random questions? The more random, the better. Keep an eye on the chat right now. I'm going to give you some special attention, okay? So, anything you like. We've already talked a bit about your ice swimming, which is quite incredible. Is there anyone that kind of suffers from some sort of disorder where they don't feel temperature and they have an unfair advantage? I got to tell you about, there's a guy who plays for the Australian All Abilities team. Come back to that in a second. Raza in the eye of the storm here. Gets cracked away this time, goes to the fielder. They're not going to run. So, yeah, he was playing for the I suppose the Australian special needs kind of side. He plays indoor and outdoor, so I know him pretty well. But he actually has a condition where he is physiologically unable to understand or process fear. So he can't feel fear. This guy is the best player of fast bowling I've ever seen. Okay. He does not have a concept of fear. And he's the best hooker and bowler I've ever seen. So, yeah, I mean, I'd like to have that approach. So I'd still be worried I'd be flat on my back before too long.
You can imagine talent ID programs for cricket. If you could find people who have this gene or this attribute.
He's a lovely guy as well. You know, it's certainly interesting conversation matter. Anyway, this one's up in the air. It's hanging. Fielder goes back just out of his grasp, and that's going to be 4. Yeah, needs something to go their way, and soon. Arif Hussain, who came off a supersonic last over where he went from 20 to 50 and raised the score 73 to 103. But he needed about 20% more reach there to even get close to that end of the over as well. And I'm going to say that that is 20 without loss. Magical start. And there's a speed limit, 55 matches since a golden ball. I wouldn't put it past these two teams, but I think for that to happen, Mashta needs to take some wickets, and pretty quick.
Yeah, certainly do need some wickets. Pretty good shot, that last one. We saw it on the replay. The ball was actually on or about just outside the leg stump, and somehow he's manipulated the bat face, hit it with enough power to get it over to cover, almost the complete opposite of what we tend to see in ECN T10 cricket. But great first over from Zuvak. He's ended up with 20, and that Hudinga total, 20 for 9 after 1.
So, second over about to begin. It's Mohammad Rahman who's going to bowl it. Tariq Zuvak on strike for the first time. He gets a short ball and he pounds into the gap. There's another boundary, and Hudinga. Oh, we saw this approach in the last game. And Al, we're back in form. Don't injure yourself. But, yeah, different Zuvak, same result.
Same result. Not much energy from the Mashta Cricket Club here. They're playing in front of their home crowd. I know they haven't got a great score on the board, but feels like Hudinga just try to beat them into submission in these early overs and just take away any hope that they had of being able to take this one into the later overs.
Pitched up, mishit. Seba gets just enough, trying to save the boundary. It's good work from Soleri. He pulls it in on the bounce, and in the end, it's only a single. Maybe a bit lucky for Tariq Zuvak, but that's power play batting for you. You've got slightly more margin for error with those shots.
Yeah, certainly do. May as well use the aerial route while you've got the opportunity. They've moved the fielder back there to long off. Guess if Rahman's going to pitch the ball full, it's not a bad move.
Rahman busts into Emil Zuvak. Well bowled. I think this is a pretty good default ball. I think probably bowlers this series haven't executed as often as they would have wanted. But no matter who you're bowling to, if they're new to the crease, if they've been there a while, they're looking confident, if you're confident or not, if you can deliver a Yorker, and I think the line's not as important as the length. Getting that length exactly right, that bounces kind of between the feet lengths of the batter, there's not much they can do with it.
Hitting a Yorker length even wide of off stumps. This ball's gone high in the air. Rahman sat underneath it, takes a good catch, and that's a desperately needed wicket for Mashta Hudinga. 25 for 1 after 1 over and 4 balls. Big time wicket.
Yeah, it sure is. He just gets it wrong, doesn't he? Emil Zuvak in the air. I mean, it's not an easy catch. He doesn't want to turn around to see his fate. But Rahman didn't bottle it in the pressure of the moment. So the first wicket falls, and it's 25 for 1. And Emil is a very good player, but another very good player coming out. I reckon he's forgotten something, though. Saeed Ahmed, he's now walking off as well. And I think I know what this is. Yep, he's just getting the most important bit of equipment. And he's very smart, keeps his back to camera now. He doesn't want to be timed out, so he's going to rush out there. So, well, I'm glad he's going to sort it out, but he's going to be pretty puffed by the time he gets out in the middle. And, yeah, it's the piece of equipment that cricket has invented 100 years before the helmet. It is still a very critical piece.
Always a favourite joke of the ladies as to the priorities of the male species.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, well, strap yourselves in because Saeed has been in such good form with the bat today. Faces up now. Gets a pretty good full delivery first up. And they do take on the run. Good running. It's off the mark straight away.
Something we didn't see too often in the last game. Saeed Ahmed just hitting a single. Powerfully striking balls all over the field to the boundary. That game against Albi Zalmi almost, I wouldn't say single-handedly. He did have some support from Romani with the bat, but fantastic innings.
Last ball the second. Yeah, well bowled. Really good bowling. And yeah, used the shorter one as a bit of a change-up. And maybe, I wouldn't say he was lucky, but Emil Zuvak might have whacked it for 6, but instead he hit it straight up in the air. But there were plenty of good Yorkers in there. Rahman fighting back for Mashta, only 6 off that over, 26 for 1. So a bit of talk in the chat about the player I was talking about in Australia that literally cannot feel fear, and if that's like a bit of an unusual advantage, kind of reminds me about one of my favourite players, Nabi from France, how he was unsledgeable. That because his English is pretty limited, everyone was trying everything to get into him, and he would just smile and keep whacking sixes. And Callum Garden from Forfarshire, the Scottish team, was having to go at him. See, if you can't understand English, you definitely can't understand Scottish. But anyway, he's just like, Nabi.
Need a Pashto translator.
And he just said, yeah, okay. I think he thought he was saying good shot. Anyway, this one's up, and it's going to be 4, 1 bounce. And so, Saeed, he's a guy that loves to hit through the line of the ball. Pretty clever shot because he has to reach for it with their hands. Takes a lot of skill, but he makes no mistake.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad bit of bowling from Shara Ali, who's come on to bowl third over, flighting it wide of off stump, just hoping to get mistime shot, popped up for a catch, but Ahmed good enough to strike through the ball.
Shirali gets hit back over his head, and that's out of here. Maximo! So top 3 doing the job at the moment from Hoodinga. Mashta need to find a way through these guys.
Another humdinger of a shot from the Hoodinga superstar, Saeed Ahmed. Lovely strike. Probably didn't get full piece of it, but more than enough to carry the shortish boundary here at Mashta Cricket Club. And I'll tell you what, if this man is at the crease in about 3 overs, I think there'll be a fair dent in this total.
Well, half accidental, half deliberate, but full result for Saeed, who gets 4 with a guide down to third man.
I think by now he's got a pretty fair idea of what Ali's line is going to be. As you say, probably half accidental, but I think he has tried to guide that one rather than play a full-blooded stroke. So
yeah, he has tried to do that, but he hasn't tried to edge it.
No.
I think he has some margin for error. If he'd hit it where he wanted to, probably would have gone straight to the field, you know. Shara Ali having a rough time of it so far. Slower ball, slightly slow up, but not slow off the bat. That's out of here. Maximo as the third over goes magical, much like the fourth. And Saeed, well, he had time to admire that one.
yeah, he's one of the nicer swings of a bat that I've seen here in Swedish cricket. Saeed Ahmed, from that ball halfway down the deck, you could see it was going to be launched over the boundary. I think anything that Shara Ali is sending down is causing him an iota of concern.
Well, he's showing a lot of guts here. I know he forgot his protector, but he might need to exchange it for a bigger size right now because he is motoring away. He's 25 in no time at all, and that brings up the 50 for Hoodinga.
Yeah, this is outstanding batting from Saeed Ahmed. We thought he was pretty good in the last game. He's shown it was absolutely no fluke whatsoever. Ali's gone for 24, still 1 ball to go in the over.
Could be another supersonic if this disappears. And it does. Well, watch out. That's a tower buster. Maximo! Hoodinga on a rampage in this power play. That's the end of 3, 56 for 1.
Yeah, well, he's got a smile on his face, Shara Ali, but he may not when he looks back at the bowling figures. He's been unceremoniously dispatched for a 30-run over. And Saeed Ahmed has made a big, big dent in this chase. 20 runs off the first over, 30 off the second. Paul Rahman, his lone hand there with his wicket-taking second over that went for 6.
Gee, that is such good hitting. I mean, can't say anything about that. I mean, Shara Ali would appreciate that probably if he wasn't 22 yards away, but still, it is possible. Things could turn it around. Things could turn around, but like I said, you've got to find a way through. It's hard to see where it's going to come from at this stage. Remember, though, how Hoodinga at the second half of their innings certainly didn't match their first in that Albi Zalmi game in match 9. Mustafa just grabbing his helmet. He's going to be standing up to Hamid Saleri, who's captaining the side now for Mashta. Yeah, question from Dave. He wants to know about the abdominal protectors. Are they different sizes? Well, probably. I always thought it was a good idea to get out the magic marker and put a big XXL on mine, just in case it was lying around. Anyway, this is up in the air. Should be caught. Oh, he's slow to get in there, and it gets dropped. Arif Hussain, you can't really take anything away from him. He's had such a good game, but he thinks this is travelling further. He doesn't identify it until too late that he has to come in a few steps, so then he's scrambling. It just gets through the fingers.
Well, to be fair to Hussain, just about everything else has been launched over the boundary. It wasn't surprising that he thought That ball wasn't going to drop about 20 metres off the pitch, but probably should have made a better fist of taking that catch. Does bring Saeed Ahmed back onto strike. He's 31 off 7 balls.
Let's see if Spins is undoing here. They had to try something different, didn't they? I mean, he shouldn't be on strike because he probably should have been caught. This is up in the air. Now, is it a chance? Almost. And it's going to be 4. So nothing going right for Master at the moment. Rahman was after it. He got pretty close to it. Didn't want to dive. He didn't know it was coming the other way. And I thought for a second that last drop might have worked out if they got Saeed, but instead it cost him yet another boundary.
Well, not working out for Mashta, but everything's working out for Saeed Ahmed. Manages to pop up a ball that just floats over the boundary line. It's almost knock-off time here at the Mashta Cricket Ground, the way this one's running. 3.2 overs, but 61 already on the board.
Is this a rare contact lens? Try and fix there. Yeah, maybe from Hamid Saleri. I think so. This is a hard thing to get some help with. And I tell you what, as someone that wears contact lenses when I'm playing, which isn't often anymore, but always when I was playing, because my eyesight is terrible, it is so irritating if they're moving around. 95% of the time, contact lenses are great, but when it affects your eyesight and kind of makes things a bit blurry from time to time, it is super irritating. Anyway, Saleri dishes out a full toss, and this is a catch for Sher Ali, and he takes it. So another full toss. This time it's a wicket, and that's a big moment in the game. 61 for 2.
Yeah, tell you what, Vinny, I can't believe that Saeed Ahmed has just popped that up for such an easy catch. Full toss on middle stump, looking just about anywhere that he could have hit that on the ground, but somehow mistimes it.
But yeah,
Welcome back to the pavilion.
change of pace, right? Change of pace, change of luck. So that's a ball, yeah, you should bang it for 6. But I think against spin bowlers, you're playing less on instinct. You have to think a little bit more. And I think because it is slower, you've just got more margin for error. Because, yeah, whereas you got fast bowlers, you're just playing on instinct and playing the shot, and the ball does a lot of the work for you. But, yeah, slight miss hit. Nicely taken by Sher Ali. Is there a window?
A slight revenge for Cher after being pumped so much in the last over.
That's a pretty confident looking start, isn't it, for Romani? So when they just keep on coming for hitting it, don't they? Romani batted really well in their first game, and he cracks a classical cover drive for 4 to get off the mark.
I don't think Romani's ever seen a ball that he couldn't hit for 4 or 6. I suspect when he plays 40 over cricket, there's not a huge amount of defensive shots that come out.
He pushed the long off wide. I know he can go straight if he wants. Doesn't have to, because he's just going to go over the leg side and get 6. Maximo takes it under a runner ball now. And well, they fought so hard to get the 103, didn't they, Mashta, including a supersonic last over right now. It's looking very unlikely that that'll be enough.
I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for the massive last over off Mamand, Whittinger would probably be chasing this down at about 4.5 overs. That one's nutmegged.
Good keeping,
Romani,
actually.
that's one way to stop him.
From Mustafa. Yeah, I think we might already be pulling out of the car park in a couple of minutes if they hadn't got that last over. As it is, it'll be the end of 4. Saleri, I suppose he does make the breakthrough. It's 71 for 2 after 4 overs. Hello to Wazza. Nice to see you with us. And how's everyone enjoying this Swedish series? Let us know. We love your feedback. Right now, heading up miles ahead. Just have a look at how much of an uptick that Worm got between overs 9 and 10. It's pretty hard to move the Worm that late in the innings, but that 30-run over did the trick. But heading up, they're flying away. And I love this approach. They're just batting, not thinking about the target. They're batting like they're batting first. This is what they'd be doing, and they're doing it very well. Need to find someone to maybe spark a collapse. And here's a guy I like, Zairi Mike, who's going to bowl over number 5. Yeah, I love the depth of batting in pretty much all the teams we're seeing here. Because you have to be pretty good at this game in Sweden to get into an ECS. Remember, 33 teams.
Been interesting today. We've had a lot of the top tier teams play against each other.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, it's probably a few of those mid-range ones, but a really competitive set of games, and one that should really set us up for a good idea of where the table is going to play out in this tournament.
Yeah, true. Yeah, well bowled. Really good start from Bike. And what I was going to say is, yeah, 33 teams were trying to qualify for this ECS, and 11 did. So that's what it comes down to. You're playing teams that are in pretty good form. And the qualifiers weren't that long ago. We're talking weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. So Yeah, Mark, nice start for him. Again, that's the length. Like I said, the Yorker, for me, the line's not as important as getting that length exactly right. Well, that's neither the line or length he was looking for. Down leg side. Sharp bit of keeping from Shahid Mustafa down leg side. Yeah, they're kind of spoilt for choice. Mashta now. And they've got Humi and Jyoti on the books. He played the first game. And Mustafa played as just a specialist bat. But now Mustafa resumes his spot behind the stumps.
Jyoti probably fairly happy that he hasn't been a part of this game. It's going to be a shellacking.
Yeah, sorry guys, I got to go. Yeah, throws the hands at this, and this is what I'm talking about with faster bowling. You can let the ball do the work, and Tarek Zubak, don't think it's quite off the middle, but he slices it away and gets enough and gets 4 more runs for Hudinga.
He's just putting together a pretty decent innings here. Zubak hasn't had a huge amount of the strike. Watched his partners come and go, obliterate some bowling in between, but he'll be happy to get a few balls under his belt, set him up for the rest of the tournament.
He hasn't had too much to strike, has he? Tarek Zubak. Doesn't really matter. As long as the team score keeps motoring. Oh, that's a really good shot. It wasn't that short, you know, but he picked up the length so quick and he leaned back in his crease and made it seem a bit shorter than it was, I think. Yeah, rather than coming forward, he just kind of props and turns and gets 6. Maximo! We've seen some hitting today, Rhino.
Yeah, I agree, Vinny. That's a great cricket shot. As you say, it wasn't a bad length ball at all from Bake.
What made it so good, I think, is that normally there you might kind of guide it around the corner, but he actually got a bit of a swing on it and created a bit of pace as well.
Swiveled is the way I would describe his body movement. Excellent timing. Great shot.
Yeah, similar kind of ball. This time he just works it round for 1. So, well, Mashta has been the best of times. It's been the worst of times for them, really, in their opening day. I think we'll see teams have good patches and bad patches in this group stage.
T10 cricket, isn't it?
And you've got 10 games, 10 games in the group stage. But yeah, you want to make sure you're in the top 4, otherwise your ECL dreams are over.
It's a great thing about the T10 format too,
Yeah.
isn't it? I mean, at 10 games, it's almost a premiership season in some respects.
That's
it's not
what's great about
shockingly
it.
far off an IPL season and quantity of games.
Yeah. It's just, the intensity. So it's basically 100 overs you'll bat, 100 overs you'll bowl. Okay, less some games that are chasers that are completed early, or maybe a couple of rain-affected games. Hopefully we don't have any of those there. But yeah, it's still a decent amount of cricket to be judged on. Last ball of the 5th. Big swing and a miss. That's the end of 5. And hitting up, cruising at 83 for 2 after 5. This is what we'll see tomorrow. So yeah, a bit of a Stockholm flavour to tomorrow with Stockholm CC and Hammarby in the first match of the day. And then the Tigers will be taking on Hammarby in the second. So plenty of teams there. That could be the time where it's make or break for them, because teams playing 3 games there, a couple of teams playing 2 games as well. So it should be really competitive. 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. Join us for more action right here on the European Cricket Network. All right, time for over number 6, and Solari's coming back. Not sure if he's seeing straight, but he's bowled fairly straight. He's a very important player. Think about his batting, and also his left arm spin provides variety. This is bludgeoned down to long on, and well, let's just say it's pretty lucky for Anis that his shins were there. They say get your body behind it. It's not the thickest part of your body, but good enough. In the air, and this will be just a single.
It actually goes down as a drop. Vinny flashed off the outside edge of the bat, got his hands to it. Unfortunately, spills the chance. P.L. Rahman down there at third man. Larry coming up with a couple of nice deliveries to start this over. Just track things back a touch. Spears that into almost Yorker length. Nifty bit of footwork. The fielder at fine leg. Almost get the feeling that the Mashta boys are resigned to their fate here. 86 for 2, halfway through the 6th over. Are only needing 18 off the last 27. Need a collapse of some proportions. Just doing it in singles for the moment. Struck down as Sher Ali comes around from long off to keep it to 1.
Solari trying to keep this game alive. Oh, this one would have been a big wide, I think. And shoots into the pad of Derek Suvak. Yeah, so a lot of people enjoying the Swedish series. They just love this form of the game. One thing, I'll tell you something I often say, maybe at the end of this over. Well bowled by Solari, squeezed out, probably just get 1, and we get to the end of 6th over. It's 88 for 2. So often I think the reason that ECN T10 cricket is so entertaining is that almost all players, if you ask them what's their favourite form of the game, they wouldn't say T10 because it makes them uncomfortable. Because as a bowler, you're just getting smashed or batters are trying to smash you. No fear approach. As a batter, you're forced into playing a bit more aggressively than you probably would like to early in your innings. But I think that the fact that it does make players uncomfortable actually makes for amazing television. Having said that, I think in Sweden, there's plenty of players that would say, yeah, no, this is the format I like the most because it allows me to go out there and express myself with no real fear of failure. So I just think of all the countries, you can see they really take to it. Places like here, Belgium's another one, probably Austria's another one. But in particular here, it's pretty obvious. That one's going to fly straight over our head. Tariq wakes up Hussain. Well, he handed out a bit of this, didn't he, in the 10th over. But Maximo, that's a very confident-looking bang for 6 over mid-off.
Gone like a bullet off his bat. We saw that climb over our commentary cube here, and it was travelling at a rate of knots. Fairly happy that it was 10 metres off the ground because that was like a cannon.
I haven't felt very unsafe today, actually, because they've been going miles over our head, haven't they? This one sneaks between the batter and the stumps. Just 10 for victory now. This is where, you know, in the bonus point situation, if you could chase it down within 7 overs, then you'd get a bonus point. That's something we're looking at bringing in maybe during the season. And I think I do like that because I feel it's a better way to split teams than just going with net run rate, which maybe, I just think it's a better way. It's easy to understand. You still would go to net run rate if you were equal on points, but it's less likely that you'll be equal on points.
Mind you, while net run rate is still the primary determining factor there, pretty big net run race boost likely to come from Hudinga. This game is good incentive for them to keep on going hard here. Maybe win this with 3 overs to spare. It'll give a good boost. Help them when they get to determining the final places. Just driven down the ground. Easy single. The match has lost a lot of its intensity now. But still, as I said, it's worthwhile for Hudinga trying to finish this as quickly as they can, especially with 2 batters of the calibre of Zuvak and Romani at the crease.
Well, full toss, and I think that is going to be a boundary as well. I think this is high as well, you know. So if this has gone no ball 6, this will tie the scores. Yeah, it's high. Let's have a look what happens next. Yeah, there's 7. And so any score will win it from here.
Free hit when you need 1 to win. Vinny, do you try to launch a maximum?
Yeah, maybe. Strategically, you probably should, because it's a free hit. You got no reason not to. This is going to do it. And they do it fairly easily in the end. So Mashta, they falter in their second game of the tournament. And Hudinga have a great time. They get their first point. So both these teams, they split their games on day 2. Very entertaining day comes to a close. And it is Hudinga that get up. And they get up with 19 balls to spare. And, well, congratulations to all the players today. It's been a very exciting day of cricket. And I know that there'll be more of that coming up on day 3. But right now, let's go to the highlights. And as we expected, Hudinga came out in a mood and they put a big dent in this target early on in the power play.
Yeah, certainly did. Ajmal Raza, the opening bowler, he probably needed to take 1 or 2 scalps, as it was. He got smoked to the boundaries and actually left it to Rahman, who came in and bowled the second over. It was an excellent one, only went for 6, and also took the wickets of the one of the opening batters. Thought that Mashta might have been in with a chance there, but then Saeed Ahmed came out, and as he did in their first game, just launched a succession of boundaries. Fortunately for him, he couldn't see the game through to its conclusion. Caught well by Sher Ali out there, but there was plenty of batting still below. Tariq Zuvak, he looked in pretty good touch, had a couple of good pull shots. Mashta fielding was relatively listless for the most part, and that allowed Zuvak to take them to victory in fairly simple fashion. Very straightforward win for Hudinga, and after they were torched by the LB Zelmi batting lineup in that first innings of their first game, Vinny, they'll feel a lot more relaxed getting up their first win.
Yeah, let's have a look at the scorecard. They did it fairly easily, didn't they? And all top four contributing in some way, shape or form. Imel Zuvak was good very early, 20 off just 8. Tariq Zuvak ends up top scoring with 37 off 17. Zayn Ahmed, lightning 35 off 9. He's scoring at pretty much 4 a ball throughout the first 2 games of his ECS. As far as the bowling went, only really Mohamed Rahman was able to stop the bleeding, and that was a momentary stop, wasn't it? Because apart from that, everyone got smashed. And you can see, in the end, they just weren't able to hold on. So, yeah, Mashta, they had a mixed start to the day, but I suppose that both these two teams can say they take some points away from their first day of action.
Yeah, absolutely. I heard a lot of good things about Hudinga and Marsh, the home team here, and I suspect both of these teams will be there or thereabouts when it comes to the final equations of this tournament. But solid win for Hudinga, and as we said, they've recovered from a difficult start against LB Zelmi and have really put their stamp on the tournament. They've got a better bowling lineup than I think LB Zelmi allowed them to look like, and they certainly settled into that job against Marshta and managed to keep them to a fairly chaseable total. We're looking ahead to Wednesday. It's day 3 of ECS Sweden 2023, and we start things off at 9 a.m. Central European Summer Time. It's 12:30 Indian Summer Time, with Stockholm Cricket Club looking to open their account against Hammarby, who also went down in their first contest yesterday. Then we've got plenty of Stockholm action all the way through, because Stockholm Tigers take on Hammarby in the second game, and then some great contests coming up later in the day. Sikif come and join us for the last 2, so should be plenty of fabulous T10 cricket action. But it's been a great day today, Vinny. Some of the best striking we've seen so far in 2023.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, and so yeah, well, just a reminder to everyone out there to join us for more action tomorrow. Like we said, in the meantime, you can catch up on some of the live action on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our channel. And tell your family, tell your friends all about the European Cricket Network, because we absolutely love bringing you the action. And yeah, we did go past the 350,000 subscriber mark during the Bulgaria tournament, which was fantastic. As well, don't forget to go to our social media at European Cricket and follow on some of the best bits. And we had some great finishes today. I'm sure they'll be appearing pretty shortly. And finally, our website, europeancricket.com. That's the place to go to get all the latest on this, and of course some of the future tournaments. All our old games there as well, if you want to catch up on what happened in Sweden in the past. If you're following cricket, maybe you're playing some fantasy cricket, that's where you can get the info. All righto, another great day in the books, and looking forward to day 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly will be. I think there'll be some great clashes, some really close games, I suspect, tomorrow. And after that day's play, we'll have a pretty good look at what the table looks like. We'll have met most of the teams here. Still a few who have got to arrive in Stockholm, but plenty more good T10 action to come. The weather's been fantastic. Pitch has played well. The outfield's quick. All the great ingredients needed.
Yeah, so we will let you go. We've got some highlights today. Thanks to our fantastic crew from Spring Productions. Big thanks to Valentine Securials, and of course Elvia pressing the buttons for another great day. To all the Blue Crew, the officials, and of course all the support. It's great to see so many youngsters down here today as well, and we're enjoying this thrilling action from all of us here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more exciting action. Right now, here's the best bits of day 2. Vinny Sandhu and Andrew Ryan signing off for ECN, and we'll see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana.
Thank you.